Okay. Hello, hello. Let's open this thing up, yeah? I've already done all the update stuff. So, luckily we don't have to wait for that. Okay. Okay. Alright. Okay, alright, okay. Turn to the future. Let's do this. Oh, I spent my all the way over there.
Oh, welcome. You appear to have come in a hurry, so
Yeah.
there must be an emergency.
I don't actually know what
Am I
Semmelweis
right?
does. I'm gonna be honest with you. He's just kind of cool.
Thankfully, my body hasn't become rigid and cold
Okay.
like that
Plan
of a
for today.
real vampire.
I would like to get through the whole thing. We're gonna see how this goes. Like, I'm expecting this to be 4, 5, 6 hours long, so we're gonna see if we can get through today, and if not, finish it tomorrow, I guess. Let's do some rolls, yeah? I haven't rolled for Lucy just yet. We're doing that now. Yo, Mask, welcome in. Hello, hello. Alright, let's do it. God, I haven't rolled in so long, shit. Alright, this sounds about right. We skip these. I did not realize I had Desert Flannel. That's weird. Let's go again. Let's go again. It's yellow, right? Yeah, it's yellow. Who are you? Click. X. I think I'm actually done with X. I'm not certain. Give me my robot. Come on. I believe I'm definitely guaranteed pity this banner. I mean this update, I'm pretty sure. It's 4 again. Nothing too exciting. But I would like to have a bit of a stockpile in reserve. Okay, that's just sad. Come on now. Come on. Oh, Mesmer gets a skin in this update, yeah? I'm actually pretty excited for that. I really like that skin. Damn, man. We have 50? Damn, man. Alright. I don't like it. I don't like it. Please? Oh, shit, man. Oh. Oh, it's gonna be one of these banners where it's 60. Pity is at 80, 90, something like that, right? Is that orange? Is that orange? Yeah, it is. There we go. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna go for Kakani or not. I haven't really decided. Like, I like her as a character, but at the same time, I don't know if I like her that much.
A
Hello?
hand-operated spinning wheel half-drenched in water. This indicates
Oops.
a low level.
That's not supposed to happen. Wait, I wanna hear what she says about that, actually. That's storm things.
I enjoy the distance that exists between us.
Where is she? Miss Lucy. What actually is she?
Your visits are always unexpected. I appreciate that. A hand-operated spinning wheel half-drenched in water. This indicates a low level
Damn.
of technological
Alright,
development
I thought it'd be
here.
something.
Do not worry, Timekeeper. I am equipped with 15 adaptive plugs suitable for any situation. I will start by running the drainage program.
Damn, okay. Okay. We got her. We got her, boys. I'll wait until
Have you
after
ever
update
wondered
to
about our
level up.
irrational fascination with the moon and our powers?
Alright. Okay. Let's do it, yeah? Vereinsamt. I actually haven't seen this trailer yet. Shit. Oh, it's us. From 60 increases with everyone pulling 70. Oh, 70 is guaranteed. Okay. I got pretty close to pity then, didn't I? Damn. Texturing on her head's pretty cool. Like, it's barely noticeable, but you can kind of see it. How did 37 not get absolutely blasted by the rock though? Why does a robot have a biometric scan?
There is none. I'm afraid you'll leave disappointed, Madam Lucy.
Send this to everyone.
This is La Unua.
We must share this with everyone. La Unua Tiaklo.
Oh, damn.
Stop the transmission! The ritual is wrong!
Oh, the ritual just caused her to fucking disintegrate with that? Sophia. I do hope we get a playable Sophia at some point. She's just really cool. I am surprised that 1.9 is like their big update, like huge lore stuff and whatnot. Like you'd expect that for a 2.0 update, like a whole new version update. But 2.0 I believe is just an event, right? So I'm a bit surprised by that. Alright, let's do it. The secret of the diagonal. From softened branches to transcendent heavens, she thought she could grasp it all. Part 1. How many chapters are in this? I'm assuming probably like 20, 23,
Mama,
24.
I have a question.
Oh, it's level 37.
Why don't people like the irrational numbers?
The woman turns around, gazing at her daughter with warm affection.
Do you feel the same about them, 37?
Maybe a little?
Maybe a little. 37 looks down and kicks away a pebble.
You see, Mama, I can count to 3 and to 17, but I can never count to something like 0.010010001000001, let alone use it in calculations. Endless non-repeating decimals would make a mess of the results, and I can't keep the equations as simple and elegant as I want.
But your favorite, the circle. The ratio of its circumference to diameter is also an irrational number, is it not?
Pi is special. I know how it was found and what it represents, so I trust it and use it in my calculations. The same with e, logarithm 2, and root 2. But not many irrational numbers are this convenient to work with. Some have no patterns, no simplest forms, and no end. I can't work out their digits, write them out, or calculate them. Not only are they impossible to pinpoint on the number axis, but there's an infinite amount of these irrational numbers.
Is her head doing that?
What's so funny, Mama?
I mean, I'm assuming it's a dream sequence.
You're a clever, silly goose, my dear.
My dear.
You don't dislike them. You just don't understand them enough.
Leaning down, she picks up a soggy twig. Her hand moves, sliding the tip of the twig across the sand. Four equal perpendicular lines are drawn, with 2 more diagonal lines intersecting in the middle. It is the shape of the familiar square.
Take our old friend Root 2, for instance. The irrationality of this number can be proven through basic arithmetic, as it cannot be expressed as an irreducible fraction of integers A over B.
I'm not gonna understand any of this, I promise you.
Contradiction is enough, with no knowledge of irrational numbers required. The presence of root 2 is prevalent in nature, and it is particularly noticeable along the diagonals of a square. This means...
Oh, I know! This means the system built solely on the ratio of integers was flawed.
There are 26 fights and I think 30 in total, but I'm not sure. I'm at 30 in total. Okay, it's gonna be a long one. Alright, sounds good. Let's do it.
Yes, root 2 is simple, elegant, and one of the greatest discoveries in mathematics. It showed the existence of infinite, incommensurable numbers, with root 2 being the most obvious one to find. This was how the Tower of Old Ideas crumbled, paving the way for revolutionary breakthroughs that catapulted mathematical analysis into uncharted frontiers. We discovered a kingdom beyond our traditional methods, one that's immeasurable, incommensurable, and inexhaustible. And the key to its gates is hidden in plain sight, in the diagonal of a square.
A kingdom of irrationality.
The girl listens intently. As always, she understands quickly.
I see now, Mama. We are not all-knowing beings. There will always be numbers beyond our awareness, such as the nature of irrational numbers. So, if we get to know the irrational numbers better, we can be friends with them too. But you haven't told me why people on the island hate them.
Because they're nerds. Yeah, dream sequence. The image of her mother's face fractures. But her smile is clear, gentle, quiet, and almost pitying.
Mama?
No, this is her waking up. And she had a bomb dropped right on top of her. Come on.
37. You're awake.
What's that expression, man? The girl sits upright in bed, her eyes staring into the air in dismay.
Sophia? How long was I out?
You've been in a coma for a week.
It's only been a week, that's wild. Her words are cut off as 37 jumps off the bed, rushing her way out.
No, stop! You're not well yet!
There's no time.
There's no time.
I have to find 6. I have to tell them now.
Tell them what?
Our circle has been broken.
What does that mean? Aside from the humans getting in. Oh, oops. Secret of diet. Animal symbolism.
Now we've learned some manners in a Peyron, haven't we? Namely, to abstain from beans, never parcel off a loaf, and stay away from the white roosters on the road. Oh, it's been so long since we last talked about these things. How time does fly. This rusty brain of mine is struggling to keep up. We should have waited until dawn to light the candles. The sun would have mistaken the day for night and delayed its appearance in the morning. That way, we would have had more time to talk.
I don't think that's possible.
Indeed. You possess a far greater understanding of the laws of nature than your ancestors. It's only natural that you wouldn't relate candlelight to sunrise. But for the people of earlier times, there was a commonly understood connection between the two. Did the trees not bear fruit after the Horn of Plenty was filled at the harvest festival? Did the field not wave with grain? Does the lighting of a match not illuminate the moon? It's human nature to try to understand the world. Of course, at that time, mistakes were made, and some phenomena were attributed to the wrong causes. Some theories were developed from false facts. It was a time of symbols, you see.
Such as?
The flower represented blessings and harvest. The Ouroboros, the eternal cycle. The hawk, wit and astuteness. And the soil, safety and protection. Aside from nature, the circle symbolized protection, the triangle, stability, and the triple helix, ascendance, change, and the unity of mind, body, and soul.
Thanks.
As time went on, things became associated with one another, and more symbols were created.
It's not a very methodological approach.
You can see the cause and effect with your own eyes, dear. It's clear when something is related and when it isn't. If the outcome isn't what we expect, these symbols must be incorrect. But it's not their physical form that's wrong. Physical objects never lie. It's the meaning and concept given to them that are wrong, you see. Objects are just objects. A match is just a match, not the illuminator of the moon. An animal is just an animal. The circle and triangle are only shapes. And you are just you.
The blue and the gray. From opposite ends of the prayer hall, weary eyes meet in a silent standoff. Blue and the gray. Blue is, I'm assuming, 6, right? He's got blue eyes. ... I always forget that we have that.
Nothing's happening.
What's happening? The Hall of Truth is as crowded as ever. Ideas, noises, and arguments are all crammed into one space.
Miss Virgin,
Who
your
the
attention,
fuck
please.
is this? Why is she blue?
This is a public inquiry, and your answer determines the fate of you and your friends.
Why is she
There will be a
blue?
vote on your punishment, considering the leak of the island's coordinates and the damages caused by you and Manus Vindictae. Yet, in the past 2 hours, you've looked at your watch 10 times. Forgive me for being blunt. What could possibly bother you more than your sentence?
My apologies.
A mocking click of the tongue can be heard from the crowd.
Let her look, 888. Doesn't it occur to
88.
you that time is also in the form of numbers?
No shit, dude.
Perhaps she's waiting for her lucky number to come.
His words cause a ripple of chuckles throughout the hall. Clearly, after hours of debate and discussion, this light-hearted moment brings a much-needed sense of relief.
Besides, what conclusions have the good people here made? We were brought together in this great hall today, for misfortunes have struck us in the past week. Manus followers were found dead in our sacred place, the Gorgon current was cut off, and a human army has invaded our land.
Ow, ow.
There are also the territorial disputes, the threats from external powers, and the conflicts between our guests. As you can see, our guests have brought us quite the unexpected gifts. They will give us their explanations. But whose words should we trust? Those of the Foundation, or Manus Vindicte?
I know they're trying to be neutral, but come on, man. He bows slightly, gesturing to the left of the stage.
I swear on the Stone of Truth that I have no knowledge of the League. We never gave any information to the humans. As we speak, the St. Pavlov Foundation is taking measures to mediate the territorial disputes from outside the island.
But you did report everything here to the Foundation.
Pay attention to the silent dialogue. Find out what arcane creature she is. Oh, I mean, I assume she would be an arcane creature, but... what would she be?
And you don't
assuming
know
the
what
thorns
they
are
did with
telling.
the information, do you?
Right.
Like an old rain or something?
A questionable defense. A doubtful explanation. Why should we trust her? We all know that the Foundation is closely associated with the humans.
Jen just likes to
They
stir
are
shit
the
up.
false
Oh
friends
my
of the
god.
Arcanists, with their crocodile tears and broken vows. While many may have changed over time, their nefarious human taint lingers.
Phrasing.
Besides, why should we seek collaboration and assistance from an organization that's 7 years behind us on the study of the emanation?
His words evoke a murmur of agreement.
But rush not, brothers and sisters. The moment of decision has not yet arrived. Let's give our old friend Manus Vindicte a fair and equal hearing before casting our pebbles into the pot.
I guess it would make sense that they are somewhat aligned more with the madness, even if it's kind of... He stretches out his right hand, directing the audience's attention across the stage. On the right, there sits a quiet figure in black and blue. Hello.
Indeed. The Foundation's understanding of the emanation is 7 years behind ours. However, our Manus friends here are unable to speak at all, let alone understand complex mathematical principles. Please enlighten us, Miss Arcana. Why were swaths of your followers found dead at the door of our sacred place? Did our math lessons drive them to madness, causing them to bash their heads against the gates of truth like martyrs?
So it would seem.
What?
Okay. Her quick and straight answer causes a commotion in the crowd. Yet she only gently closes the book on her lap, uncaring of the suspicious stares around her.
One must confess that our followers were ill-prepared to take on the wisdom of the island.
Oh my god, she's committing to it.
But we did come seek mutual development with sincerity. I trust you are aware of the assistance we have provided over the years in this world of matters, which you, though reluctantly, relied upon. As to this debate, I was once told a story that now seems fitting to recount.
Her gaze falls on the bench. The fair-haired judge has not spoken a word since the debate began.
Pray, share with us.
Hello, 6.
Thank you kindly. 'Tis the story of the Circle. A young artist told it to me before I arrived on this island.
Oh, and 37 was talking about a
In
circle
the
as well.
ancient past, amid a world of primitive instincts and ignorance, the first intelligent mind awakened. Overwhelmed by the enormity of nature and dismayed by its own insignificance, the creature was shaken to its core. In an act of defiance, it drew a magic circle, shielding its powerless self from the formidable world beyond. This was the first magic, when the primitive man mastered the pneuma within and wielded it against the
Pneuma
relentless
analysis.
forces of nature. In that process, man hath gained a deeper understanding of the boundaries and limitations of its power. This is the tale of the first circle. The circle shielded us, and its protection benefits thee to this day. What I find intriguing in this story, man hath established its existence, recognized its boundaries, and learned the purpose of life, all by relying upon this very circle.
Dang. The hall gate bursts open. The intruder with the small figure leans weakly against the doorframe. All eyes are fixed on the young girl. Some have even risen to their feet in surprise. The leader on the bench breaks the silence.
What's wrong, 37?
The island.
Her pale lips tremble, struggling to get the words out.
Our island has fallen ill.
Even the slightest sound is gone. An eerie silence descends upon the hall. Thud. Another dull, muffled thump, as if something struck a hard surface. But it's enough to get the rest of the crowd to their feet. They look up at the roof. A thud came from up there. Thud, 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 thud. More thumps follow. It's as if the hall has turned into a drum, with an out-of-control drummer playing frantically on the dome.
Ah! What is going on? Is that a hailstorm?
Bro, you're on an island.
No. I don't think so.
Standing outside the gate, the numberless corrector looks up at the sky. Being barred from entering the hall, she can see better from where she stands.
Those are Abraxases. Falling from the sky.
Fallen. Another look at the watch. It's become something of a habit over the last few hours. Oh, it's begun. This is it. The long-anticipated moment has finally arrived.
It's the storm.
Oh.
The storm of this era is here.
Bring the gavel down. Boundaries are intangible, existing in the depths within the depths of every heart. Oh wait. I mean, yeah, of course I can do story mode. Please. Bring the gavel down.
Miss Verton, did you just say the emanation has happened?
I mean, she said storm, but... I mentioned Pierre Laplace, and I am 100% sure that Laplace was the leader, but there are two Lorenzes. Both of them have a different opinion with him. One has a connection and one invented chaos. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. See, they both work though, right? Because one's a splinter, or like a branching off with a connection, and one, the chaos thing is their main thing. Maybe they kind of took the name from both, you know, referencing to both. I'm unsure. Miss Verton, did you just say the emanation has happened?
Now?
No, hasn't happened yet.
More precisely, its 24-hour countdown has begun. There's always a buffer period before the storm, during which the storm syndrome gradually spreads from the critical point across the globe.
Oh.
The symptoms are different every time, and we have yet to discern a pattern. With the help of Laplace Scientific Computing Center, the best we can do now is to send a 24-hour warning prior to the storm.
So it starts the
Another
animation.
minute has passed.
At the critical point, I mean. The hall is once again filled with the whispers of the white robes. On this island, dedicated solely to the study of the emanation, the situation has far surpassed their imaginations.
Please remain seated, everyone. We are still in the middle of a vote. The emanation holds no influence on this island. The discussion must continue until a satisfactory conclusion is reached. No other subjects shall be brought up until then.
Kind of a stickler for the rules, alright. The Banshee, okay, there you go. Acting as custodian of the assembly raises her voice, drowning out the arguments of Banshee, huh? Despite the unforeseen turn of events, she remains committed to her duty. The debate must go on.
Come here, 37. Can someone please bring her a blanket?
Banshee's an Irish monster, though. Her voice softens as she looks at the frail, slender girl in front of her.
42. Go with Sophia and check on those abraxases.
Dead, bro. The man bows and leaves. Order is restored under the dome once more.
Ah, good news. Good news indeed. We are freed from the pain of choosing whom to blame, are we not?
What?
Eh? The design is really cool. I like armor. The rhetorician raises a hand with a triumphant smile. As usual, he's offering a new perspective, or what some might call another attempt at stirring up the crowd.
The emanation is coming. The tides of Numa will pour from above and wash away all trivialities. By then, human intruders and the international powers of this era, along with the turmoil they brought, will all be dissolved and poured into the ditches like gunk. And we will regain our shores and return to the study of essence and forms.
His words are met with silence. The crowd is lost in thought. Having long detached themselves from the phenomenal world, 210's words are striking a chord.
It's different this time.
The petite figure stands on her feet. She is pale as snow from her coma and did not bother to put on the blanket given to her.
The island has fallen ill.
The protection is gone,
It's
isn't it?
getting bloated, stagnant, and sluggish.
Why, though?
Drifting into the world of matters where ignorance reigns. Soon, the tides of Numa will
210
wash
is
over
trolling.
us, sweeping away the fragments of the
He's literally
phenomenal
just
world.
trying to stir shit up.
What did you say?
Oh, why
In
is the
other words,
protection gone?
we will all be taken by the emanation? This
is unthinkable.
You know, you'd think people whose entire being is like, oh, the material world doesn't matter, we care about the mold of forms, would be more excited about being, you know, reduced to forms, as they believe. But they're still freaking out. This is terrible news, one that nobody wants to hear right now. The impact is like a bomb going off. The crowd is buzzing with fearful whispers. The lady next to 37 stands up, still holding the unused blanket.
37, you just woke up from a coma. You're not well.
No denial.
Why don't you take another rest?
No time for that. I'm here to warn you.
Everyone into the suitcase.
The is gone. I can no longer sense it. This has never happened before.
Why are you so surprised, 37?
Does have the accent. The question is asked softly, but it cuts like ice.
You should know the reason of its alienation. You brought outsiders to the sacred place. You betrayed the scripture's teachings and angered a Puron. Of course, I may have jumped to this accusation, as Manus Vindictae also intruded our sacred place without permission.
Out.
People. As of now, there's no proof that the emanation will influence the island. 37's account is lacking. And we are still plagued by suspicions, accusations, and the damages done to our home.
I kind of want
We are
this
to
one
proceed
playable,
with
but
the
I know she
hearing and
won't
reach
be.
a final
There's no
verdict
way.
on both the Foundation and Manus Vindictae.
He's probably gonna get stormed. The attempt to refocus the assembly fails as half the audience turns their attention to the gate. Sophia has returned, standing hesitantly in front of the entrance.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I shouldn't have intruded the whole of truth, but...
Though irritated by the constant interruptions, the custodian immediately notices her peculiar expression.
Sophia, weren't you and 42 checking on the Abraxases? What is the matter?
What's the matter? The corrector gestures in the air, her voice shaking.
The Abraxases don't look right. Their beaks, no, their entire heads are melting into oil paints. And
Syndrome.
42...
Oh, critters
we
get hit
were
by
on
the
the
syndrome
beach,
too. What the
suddenly he-
fuck? Her words trail off. Beyond the open gate, the screeching of the bird monsters completes her sentence. The other believer appears behind her, shoving Sophia aside as he flails and stumbles into the hall. His face is melting, colorful oil paints forming a puddle on the floor.
Now I see! It finally all makes sense!
What? So, my assumption here is that not everyone on this island is an arcanist. Or at the very least, their arcane blood is very, very dilute to the point where they're actually affected by the syndrome, because this is the first we've seen of an arcanist getting hit with it. Same with critters. I don't know what's going on.
There never was the truth, nor the transcendental. Everything is a lie. Nothing but shadows on walls, flickers of fire and fragments of reality. No one will survive the oblivion. The island will be destroyed amid its conflict.
Is that the storm syndrome?
Why is it hitting an arcanist?
42, your face.
Completely disregarding those around him, he bursts into maniacal laughter, casting an arcane glow in his palms. He's an arcanist. He jumps onto a seat and knocks over a row of torches.
No one!
888, stop conversing with him. We
888.
must subdue him. Now.
Let's do him. I am so confused. Why is he getting the syndrome? What the fuck? That's not supposed to happen, man. Where is Lucy? Alright.
Battery check.
Trust.
Oh, Bangala!
Clearly, what we know is not entirely all of it.
Or this book, or this one. I can't read it.
Humans are. That's right. So why is the guy's face melting? Like, we know that arcanists shouldn't be affected by the syndrome, so why the fuck?
Did I miss something?
Easy,
I not have another buff here? Shit, okay.
This book?
Crickets and fireworks!
Hopefully,
Make the future brighter.
this one hits the first
Like a
guy. Yes,
metaphor?
nice. Birds.
Mama.
I do believe I should still have this pop up. Is this
Let's shake
not bad?
hands.
2 turns, 2 rounds. Okay, we're good.
You can do
1,
this, Marcus. This
2.
book?
One more heals. I should have done that first. Oh well.
And now it's easier to understand. The turn's gray.
In Chapter 3, Verton's friends, both 37's mother, Sophia's father, and 6. It's true, huh? Well, no. They were hit by the storm itself, right? They were hit by the storm itself. That's why they turned into shapes. It's just they happened to drift onto the shore before it was all swept away. And I don't know.
Or this one. This book or this one. To read.
That should put me at 5, so I can just
Time
this
to
turn.
turn the page.
If it doesn't kill here. It's not gonna kill here.
The turn's gray.
Oh wait, Marcus might actually die this turn. Please. Please. Yes, hit the child. That one, that one.
You can do this, Marcus.
It's a tough one, boss.
Take a closer look. And now it's easier to understand.
I remember from chapter 5, human from Foundation have been cast out by 6. Yeah, I mean, they weren't allowed on the island, right? Maybe Arcanus can be affected? I don't.
He has the
I
storm
really
syndrome.
don't know. Why does he have the storm syndrome? That's what I want to know.
Please, listen everyone. 37 is right. Something's changed on this island. Your immunity to the emanation has been weakened.
42 lies motionless on the floor, his face still a mess of colorful paint. Fear and uncertainty quickly arise around him.
How? That's never happened in the last 8 times.
Bro.
A feeble induction, my friend. Just because you've never seen a purple cow doesn't mean it doesn't exist.
He's just a contrarian. He just disagrees with
Talk
everyone.
of logic now. 42 has literally been emanated.
Emanate?
First the army, then the emanation. Everything's been falling apart since the outsiders arrived on this island.
That's
The Foundation and Manus Vindictae. One of them must answer for this.
Then you should also ask 37 and number 0 what they've done in the sacred place to anger Apeiron so much.
I think it depends on the type of storm syndrome, if it affects humans or Arcanist. Possibly. There's also the fact that Marcus and even Greta weren't affected by the syndrome as well. So it might just be random, I guess? I don't know, man. Or maybe, yeah, I mean, Greta's only a quarter Arcanist, so
No.
blood doesn't
37
cut
caused
it.
this. I
Or like
told
lack
you.
of Arcanist
It
blood
was
doesn't
Manus
explain it.
Vindictae. They broke the peace agreement and launched suicide attacks. They forced their way into the cave.
You and them are equally responsible on this matter. They at least paid with their lives. What about you? You claim that 42's abnormality was caused by the emanation. But how are we to believe that it isn't, in fact, the work of your arcane skills? As we went through your belongings, Miss Verton, we found a golden sampling device. Enlighten us. What exactly is the Foundation looking for here?
Do they know it's a sampling device? From the other side of the hall comes a soft chuckle.
Good, Vertin, good. Let the confrontations be louder and the struggles be harder. I wonder what shall come of this.
Silence.
The gavel slams down with a heavy, undeniable thud. The host of the assembly rises to his feet, his face unusually grave.
The debate will end now.
Right, he's in charge.
Since we were unable to come to an
I
agreement,
keep forgetting.
further discussion is pointless. There are more pressing matters to attend to. This will be the end of the assembly, and my decision will be the final ruling. I demand that both parties leave this island at once.
Fair. The decision is clear and final. As the number of reconciliation, 6 has been mindful of his use of unilateral authority. Yet there are no objections this time. The hall falls into a silence that demands a decision. What to do? I mean, I don't think it matters, right? Leaving the island would be a huge loss. The discussion about the storm has only just begun, and the depths of the cave is yet to be explored. Worst of all, the leader of Manus Vindictae, she can't be left here with the school of Chiron. Will she accept the verdict? Will she appeal? Just what exactly is she after? It's a zero-sum game, where the first one to react is more likely to lose. The best course of action is to wait.
The decisions of my fellow brethren shall be respected.
Yeah, she knows. She knows they're getting reversed.
I also agree with your verdict.
She casually agrees, just as she did when asked to pledge on the stone bangles.
But may I ask for one small doubt to be dispelled? Miss Vertin and I will depart ere long. Do you truly not desirest aid from us?
You're kind to ask, miss. It is true that our circle has been disturbed, but we see it as a mere turbulence of the phenomenal world. He who holds the compass decides the circle. This will not shift the center of our focus, nor change the shape of our beliefs.
6 bends down, laying his hand on 42's head.
Medin Hagan.
And he can fix it? What?
He purged the storm syndrome with an arcane skill.
What is that?
I never thought it would be possible.
What the fuck is happening? The leader straightens up, looking as composed as ever.
The light of intelligence has cleansed 42 of confusion. It is also what the island needs. The incident will be properly handled, and my ruling stays unchanged. I expect your words to be matched by actions, Miss Arcana.
His tone is cold, leaving no room for negotiation.
Certainly. It was a fair and just decision. If only one could depart amidst such unfavorable weather. I presume Miss Vertin will also appreciate more time to prepare for the journey. What sayest thou?
It is a reasonable request, and her expression is nothing but decent and sincere.
The hourglass empties in 2 hours. Please leave before that.
Thank you for your thoughtful consideration.
The decision is met with no further objection from the people. 6 puts away the hourglass and looks at the silent audience.
Lastly, I would like to share a story. To conclude today's meeting and respond to Miss Arcana's tale.
I am most honored.
The leader raises his hands and faces the people at school shot.
I too have heard the story of the first circle, but in my version, more followed.
I think the current syndrome is like an infection. It's that, and also it might have to do less with blood or race, and more with just mentality. Like something within your mentals makes you more, you know, susceptible to the storm, because I mean 6 says he cleared his confusion with intellect, right?
The first of man were intimidated by the enormity of nature and constantly tried to defy.
This guy is so
and
fucking
escape
cool.
it.
God damn it.
Our ancestors, however, had the opposite reaction. They found solace in nature, which welcomed them with a nourishing embrace, sharing its vastness and sublimity without reservation. It was the perfect harmony, the moment the circle ceased to represent confrontation and avoidance. As we bathed in Apollo's illumination and wandered the tranquil shores, our souls resonated, and we were lifted to a higher wisdom. This was how we conquered our fears, emerged from ignorance, and allowed ourselves to indulge on the essence and forms. This was the rise of the classic man.
Update time, or reset time rather.
May you all be blessed with the courage for reconciliation, the determination for peace, and the devotion to nature. Qualities no less noble than caution and defiance.
Come on.
You
Why?
may all leave now.
Why? Bro,
Please, just a moment.
please. One moment. A clear voice rings across the hall, stopping 6 in his tracks. Bro, what? Hang on, is my internet? I really hope my internet didn't just fucking die. Give me one moment, I'm gonna check. I've been having issues with connection lately. So I want to make sure I'm not like just completely disconnected from that. No, we're still here. We're still here. It's just the game fucked me over. Cool. Alright, well, let's relog. That was an awful place to kick us out.
Welcome.
Although fog less than a year on the travel was forced to work late for the first time. Gifts on her birthday, she'll still thanks to give her some voice and she would, you know. Or disinfecting the gifts. Yeah, Mesmer. Okay, why? Let me get back to the story, please. Alright. I guess it was just a bit of a hiccup. That's unfortunate. We'll skip back.
He has pleased.
Yep.
A feeble.
Must we talk of logic?
First, the foundation,
And you should also ask third.
Yes.
No, they
You and they, at least you claim. As we went.
That's.
Am I gonna have to fight again?
Good. I wonder what.
I sort of argued that was the end of the chapter. I'm gonna be very annoyed. Oh wait. Oh, we get to see the other one. The outcome is still acceptable. Things will go back to we'll just go back to square one. Besides, the concepts exchanged on the storm and the samples of the asymmetrical nuclide are already significant advancements for subsequent research. More importantly, if the School of Apiron cannot form an alliance with the Foundation, they must be stopped from joining forces with the enemy instead. This is a chance to take the initiative and avoid being caught in a reactive position. All that's needed is to stand up and nod.
I respectfully accept your verdict.
Agreeing was the easy part. Now comes the real issue. What will she choose to do?
My choice matches that of Verton's.
Yeah. She casually agrees. Just okay. So this is where
But
we.
may I ask for Miss Verton and I?
Bridging point.
He who holds.
All right, tell us the story, man. What does he say again? Light of intelligence. Yeah. I think it might have to do with their mindset or something within the mentals.
The hourglass.
Thank you.
To conclude today,
I am most honored.
it was the as we bade this.
Around here is where we cut off.
May you all be blessed with the courage for reconciliation. You may all leave now.
We are so back.
Please, just a moment.
Just a moment. Clear voice rings across the hall, stopping Six in his tracks. Her robe flutters as she stands up on the high podium.
I will fix our circle.
You must read the page at level 3. It explains things about the syndrome. Page at level 3, like the trace that we get.
888
I'll take a look at it.
Was right. I have enraged Aperon. I am responsible. I will go back to the sacred place, pass its test, and ask it to share the divine light of Gnosis so we can learn the truth about the essence. I will make up for what I've done. I promise.
Wait a minute. Holy shit, hang on. Six turns around, his eyes meeting the gaze of the determined star.
It has been 300 years since the last challenger had their success in the cave.
Wait, okay, I need to...
37. Are you aware that we have other means to cleanse the island, even if you don't bring the matter to Aperon?
Yes, I'm aware.
Then are you aware of the price you will pay should you fail its test?
Yes, I am.
Then you shall have my blessing.
He leaves, ignoring the murmurs of shock. The gavel is thus brought down. The long debate has finally come to an end. Okay, so I made a video, right, about these A&R sites and people making vows and deals with them, right, in exchange for something, some boon, right? And the way 37 is talking and the way that they talk about how the oath is broken or whatever makes me think that that is exactly what is going on here. That they must renew their vow with the area in order to regain its blessing. Was the theory actually right? That's crazy. A hastily made report about the first Great War painting of the century. Read the report. The symptoms of the current storm syndrome can be roughly summarized as oil painting transformation and heightened delirium. Depending on the region, the severity of the storm syndrome also varies. Vienna. Expressionistic oil painting transformation pervades the body uncontrollably. At the same time, emotional stability is severely impaired. Irritability and abnormal behavior occur, including but not limited to using deadly force to correct pronunciation, declaring oneself as an independent nation and founding a country by family unit, identifying parties by the color of their oil paintings, and persecuting people of different colors. This is, yeah. Athens. Oil painting transformation symptoms only appear on the face, with a few cases of recovery reported. Specific reasons unknown. Aggressive increases, especially a strong destructive impulse towards olive trees. Democratic votes on whether to go to war have occurred several times in different squares, often splitting into two factions, starting a war during the vote. Cairo. Oil painting transformation symptoms are limited to parts of the facial organs with minor actual effects on the body, which can be largely ignored. The main mental effect is reflected in an increase in swearing. The local military, severely affected, has begun attempting to convert the pyramids into war fortifications. Based on feedback from investigators around the world, it has been tentatively concluded that the epicenter of this storm is Vienna, and the closer the physical distance to the epicenter, the more severe the symptoms of the storm syndrome. Example, German speakers with non-Austrian accents have been attacked by Austrians. To be more precise, this is an act of rebellion against peace. So, instigators? Maybe? Or it could just literally just be severity. The guy just had really weak arcane resistance. Was that the only trace for that chapter? Yeah, it was. Okay, cool. Oh, are there only 3 now? I mean, there was always only ever 3, but... Okay. The beginning of a proof. A wise man once said, a good start is half the battle. However, he forgot to mention what completes the rest of the battle. Oh shit.
The headquarters has issued a notice. The critical point of the storm is in Vienna.
Yeah, no. Scottish changing to you. The chief assistant puts down Miss Radio and turns around with a somber expression.
This type of storm syndrome involves a bodily transformation into oil paintings, primarily affecting the face, but sometimes spreading to the torso. It is often accompanied by delirium and an intense obsession with war. Like the storm of 1929, it was accelerated by social upheavals resulting from the constant tensions Mannesman Dictate created between nations.
This era
is over. The color of the sky has changed. The storm syndrome has finally reached this island. No one on the team's caught it yet, but that could soon change.
This is absurd.
Maybe you're right, it is like an infection. With a bag filled with alchemy materials over her shoulders, the young pirate remained spirited despite a week in underground captivity.
We went through all that trouble, sweated our guts out, and finally got to a place where the storm can be kept out. But now you're telling me that immunity is going to disappear like a fart in the wind? I was planning to stay here for a while. There might be alchemic materials and pieces of books the Abraxas has left behind from their mills. Oh, now that is frustrating, mate!
Mate?
Such is the nature of Arcanum.
The immunity hasn't disappeared. It's just waning. For now, only the beach has lost the effect. We're still safe around the Hall of Apeiron.
But there's no guarantee that we'll be safe here forever, right? Reminds me of Xeno's survival test.
Sinetto and I talked about this. We think the island is protected by a large-scale arcane ritual. The sudden decay of the island's storm immunity might be the result of its changes, though I'm unsure of the specifics.
Those people are doing something about it, right? That leader with the rockstar hair, shouldn't he be taking action by now?
6 has gathered all integers after the assembly. They're going to perform a mass cleansing ceremony. 37 also mentioned a test. I think they have more than one way to deal with the changes.
To the best of this apple's knowledge, secluded pure-blood arcanist groups often have rituals that they keep to themselves.
Makes sense.
These islanders impart truths based on intellect and rationality, yet their doctrines are highly religious. Perhaps their arcane skills are passed down in a religious manner.
Oh, very mysterious, very arcane. I hope they're not all huddled together doing a math at a time like this. And I'm more worried about us, Capitan.
Capitan. Lilia changes her tone, unusually serious.
Arcana asked for more time for both sides to withdraw, didn't she?
Yes. 6 gave us 2 hours to leave. That is to say... we must set out when the storm countdown reaches 2000.
2000.
And before that, the stone bangle on your wrist still works, right?
Yes. I can feel it. It would scold me whenever I thought about going to war with them.
Huh, I see. So we only have 2 hours for the plan.
Plan? What plan? Aren't we sneaking away from all this?
I mean, they
Sorry,
could get out.
Regulus. Your accommodation was a long way from ours, so we haven't given you the latest updates. To put it simply...
Where are you going?
Level 37. The sudden appearance of the girl startles the crowd. 37 stands there with a curious look on her face.
37,
We're discussing how to leave this place, 37.
Precisely. I was just about to say, your chief wants us gone in a jiffy, but we don't even have a piece of wood to sail with. Vertin is sizing us up to see if we can fit in her suitcase. She's going to swim across the Aegean Sea using her tiny arms. Right, Vertin?
I feel like Regulus is the last person. Regulus squints and eagerly pokes her elbow in. The last person to actually be poking at someone's weakness.
Sounds like a lot of fun. Then you must leave from the north side of the beach. Jump off the cliff there and head south. The cliff is on the tangent line of the Hall of Aperon, which is a good sign for your journey.
She nods confidently, fully convinced of her own conclusion.
I will show you where to jump, but you'll have to wait till Vertin and I return.
Me? Where are we going?
What kind of question is that? The only place worth going.
She extends her hand with a light and happy tone.
You're the one and only Zero. We'll go see Aperon together.
I guess we're going to see a girl. Guest room island.
Aren't you going to look for 37? You took such good care of her while she was in a coma.
In the darkness, the figure trembles ever so slightly. She tries to steady herself.
I don't know. I don't know what I should do, Madam Mata. She's going back to the cave for the test, where I can't help her.
She looks down, trying her best to press her shaking hands together.
All I can do is pray for her, for I have no adequate knowledge or power to assist her. As ever.
Perhaps you needn't worry so much. 37 is the one favored by truth. She will be fine.
I know. It's just...
Sophia lets out a long, helpless sigh and buries her face deep in her palms.
She is also of mortal flesh. She could get hurt, bleed, or die.
She avoids looking at the beach, seeing it as a battlefield where she lacks the skills to engage.
You haven't been with us for long, Madam Marta. The Peyron and its test might be new to you. Here on this island, we spent years theorizing, proving, and constructing models based on our mortal comprehension, defining the boundaries of what man is capable of understanding. But when it comes to the essence and forms, we are unable to make any definitive statements. So we humbly approach the temple and inquire about the correctness of our beliefs. And our answer is delivered as a yes or no, reverberating in the form of echoes.
Is that the submission of proof Six mentioned before?
Rector nods, knowing her friend has a natural talent for this.
Validating one's essence and soul with a number, and verifying the authenticity of one's claims are simple feats for us. But a Peyron's test is different. Those who succeed will obtain the transcendental truth. Those who fail will pay a terrible price.
Let's ask and inquire again.
Everything has its limits and boundaries. Those who overstep their bounds will only court their own misfortune. We must respect and be wary of our limits, so our souls will be adequate for our bodies, and all things be refrained from excess. The boundless, limitless, and infinity are not of our realm to tread. They belong only to ancient beings that we cannot utter. We can only stand in awe, offering our admiration, humility, and reverence. Now 37 is going to knock on its door and ask to be indulged with the transcendental truth. But if she fails, if she can't bear the weight of the boundless infinity,
She can't go on.
I wish I knew a better way. Or could even do it in her place. But only she can do it. It has to be her. 37.
I'm sure this is the perfect solution to finally put an end to all our problems.
Marta seems to already know the price with her reaction. Yeah, I have a feeling Marta knows a lot more than she's letting on. Like, the fact that she's fairly new here, too, makes me wonder. Like, I mean, obviously, people think she's best merit. I don't know, maybe. But also, I'm a little bit suspicious of her, honestly.
If I pass the test, a Peyron will grant me the answer to one question. It can be any question I don't have an answer to, even about the essence and everything. At least that's what Mama told me.
37 nods with confidence.
I just have to choose the right question to ask, and we will be rid of all the troubles, whether it be the emanation, the turmoil of the phenomenal world, or the dangers threatening the island. All will be gone. I have Six's blessing. He agrees with me,
So, Vertin...
Not so fast. You can't just steal away our helmswoman like that. This thing, it's too good to be without any risks, don't you think? What if Vertin doesn't make it back, huh? Who's going to swim us across the sea then?
It could be risky, but not for Vertin, only for me. 0 multiplied by any number will still be 0.
Ooh, is this...
And we have validated that proof.
Well, that's
Is this
not
like a
good enough
6
for this
revelation
pirate.
situation?
Besides, Vertin doesn't seem like a 0 to me.
It's okay, Regulus. I think I'll be safe there.
Like, if you
37.
fail, you're subsumed by the
It's a
knowledge or
sacred test
something?
we call people. I've never taken the oath. I'm not one of you.
That does not matter, Vertin.
She gently shakes her head in determination.
But you must know that once we enter the temple, we cannot turn back. The path to the truth is a one-way road. Our last visit was interrupted, remember? You didn't get to ask your question, and I didn't get my answer. And now, I don't need to ask my question anymore.
She bites her lip, holding her own arms tight.
You and your friends were right, Vertin. The discord in the phenomenal world does have an effect on essence and forms. No one can argue against this when facing the emanation.
Utu visited the island when 37 and 210 were small, and the writer on the island in 1999 was called Erd. Have we... I don't know, I don't think Erd's been mentioned after that, right? Unless he comes up again, or they come up again.
But there's more I'd like to know, and I believe you feel the same. I will tell Six that you're coming with me. I will tell everyone and persuade them, because this is the right thing to do.
Go, Timekeeper. While you're out, Lilia and I will ready us for evacuation.
Just gonna use one of those floppies, or what?
We will liaise with the Foundation from here.
Thank you both. I'm ready. Before we go, 37.
Only the beginning, chapter 5.
I have a
Okay, I
question.
see. A golden opportunity has arisen. This could be a chance to level the playing field against Manus Vindictae.
You just said that a Piran will grant an answer to whoever passes the test. Will it answer my question? If I asked for a way to become immune to the storm?
You already are, my friend. Yeah, imagine this, it's like a genie that just kind of gives her a shit wish. Or a shit answer, rather. Alright, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, and I'm gonna get some caffeine. 5 minutes, 5 minutes. Okay. Okay. Four cross checks. The first step is to reduce to a quartic equation without a cubic term. The second step... Fuck this math. Oh. 22 hours.
Damn you narcissistic, fat-headed, humanocentrist freaks! You are the crazy ones, and I will prove myself right!
Seriously! Can someone please bring Matthew back to the rehab center? That mask has made him crazy!
The researcher's arms fell wildly as he stumbles across the shiny silver floor, adding more to the chaos. Amidst the mayhem, a bottle of alcohol on the ground burst into bright blue flames. And then 2 metal feet stomp across the fire without hesitation.
Any progress?
Not much. We've called all the experts here, but so far it's been a waste of time.
What
Not
are
even
you?
a bodily reaction when reciting the text. It doesn't belong to any known language, nor follow any linguistic rules. Many are starting to doubt the accuracy of the incantation. After all, it was copied down by a novice investigator with her arcane skill, not her supervisor.
Again with this. The door is pushed open. The spacious room is now packed with people. They're all gathered around a radio on the table. I really like the soundtrack for this chapter. It reminds me of, Oppenheimer.
Miss Marcus, can you confirm that the incantation you dictated was correct?
Liaison stuff.
I...
Thanks, Marcus.
We also learned that you witnessed a visual recording of Arcana performing her arcane skill, depicted through images recreated by a pure-blooded arcanist. Is that right?
Yes, to be precise, I saw it in the memories of Isolde, a former member of Manus Vindicte, using Miss Cacanya's arcane mirror.
Can you attest to the accuracy of this memory?
I can't say.
Do you deem the reflection of Miss Cacanya's arcane mirror to be accurate, factual, and without misinterpretation?
This is really the time.
Not sure.
Can you confirm that your arcane skill, Read, was performed correctly and provided an unbiased, objective, and flawless interpretation?
I don't know about that either. But I saw it with my own eyes. I heard the chanting. I don't know what language that was, but that's how I heard it, and I've written it down phonetically.
Please calm down. We are only verifying the details. The Foundation has dispatched a special operations squad to you in Vienna. Please make sure the 2 other arcanists involved will return to the Foundation with you.
I understood.
Damn, Marcus. The call ends. The liaison removes the headset. The result is far from ideal. Her face is pale, as lifeless as her mechanical colleagues.
Is this it?
Hi, Adler. A sarcastic voice cuts through the air as a man pushes through to the front.
An ancient miracle, a circle of salvation.
Bro.
Euna seco. Atuna psycho? An inexplicable incantation transcribed by an arcanist based on what she saw in the memory of another arcanist recreated by yet another arcanist. That's as convoluted as a dream within a dream within a dream. To think they wanted an objective restoration. I mean, if Gnosis is so reliable and can really cross-check not only once but 4 times, it should have long replaced science by now.
Man is not having
With
it.
this level of uncertainty, we might have better luck asking typewriter monkeys to randomly give us the answer to the storm immunity.
Oh, I guess his sister did just die, so...
Why are you here?
I requested his participation on the cryptography team. He is a human, but he excels in the field of cryptography.
3/4 human.
But
The man takes a grim step forward.
And why can't I be here? Is it because Greta Hoffman's my sister? And is this what a respectable and honorable member of the Foundation gave her life to retrieve? Is this the ritual she died for? Oh, right. It wasn't even her who retrieved the ritual. It was a student.
You are not currently on the official roster. You can leave at any time.
Leave? Why should I leave? Ich habe jedes Recht zu wissen, wofür meine Schwester gestorben ist.
I have every right to know. Yeah, I mean.
Nun gut, Leute, an die Arbeit. Lasst uns dieses große Rätsel entschlüsseln und sehen, was es uns bringen wird.
Let's get Cypher's Great Mystery, see what it'll bring us.
Oder Zerstörung.
Salvation or oblivion. He leaves, sneering, waving the note with the phonetic spelling in his hand. The farce is finally over. The room is at peace again. The cryptography team turns to the robot awaiting her instructions.
Return to your stations, please. Let us not dismiss its credibility until we have exhausted every possibility. Also,
She calmly turns her head.
add Adler Hoffman into the cryptography team roster.
The cryptography lead hesitates for a moment, surprised. Nevertheless, he nods and quickly leaves the room. The phone on the wall, used for internal communication, begins to ring.
Storm Observation and Research Center. Noted. I will make sure Miss Lucy is aware of that.
The liaison puts down this phone and turns to the robot, a flicker of panic on her face.
What is the matter?
It's a call from the rehab center about the previous study on the Manus mask.
Oh, they're so fucked.
Ma'am, I think you should go see this in person.
Very good, Matthew. Now tell us, what did you hear?
The already narrow corridor is now filled with security guards. The room they're guarding is heavily secured, isolated behind 3 layers of tempered glass. A patient sits in the room with a mask on his face.
Voices! Those voices! The inaudible murmurs, the frightening whispers, they worm into my ears. I told you before, I wrote about this before, but you just missed the mesmeric episodes.
Oh, they're gonna start transforming, aren't
Did
they?
you put on the mask?
Yes. How else would I know that I was right? And now I know. And never ever heard them so clearly. They are screaming inside my head. Their temptations, their promises. I just have to let go of my brain. Can you hear it? The benevolent mother is speaking.
Yeah. His nails dig deep into his palms as if fighting an overwhelming impulse.
How? I can write the ultimate paper.
Who is this mother?
It's Arcana, bro. She's answered by a loud crash. The researcher throws himself against the glass, gasping in horror and scratching helplessly at the surface.
No! I can't say anymore. They see me. They've come for me. Kill me! Kill me now!
It is too late to beg for mercy. His scream is abruptly silenced as his head explodes open behind the glass barrier. Amidst the spatter of blood and rain, a new being emerges from the remnants of his flesh. Damn, that was a lot more violent than the last one we saw. The alarm blares loudly. A Manus follower wriggles up from the bloody floor, holding a triangle in hand. He lets out a loud cry reminiscent of a newborn's first wail. The liaison ends the call, cutting off the horrid sounds on the other end of the phone.
Suspend all research on the Manus mask at once. Its dangers far outweigh the potential benefits. Seal away all equipment
We knew
and
that
share
would
only a
happen.
controlled account of the incident with others. We cannot afford to have another researcher try on the mask again. Now, clean this up.
That's pretty cold. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
The airlock door hisses open and a squad of armed guards storms into the room under the cover of sleeping gas. On the other side of the glass, the robot turns away from the scenes, categorizing yet another set of Storm research data as irrelevant and filing it away as waste in her memory.
Another dead end.
Dead. Oh, we're fighting. Shit. Okay. Mineral. I don't have mineral. I don't have a mineral team. Oh, no, I have Jill. Oh, well. Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. We could probably just brute force it.
Let's shake hands. Or this is books. Make the future brighter.
Time to turn the page. To read.
Mama. Easy lah. Or this one.
Put us at 5, yeah? Let's kill this one.
Copy that. This books.
No.
Easy lah. Salute. Or
Buff.
this one. Lily. To transcribe. Careful with the paper.
Oh, Jesus Christ, he's dead, okay. That's fine.
Program
We do
activated.
lose some buffs though. Alright, Lucy is not leveled, so good luck, bro.
Loading.
Maybe now it's easier to understand. To read.
There we go. Easy peasy.
梗係我捉你，唔係你捉我啊！
Emergency notice to halt researcher on Manus Vindictae masks. To all members involved in the Storm research, Manus Vindictae masks are now considered extremely dangerous and of no research value. All related research and experimentation must cease immediately. In addition, if any members become irrationally agitated, display an abnormal hatred towards humanity, and believe they hear a soft, seductive female voice that is not there, nearby personnel should immediately evacuate the area and contact the nearest security officer. No workings unclear. Matthew transformed. Williams secured. Oh, it's Hoffman. News from the front lines. The esteemed Miss Greta Hoffman, a valiant fighter for human advancement, tragically lost her life during a Storm investigative mission. Investigator Marcus has successfully relayed vital information and is waiting for support on site. A special operations team has been dispatched post-haste. Please resume work status after reading this report and observing a 3-second moment of silence. 3 seconds. Yeah. Examining the Storm is a daunting task that requires careful consideration. So it's wise to collect and document every potential clue here for future reference. Okay. They're just notes. Grab our shit. Ugh. Pride and Prejudice. You can if you want to read the page from level 5. Oh, there's a page? Oh, there is a page. Cool. I always miss these. Puzzles and solvers now, they're all here. Ulrich approved. Decryption team personnel list. Reasons for selection. The most skilled cryptologist in Laplace, also the most brilliant expert in arcane cryptography. In addition, his energy consumption ratio is excellent, capable of high quality work for 72 hours with only 2 supplies needed. Recommended for selection as the leader of the decryption team. This assessment of mine is incorrect. This record has since been updated to 360 hours. Nevertheless, I agreed. So this is the weird head dude, yeah? Dawkins approved. Reasons for selection. Dawkins is an expert in linguistics. We need more of such people when the origin of incantations is unknown. Team leader's comments. Dawkins is talented but lacks a sense of seriousness. As evidenced by his inappropriate jokes, do not let him work alone, assign a serious staff member to supervise him, and also use a cold humor punishment device, setting the penalty at £3 a joke. Oh boy. Richard, approved. Reasons for selection. Richard is an excellent theoretical mathematician and is able to provide us with advice from a mathematical perspective. Team leader's comments. Richard is only cautious when solving math problems, but averages 3 collisions with table corners per day. He also needs a supervisor to prevent such accidents during the Matthew, approved. Selections for reason for selection. Matthew has excellent decision-making skills. His fighting spirit will surely bring about important breakthroughs in our decryption work. He's too impulsive. I do not recommend letting him make any decisions, otherwise an explosion in the lab will be the least of our worries. Williams. Williams has a meticulous thought process. He excels at finding loopholes that others cannot. Perhaps he can assist Matthew and prevent him from making any egregious mistakes. Williams is what we call an introvert. His penchant for discovery doesn't mean he'll be good at communicating his findings. He should be left alone to deal with verification. Victor, approved. Victor has a leapfrogging thinking pattern and keep research from getting stuck. Victor is good, sure, it's just that his ideas are sometimes incomprehensible. Do not let him team up with Dawkins. He will definitely end up paying £3 for Dawkins to tell a joke. I assure you, putting a weirdo and a dark humor fanatic together will cause us problems. Adler pending. Adler's recommendation is not only because he's an excellent cryptologist, but also because this decryption is not just a task for Arcanus. We need opinions from humans as well. I have my reservations. It's not that the team doesn't need humans, but it shouldn't be a silent enigma who hasn't been seen in public for 8 years. Bro, this team is so screwed. They're all fucked. A chaotic duo found in chaotic minds. Ooh. Office of Director Laplace. An unknown incantation. Oh. A mask that has proven to be extremely dangerous. These are the only leads they currently have on the storm. Her metallic fingers pick up another stack of files. These are the test results of the Manus mask, confirming the presence of asymmetrical nuclide R. The robot studies them carefully. The slit on her face pulses in contemplation.
What is the status of the sampling, Simone? Any updates from the timekeeper?
For the moment, no. The people on the island are still suspicious of the Foundation's motives, so she hasn't had a second chance to collect any samples.
Oh, and kicked out.
But she has called in an hour ago. We were informed that she will return to the cave shortly. She also warned us that the immunity zone on the island appears to be shrinking. The safe zone is not stable.
The robot did not put on a face today. Simone can only read her mood from the narrow slit.
Mom, have you noticed something?
They are unrelated, Simone. The mask and the incantation are indeed related to Manus Vindictae, but they are unrelated to each other.
She moves the sealed Manus mask aside.
If the account of the Vienna investigator is correct, one cannot help but question. Why would Arcana not simply give the masks to Isolde and her brother?
Investigator Marx's report was highly lacking, making it challenging for us to infer what truly happened.
I suppose we can be skeptical that the report is incomplete, but it is all we have for now. She did a good job. I could not have asked for more. We all heard it. An ancient miracle. A circle of salvation.
The robot extends her hand, drawing an imaginary circle in the air.
The leader of Manus Vindictae promised a miracle, but the mask is far from it.
Oh, Matthew has already transformed. Okay, yeah. That cryptography team is screwed, man.
The mask is a tool of control, designed to identify and enslave the believers. Matthew has demonstrated its effects for us. But this ritual is different.
Do you mean the ritual is more sophisticated than the mask?
The robot nods approvingly.
Perhaps, but it is not entirely definitive. The investigators in Vienna completed their mission spectacularly, and now Matthew has proven that the mask is useless for our purposes. Its immunity was only a cover for its other functions. And the mask has powerful and irreversible side effects. Even if we find out how it protects the wearer from the storm, we cannot use it on our colleagues.
He picks up the script.
If this incantation is verified to be true, it will be our Promethean fire.
Photography team's office.
This ritual is useless to us. Save yourself the trouble. We're not getting anywhere with this.
What?
Yeah. The room is cluttered with all sorts of sophisticated equipment. The floor is littered with scrap paper. The researchers haven't lifted their heads or taken a break for quite some time. Cryptography lead stares at Enigma, fresh cup of coffee in his hand. His patient is wearing thin as the metaphorical string labeled tolerance in his mind is finally about to snap.
Explain yourself, Adler. What do you mean the ritual is useless? You barely sat down. My coffee's still hot.
The cryptographer solemnly hands the lead a stack of papers from his desk.
I don't need to waste any more time. It's simple logic. The current information is insufficient for cryptographic decryption. We're attempting an exhaustive brute force, comparing every ancient text and record to find the language or corresponding text. It's like looking for a needle in a colossal haystack. Even if we stumble onto a match, none of us can validate such a thing. A breakthrough in this regard is simply not possible.
You can't be serious.
Across the room, a man stands up abruptly from his chair, clenching a pen in his hand.
And what is the basis of your reasoning? Have you figured out the mechanics behind the ritual?
I didn't need to understand the intricacies of Arcanum to deduce this. It was simple logic.
So you never even tried to understand it. With your supposedly superior human reasoning, you dismissed all of our dedication and hard work just like that. Who the f do you think you are?
Before anyone can react, the researcher lunges at Enigma and punches him right in the face.
What?
Enigma brings a hand up to his cheek, looking more confused than angry.
Matthew was right. You arrogant fools, clueless morons! Get out of my face, you humanocentric narcissist! Go to hell!
Yeah. The researcher snarls, brandishing his pen like a soldier brandishing a dagger. Much to his frustration, his swing loses power midair, another casualty of the neck and shoulder pain that plagues this office. Enigma narrowly avoids the attack, bewildered by the turn of events. Ooh, it's a syndrome.
Was this really necessary? I was just sharing my conclusion.
It's the syndrome.
Oh, it was the mask.
Or was it not?
I should have thought of that. He worked in the same lab as Matthew, and he must have been exposed to the mask.
Okay.
But his physical exam seemed fine. Is there an incubation period?
Ooh, it's like a virus. Or
Does he seem fine to you now? Huh? No! Williams! Put that down! That's the only Conway Automaton 5 left after the storm.
He is met with a guttural growl, followed by the deafening crash of metal against wall. The machine whizzes past his head and shatters to pieces on impact. The cryptography lead can feel his sanity teetering on the brink. He staggers towards the door, frantically smacking the big red button on the wall.
Security! Security! We've got a code red!
That's 2 down for the cryptography team. Oh no. None. Wonderful.
Welcome, friends.
Hey, welcome, friends.
Let's shake hands. His book. Take a closer look.
Great. No mistakes. I can't read it.
Oh. Let's go ahead. That works.
Or this book, or this one.
Whatever. That gets us 5. It's fine.
Great. No mistakes.
Like a metaphor?
Metaphor?
Did I miss something?
This one, this one, and this one.
Book?
Will it kill?
Maybe now it's easier to understand.
Williams was on the sheet with the one that turned into a monster. Oh, okay, so he was the tamed, I think he was listed as, right?
I really read this book. Easy lah.
Easy lah. Easy peasy.
梗係我捉你，唔係你捉我啊！
2 currencies for this event.
So, what are the implications for the decryption?
There were no unintended consequences. We were able to control Williams in time, and the Conway Automaton 5 he destroyed wasn't useful to our work anyway.
I am glad you kept the damages to a minimum.
Lucy turns off the screen in front of her and turns around.
Since you are still here, Mr. Ulrich, I take it as a sign that you have more to report?
In a secluded area of the hallway, an emotionally charged complaint is about to take place. The cryptography lead tries to keep his voice low, looking completely disheveled from the turmoil he has just endured.
Williams was merely an accident, ma'am, but Adler is a loose cannon on the team. We need to talk about this. With all due respect, I still don't understand why you put him on the team. He may have made his contributions to Laplace, but that was 8 years ago. Now he's just an irritating defeatist and a staunch supporter of humanocentrism.
The weapon he used in battle is linked to artificial somnambulism in the description. Oh, is it? I'll look at the description after this. Every particle of ferrofluid in his helmet is vibrating with rage, his voice rising involuntarily.
He never understood the Arcanum, or tried. He's still stuck in the time before the first storm and refuses to acknowledge that his small, beautiful world is gone. How can someone like that help us?
8 years, yeah. Okay. The robot senses his doubt and frustration. There may be more sentiments and underlying issues at play. She pauses for a moment before answering, as if deep in thought.
I understand your concern, but I have not heard anything about the incapacitation of Adler Hoffman.
What? He got a few scratches at most. The guy barely touched him.
So he is fine. I am glad we agree. Is there anything else you would like to report?
Oh no. The robot waits 5 seconds for an answer, but there isn't one. This must be a social cue that it is her turn to speak.
His lack of knowledge on Arcanum is exactly why we need him. His human perspective will offer valuable insights on arcane rituals.
How?
The results of this study will not only be used to save Arcanists, but also humans who share the same world with us.
The cryptography lead tries to argue further, but Lucy is certain the issue has been sufficiently addressed.
We are racing against the clock, mister, and your report on personal disputes and racial conflicts has wasted 2 minutes and 37 seconds of our time. If he refuses to cooperate, you have every right to remove him from the team. That is your responsibility.
Yeah, just do it, bro.
Oh.
From the other end of the corridor, the subject of their argument approaches, looking deeply upset and clutching a stack of papers. Clearly, he has heard every word they just said.
I am relieved that you survived your altercation. What would you like to report?
Yeah. Their eyes meet, making both of them squirm uncomfortably. This is undoubtedly one of the most awkward moments in both of their careers. After a prolonged silence, Ulrich steps back and walks away. Without even looking back at him, Enigma begins his report in a low voice.
I'm fed up with wasting time, ma'am. The setback with the mask has already driven too many people insane. That's why you should take a look at this.
Look at this. He hands a stack of files to Lucy.
I can logically deduce that our current direction is another dead end. The incantation isn't long enough for cryptographic decryption. We will have to turn to ancient records. Perhaps we'll find something in age-old manuscripts, in tablet inscriptions, or in the memories of powerful arcanists. But even if we find it, we can't validate it because none of us can cast the skill.
The robot remains silent during his pessimistic remarks, flipping through each page of the file.
Low-ranking arcanists can't cast high-ranking skills, even if they know the exact pronunciation and meaning of the incantation.
I'll get through this.
Gnosis is beyond reason like that and cannot be debated. It stems from raw intuition rather than logic and intellect, is shaped by personal experience and natural abilities, and cannot be intentionally replicated. And the most determining factor, it relies on the arcanist's purity of blood. The miracle ritual you hold such hopes for belongs to the leader of Manus Vindictae, a pure-blooded arcanist whose power is beyond our imagination. It's like asking a toddler to solve Goldbach's conjecture. It's completely beyond the boundaries of our limits.
But you are not an arcanist. Why should you play by their rules?
The man is taken aback by her question. It's something he's never considered before.
You are right. Arcanists differ due to their purity of blood. Researcher Medicine Pocket has already reported the linear correlation between the bloodline of an arcanist and their abilities, and has drawn a conclusion 10 times more extreme.
Then you should listen. That's their area of expertise.
Her neck moves subtly, almost like shaking her head.
We know that our cryptographers do not have the power to validate the ritual. And we do not expect you to do that. All I ask of you is to come up with a feasible plan and to do it as a team.
Enigma turns away, repulsed at the mention of team. Lucy finishes reading the report and hands it back to him.
Your deduction is logical, but not practical or actionable. So I should return this to you.
What?
The glow in her eyes slit is strangely reassuring, almost like a smile. She looks out of the window.
Your logic is impressive, Adler, but do not let it limit your thinking. You spoke of the boundaries of arcane power, but logic has its limits too, no? Knowledge can be obtained through various means, such as intuition, logical reasoning, empirical observations, and teachings from others. Your team is not the only one cracking the ritual through their own means. If you fail, we will turn to the others, and if that approach is wrong, we will try another. If no solution is found before the storm, we will simply wait for the next one. What matters is we keep moving forward, no matter the cost. We must keep to the path, or we will be swept away like dust in the rain.
For once, the researcher does not argue. He whispers as if talking to himself. If one team
fails, you can still turn to the others. Warum denn? Warum musste es Greta sein?
I mean, yeah, it's his sister, it makes sense.
What?
Forget it. Just a bitter, irrational thought. This marks the end of my efforts. Hopefully, the others will bring you the needed breakthroughs.
The man walks away in anger, but after only a few steps, a question comes to mind.
You've been waiting here for a while. Are you expecting someone? You aren't the type to waste time listening to us whine, so there must be something here worthy of your attention. Is someone close to a breakthrough?
Nothing of the sort. I am recharging. We have a public power outlet here.
She moves her joints as if standing for so long has stiffened her body.
But I am indeed waiting. The doves of the Whitestone House are here.
Of the Whitestone House. The sound of flapping wings fills the air. Oh, literal doves, okay. The researcher is astonished as the creature with a texture similar to plaster perches on her metal finger.
Good. Someone closer to the limit has given us aid.
Oh, I guess they're like messengers or something. Okay. Investigator Marcus, originally from Romania and conversant in several languages, including German and English, has determined that the pronunciation of the spell does not belong to any language she knows, and has therefore provided the spell as a phonetic transcription. I don't know how to read that. I'll smack him later. All incorrect. Missing critical information. Rare language? Dead language? Let me see this fight real quick. Leader of the Foundation, guards with artificial scenarios and weapons. Manual page 7 is carefully hidden in the pocket in her thigh. The pencil disturbs the action, but somehow makes him feel safe. Oh, it doesn't tell us exactly what it is, just EM2. Lucy is becoming more humorous. I mean, yeah. She's. I feel like her mimicking human movements and like habits is probably part of her becoming awakened, right? Because I believe that's what happens, right? She awakens.
The fiery thirst for knowledge is blazing bright within you. Be careful not to put it out.
The only group in the game that we know nothing about, except they were mentioned in Chapter 4. Were they even mentioned? I don't even remember them ever being brought up at all. The Whitestone House, right? And the doves. I don't even remember them. Shit.
Once, many fire thieves sat
Oh, it might have been during the...
sipping coffee, as they tried to decipher the best angle to hold up their reeds, to jam the burning wheel of Helios and steal his flame.
It might have been during the, like, the voting thing, probably.
The gods are selfish. They're stingy with their might.
Shouldn't the gods be more generous?
That's easy to say when the power's not yours to give. Knowing how to share is a rare virtue. Knowing how to share knowledge is a rarer virtue still. How can we transfer our wisdom into mortal minds? The gods pondered. Can inspiration be duplicated from one brain to another? It comes and goes like a gust of wind. So, what can be done?
Sounds like a twist of the story is coming.
Not yet, darling. We've only finished the prologue. However, there is a but waiting down the road. A sudden rain dampened people's enthusiasm for the future. The floppy disks and many clever minds perished in it. Some of the fire thieves grieved the loss. They screamed and swore to retrieve what was lost. What about the rest of them? They returned to primitive chaos, like coelacanths crawling back into the ocean after thousands of years of evolution. Once again, they became the protégés of Arcanum. Perhaps they made the right choice by leaving that useless science behind. Who knows? The story of the fire thieves has only gone this far, darling. At this point, no one knows what will happen to Prometheus or what's inside Pandora's box.
At the end of the story, Constantine says, oh, okay, that they were watching Vertin. Okay, so they do something. A nifty little fellow, the crystallization of tangible wisdom. Conway Automaton 5, also known as Life Game 5. It is the most popular mind expansion tool in the class, capable of simulating cell life and death calculations within a maximum of 2 to the 16 pixels, with predefined rules and supporting modular assembly and custom interfaces, among other features. It's been proven to maintain the mental agility of researchers and can simulate most current popular games. Almost all Conway automatons were lost in the storm or scrapped to make room for important instruments. This is the last remaining. It's a fucking video game. Although the Conway Automaton 5 cannot play a practical role in password description, to ensure the enthusiasm of the decryption team's work, an urgent repair request is hereby made. If the repairs cannot be completed in a short period of time, it is hoped that a substitute can be allowed during the repair period, such as the latest handheld console, the Game Dude Color. It's a video game. That's what it was. Alright. Maze of the Minotaur. Have you found the thread?
Any news from Zeno?
They are moving as planned. The deployment will be complete within 2 hours. What about Arcana?
Same old, standing still on the rock as if she's a part of it. Soaking up the salt in the wind, I guess.
Sinetto fiddles with the communication device, making sure Lilia's voice is loud and clear. Now, Regulus can hear their exchange with perfect clarity.
She's found herself a good spot, overlooking all of us from up there. The center of the island where the number people are heading, the entrance to the cave where Vertin and 37 are going, and the beaches in the storm. Nothing escapes her sight.
Impressive! Maybe she's planning her escape.
Is she also going to swim? It seems like we're in for a swimming competition.
Starting to think they're not
Speaking
joking.
of which, it would be nice if those tortoise slowpokes could swim a little faster.
She hangs up and resumes surveillance of her target. The next 2 hours are critical. The islanders are busy with the cleansing ceremony while the outsiders are preparing for the departure.
Look, Sinetto, I understand your plan now.
The talk with the narrator, I think, is about the humans creating a floppy disk with magic in them, stealing fire. Yeah, that's what I picked up from it as well. I think it's very interesting that they refer to the Arcanists as gods, because that's basically, especially like in the olden times, what they were, right? They were walking demigods. They couldn't be stopped. Now not so much.
But I still can't shake off a bad feeling about all this.
Don't worry, Regulus. We have gone over this many times. The margin of error should be below 0.00025%. I'm confident that it will work.
What is it with this game and just giving us long strings of
I know. Spare me with the numbers. I know I can rely on you.
She waves her hand quickly as if swatting away the numbers like flies.
I'm still worried about Vertin. Will she make it back in 2 hours? If she doesn't come back in time, who's going to take charge and guide us? We'll have to steer our own course, won't we?
Yes.
Yes. Sinetto nods.
Laplace is gathering every piece of information they can find on the storm. The discovery of the asymmetrical nuclide R was already a remarkable breakthrough. It would help the immunity research a lot if the Timekeeper could find something useful in that cave.
The pirate is not satisfied with the answer. Evidently, she has a strong opinion on the matter.
I don't think she's going to have a lovely time there, judging by what happened to me last time.
Having spent the longest time there, she's undoubtedly the most qualified to comment on the subject.
Is it just me, or do you also find this a bit fishy? The dangers aside, using an answer as a reward? What? Is this deity some sort of answering machine?
In fact, apeiron is a philosophical concept introduced by the ancient Greek philosopher Anaximander, which means the origin of everything. It is the physical manifestation of the boundless, the indeterminate, and the infinite. Everything arises from it and returns to it. But it appears to serve a more practical purpose for the believers on this island.
Miss Marta told me about this. There are limits to the knowledge one can acquire, even when using numbers, which are considered closest to the essence. But apeiron is a boundless, limitless existence. If we wish to seek knowledge beyond our own limitations, we must turn to it for help.
She faithfully recites what she learned from the teachings of apeiron. Apple adjusts his bow tie, grateful for her contribution.
To the best of this apple's recollection, the more ancient, abstract, and intangible an entity is, the more likely it possesses arcane powers beyond our fathom. By communing with the supreme existences through sympathetic magic, worshippers could gain the guidance of their transcendental gnosis. They would, of course, exact a price from the worshippers as well.
Price?
Just hearing the word makes her heart sink.
Could you be more specific on that, Mr. Apple? What's the price? Lives or something else?
Ask and inquire.
Vertin! Jump over here!
Oh, we're doing this again, huh?
Very
Nice.
good! Now you are on number 1. And you should jump to 7. This is a 4x4 magic square. You just need to make sure every 4 steps you take adds up to 34.
Howling winds fill the air. The unstable footing is the only solid thing they can rely on. The path into the cave is completely different than before. Transparent stairs are gone, as are the swirling golden lines in the air. Now only cold rock walls surround them, and numbered bricks lie beneath their feet. It's a game of hopscotch unlike any other.
I don't understand 37. This place was different the last time we were here.
It has changed because the test has begun. The path to new knowledge is always harder than verifying a known result. Don't worry. This is like a labyrinth with a minotaur. There is always a way to the center.
But weren't those labyrinth walkers offerings to the Minotaur?
Unfortunately, she doesn't seem to care or be concerned at all.
Now we're going to solve the magic square. Vertin, the next number is 10.
Whoosh. The world churns around them, a space is revealed. As the magic square is solved, the maze shifts once more.
Oh no! It turned into a magic circle. We have to calculate again.
Oh no.
This one's easy. The sum of the numbers on each circle should be equal to the sum of the numbers on its diameter plus the number in the middle. We're just going from a square to a circle. It's not that difficult. You are now on 32. We need to find 17 or 21.
Completely absorbed in solving the puzzle, she doesn't notice what's coming up behind her. A geometric figure with the number 21 hurls towards her. For a moment, she thought she heard a chuckle. Yeah.
Careful, 37. The numbers are coming to life. We need to put them back in place.
Math, man. Plant. Seems good.
Welcome, friends.
Oh, they're like little crabs. With numbers on them.
What?
Oh.
Are you making fun of my name?
White shell.
Ah! It deflected my arcane skill! Burton, it's no use attacking 21. Just focus on 9 and 33 instead. Start with the number that has the largest absolute value. 33.
Morphing number. No description. Launcher battles for why did Marcus not get her book? Sure.
Copy that! Or
Oh no, she didn't. I will get killed in this cave. I can't do math. Yeah, same. That was my immediate thought. We are just gonna die. It's so over for us.
careful with the pages.
The pages. Let's reroll this one.
Or this book? Easy lah. Great. No mistakes. Like a metaphor?
Thunder Talisman, scientific version!
Salute! You can... Or this one. Make the future brighter. Maybe now it's easier to understand.
Damn, I was hoping
It turns gray.
Be prepared, it will make you calculate later. Oh dear. Alright, alright. We can do math. We can do math. We can do a little bit of math.
Or this one.
Copy that!
I can't read it. Great.
Yeah.
You have done well, comrade.
Thank you. The ground ceases to shake and everything comes to a standstill once again. The numbers have returned to their original positions. 37 breezes past them with a cheerful smile, making a beeline for the exit.
Like I said, it's not that big of a deal.
She stops. Before the gate stands a familiar figure. Oh, is it her mother?
I thought the next question would be the Ford Circle, the Monster Group, or Hilbert's Infinite Grand Hotel.
Oh, I think I know that last one, actually.
I never thought it would be 6. Hello, 6. Are you the real thing?
No.
Yes, I'm the real 6.
I wouldn't be so sure. When it comes to the essence, we are all shadows cast on a wall by a flickering fire. How do you know you're the real 6?
It was too much to take in. Even 37 can't help but step back.
Did you just smile? Now I very much doubt that you're real.
Damn.
I didn't. And I am the true 6. This gate has always been guarded by a 6.
The leader reverts back to a blank expression. 37 doesn't seem too thrilled to see her friend here.
I have a bad feeling about this. I think the question we're about to answer will be very simple. It It's just a formality, isn't it? You'll ask a question and let us through. I've seen you do that on other tests before.
Formality is also important.
No, only the essence is important. Only the forms are important.
Six shakes his head, showing no inclination to continue the debate.
This is a question about the essence and forms, 37. Please pay heed to it. As for Miss Vertin, we only expect you to lend a patient ear.
Very well.
37 looks at 6 with determination, the same look she had when she faced that challenge in the game of Kotobos. She is confident that she can solve any problem that comes her way.
37.
Lisa.
If your pursuit of truth were to lead to the destruction of your faith and beliefs, would you still keep going?
He mentions the same thing in Trudging a Long Night with 210. I remember that.
What?
She exclaims involuntarily. I'm beginning to think.
What kind of question is that?
I'm beginning to think that the truth that she will receive is the same sort of thing as a revelation, where there's a chance it just kind of reinstalls God into her head or something. Is there a note for that one? There is not. Oracles at Delphi. People don't disbelieve maxims, they just think they're the exception.
If my pursuit of truth will be the destruction of my beliefs...
She shakes her head repeatedly, looking more perplexed than when she checked the Manus followers' math homework.
I came for the truth, and my faith is the truth. Why would the truth be destroyed by the truth?
It's gonna disprove what she
Because I did
believes.
the calculation wrong. I'll go back and do it again.
Okay, I have a prediction. I'm assuming when she finds out the truth, it's gonna tell her that everything they believed in is just fucking wrong to begin with.
And next time,
Ain't no way.
I will do better.
An answer without hesitation, causing the gatekeeper to pause for an extra moment of silence.
What if the essence of truth is there is no truth?
Isn't that also a form of the truth? Its non-existence is an answer in itself, is it not?
I feel like most of the islanders wouldn't be able to accept that.
210. Are you really 6?
37 has clearly run out of patience with the sophistry. He stares at 6 in annoyance, trying to detect any sign on his face that he might be playing a joke on her.
I should be more specific. You may see it as another allegory. A gate stands before you. Open it, and you will find the truth you seek. But at the same time, the world as you know it will crumble. Will you still open it?
37 blinks. This time, her answer is even more clear and resolute.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't care
If
for
my
the
world changes
phenomenal
because
world.
the truth is revealed, doesn't that mean my previous understanding was wrong and should be corrected? If what's behind the gate is really the truth, why would I give up the truth for falsehood?
I see. You've passed. As a reward, I will bestow upon you this sacred ritual. It will bridge the gap between you and the Supreme Existence during communion.
The gilded scroll is presented to her, but the winner only furrows her brows even harder.
Was that it? You didn't even ask a question that posed a real challenge. See, Vertin? I knew this was just a formality. Vertin?
No, 37. I think this question...
37.
How can someone be so dumb and so smart
There
at the same
are some
time?
words I'd like to share with you. Not as Six, but myself, who used to live under the name Atticus. We know the story of Socrates' life, how truth and politics are at odds with each other.
His tone changes, and his diction changes when he starts to speak as Atticus. That's kind of cool.
Either be wise, uninvolved, and look on, or be practical, involved, and suffer. I hope you will remember your answer when the defining moment comes for you.
He leaves. The game has been a disappointment. 37 frowns in frustration, but she keeps a tight grip on the scroll. The gate in the center of the circle has swung open, but the path ahead is still shrouded in mist.
We should go, Vertin. There's a long way ahead.
Way ahead.
I hope the next question will be more fun.
Kinda single-minded there, isn't she? East. Let's use this.
Welcome, friends.
Oh, it's these little fuckers again. Okay. It's the greatest number, right?
Yes.
73.
And the same combination as
37.
37.
This moment is quite sad for me. Is it the one to come up, or what we just saw?
You're the 21st prime number, which makes you less than perfect. Vertin, let's start with
73. Because...
Nice
Yep.
choice, Vertin. You are a quick learner.
I feel like 37 just thinks we're fucking stupid. My god.
Teaspoon.
6 is the only character I don't want to have because I like Atticus, not 6. That is okay. That's fair. That's fair. Like what we got of Atticus in his story was very good. I really like the story.
Did I miss something?
And his like shift into 6 is kind of. I mean, in a way, it did kind of erase him, but not really.
This Salute.
Do that.
Take a closer look. I can't read it.
Oh, I thought that would kill. Alright. Oh, it realigns the numbers. Or buffs them. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. You kill him.
Are we really doing this? Easy.
I should have both buffs on still. Pretty sure.
And now it's easier to understand.
Oh.
Great. No mistakes.
I see this as Atticus being dead in 6th place, and that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, because I mean, like, what we were given in his character story implied that he was overthinking it, but at the same time he has shifted significantly. I don't think even he realizes it. That the person he used to be is just not there anymore. You pulled Lucy, but you don't use her to fight. She's level 1, my dude. What do you want me to do? I can't level her up. I don't have materials. I might actually have materials. I'm not sure. No, wait, no, that's not what I meant to do. Shit, I was supposed to reroll. Dude, that just cost us the fucking fight. I kind of like blanked out for a moment there. Oh no, we're fine. Okay, I don't even know what all this thing does, but I don't think I'm gonna use it.
Copy that. Let's shake
that.
it. Easy.
We'll use it.
Almost great to see you.
I might be able to get Lucy up.
I hope you like it here.
I'd have to check though. I don't think I have extra scrolls. That's the problem. I don't really want to farm right now because I want to just get through the story, right? Maybe I can get her to Insight 1 at least.
Nothing I haven't expected so far. Just like what Mom told me. They're just games. Like skipping rocks, katabos, and hopscotch. I've always been good at games.
Always been good at games.
Look, there's the gate, Vertin. We're almost at the end.
37 claps her hands with satisfaction, having resolved yet another obstacle. But her companion is much more pensive. See, Vertin understands.
What's the matter, Vertin? You've been quiet since we met 6.
Vertin gets it, man.
But you're number 0, not 6. You have no common factor with him.
No. I'm only thinking... What's the question you're going to ask? We've only got one chance.
The most important question of all, of course.
I swear to God, if it's something stupid.
About the essence of the emanation, right?
It was not a hard guess. The islanders devote their lives to the study and service of the essence. Nothing is more important than this question. The essence reveals the ultimate truth, and that underlies all existence. Everything else is just fragments of the phenomenal world. It might not directly resolve the issue of the storm immunity, but knowing its nature will certainly help with that aspect. And it's the key to solving not just one problem, but many others.
Well, the essence of it is important. But one day, we will eventually come to understand it. Even if we leave it alone for now, it will still be there. Yes?
Yes.
I think so.
She seems to have something else in mind.
I can't stop thinking about Regulus. Despite being so close to the answer, she turned back in the cave, determined to earn the answer rather than receive it on a silver platter.
Versus Ryder is really good at math. There are so many math terms in the story. I'm getting so lost whenever they talk math, man.
The oracles at Delphi.
I'm getting so lost.
How typical of an irrational number. But she was also right, wasn't she? None of the precepts forbids one from doing so. People like her may fall behind or get distracted along the way, learning at a slower pace. But in the end, we will all converge. It doesn't matter if some arrive sooner than others.
So, are you going to ask something else?
Maybe something dumb. This time she nods.
Yes, I have come up with a better question. A question that will solve all our problems once and for all, and free everyone from the emanation.
That does not
It's
make
not
me
as
feel
profound
better.
as my first question, but it's an equally good one.
I see. I will stop here then.
Oh boy.
Huh?
She turns around, eyes wide with surprise.
Vertin, are you turning back like Regulus? But you're a 0. You're not an irrational.
No, I won't go far. I will wait for you here. This is your gate to open. It is your question, your answer. I will stay here and watch over you. If you encounter any danger in there, I will come to your aid at once.
But don't you also have a question to ask Aperon? Aren't your doubts unresolved?
No, I don't need to ask anymore. The question you're going to ask, the one that will free us all from the emanation? Is exactly the question I want to ask, 37.
37 tilts her head curiously, but her confusion soon fades. She quickly understands, as she does with most things in life.
I see. So you're choosing to be the one who looks on, like the third kind of men in the Olympic Games. A choice of insight, most appropriate for the number 0.
Without further hesitation, she turns and steps into the final gate.
In that case, I will see you later then, Vertin.
See you soon, 37.
Put the suitcase down and breathe. Be ready for anything.
Will this really be the collapse of her world as she knew it? Like Six said. If that happens, I'll be here to hold the umbrella for her.
Outside the limits. Unspeakable, indescribable, untouchable, unsurpassable. Cavern is basked in warm, flickering candlelight. Preparations for the cleansing ceremony are finally complete. And the integers are waiting for their leader to return.
Do you think 37 is going to make it?
She is so cool. 888 lowers her voice, concealing her worry.
Who knows?
This fucking guy. Leaning against the cavern wall, 210 absentmindedly adjusts the grapevine on his hair out of boredom.
6 should be the easiest one to pass. The math puzzles in the labyrinth shouldn't be a problem for our little star either. The only tricky question is from a Peyron, and no one knows what it will be. It is a fair game. Answer a Peyron's question and it will answer yours. But if you give the wrong answer, oops.
He pinches the grate between his fingers and crushes it, its juice splattering onto his hand. What is with
It'll
this
hardly
man?
be a graceful end.
You are gross.
Yep. 888 shakes her head, not even bothering to hide her disgust.
We know little about the test. The last person to pass the test was 300 years ago. The price of failure was high. For the longest time, the Sixers forbade people from risking their lives for it.
Well, 6 lied. Someone passed the test 4 years ago.
An unexpected piece of information. Even 210 straightens up in attention. The Banshee gazes into the distance, watching the shadows cast by candles dance on the wall.
The two of them are so much alike. Their talents, their mindsets, even their first thoughts when facing an impossible challenge.
Oh.
It is an irresistible temptation indeed. With a
Oh,
path to
77.
all truths right in front of you, just within reach. Who
77.
wouldn't want to give it a try?
Deep in the labyrinth, the island, amid the swirling lights and shadows, the trial is reaching its conclusion. She has reached the heart of the maze, the lair of Minotaur, where the final challenge awaits. Through the mist, a form gradually takes shape. First, it appears to be a scholar, then a soldier, but it continues to transform into a king, a farmer, a child, an elder. Finally, it stops and solidifies into a young woman with a sharp and chilling smile.
Mama? How are you here?
A soft chuckle slips out from the shadow.
No, I'm not who you think I am, child. I'm but a shadow, a flicker of fire, a projection before you.
The finite cannot comprehend the infinite. Your limited senses cannot imagine what you've never seen, nor fathom what you've never heard. I am the answer to your desperate prayers. I am the blindfold before you see daylight. I am the reflection of your confused, hollow faces in the water. I am the lingering echo of the last visitor.
The 77 was the last one.
But you look just like Mama.
Eagerly, 37 steps forward.
This is the last obstacle of the test. The gate of truth is just ahead, right? And here you are, standing in front of me. Does that mean that you finally reached the transcendental realm? So my conjecture was right, and our model did not fail, correct?
The transcendental realm?
Oh, that's not a good look. Don't like that. The woman's laugh is strange and unsettling.
You speak adorable nonsense, my dear daughter. Did you really believe what I said?
I don't like that.
You silly little goose.
37 stops in her tracks and lifts her head in disbelief. She locks eyes with those aquamarine orbs that are unmistakably her mother's eyes.
Have you not doubted, even for a moment? You did. You wavered when you strolled the shores at night, when you inevitably gazed at the geometric bodies. If they really are manifestations of the transcendental world, why can't I find Mama's number in the broken pieces? You thought.
77, why does she look creepy? God damn.
Why can't I hear her voice? Why can't I see their patterns? The darkness blinds me.
Don't like that look on her face, man.
I miss you, Mama. Oh, my poor, sweet daughter. You are too young and naive, too attached to what is familiar and too trusting of your teachings. You should have continued doubting instead of following my outdated footsteps. Was the conjecture wrong? Was the model correct? It does not matter, child. The rules of the game have changed. The Chaos Makers, the Fearmongers, and the Rule Shapers, they have already outpaced us. We were not wrong, we simply fell behind. We were blinded by the dream of the transcendental realm and could not see through reality. But worry not, my daughter. You have made it here, and that is all that matters. We will do the calculations together. This time, the results will be more accurate than ever.
Mama!
If she accepts, then she fails. With a gentle smile, the woman tucks her hair behind her ears and reaches out a hand to the girl.
This world is an enormous wasteland, 37.
If she takes her hand, she fails, yes?
Look at the creations in it. The congested, silent herds that scurry to and fro in their meaningless lives.
Makes me wonder how many higher beings exist in Reverse 1999. I'm thinking it's not necessarily a higher being. I'm thinking this is a manifestation of the people of Apiron. Like, Apiron itself is constructed out of their belief. That's what I'm kind of picking up from this. I don't think it's necessarily a higher being, and more that they made their own god. And that might be the case for all of the ANR sites.
Never have they looked at the stars above, nor bent to smell the flowers. The melodies of the patterns above go unheard by them, their souls unresonant to their wisdom. They are the prisoners of their bodies, complacent in their dulled senses, and conceited over their success of ruling the planet through violence and bloodshed. They mocked us, shunned us, and slaughtered us. They discriminated against us throughout the ages, branded us as lunatics, and spat on what we held dear. But we never gave up once. We were never truly defeated. One day, they will be proven wrong, and they will be forced to admit it. My daughter, my precious little pearl. Come to me, back in your mother's arms. Let us return to a time before disputes and disasters, when it was just you and me wandering.
It's a temptation. That's the last question.
I will share with you the infinite secrets of this world, the essence of all things, and the truth that transcends everything. That's what you came for, yes?
Her eyes are earnest and sincere. Those don't look earnest and sincere. 37 slowly climbs the stairs, longing to reach out and grasp her mother's hands. She suddenly looks up, confused, and asks a question.
But Mama, I am 37, not infinity. Why would I want an infinite number of secrets?
The ground is shaking.
All monsters in real life exist in their universe, probably, and all gods exist too. I mean, to a degree, right? Because we know that Lushu and most of the guardian monster things in China are considered deities. By them, at least, right? But then when we look at it from the Foundation's point of view, they're just really, really strong arcane beasts. So, possibly, but it also could just be a matter of classification. The ground is shaking. There's also the fucking dream god, the Lord of the Dream. I think it's something similar. The cavern's illusory landscape shifts again. A fierce wind abruptly rises around her. Amidst the howling gale, 37 looks defiantly up into the air, her eyes peering past her mother's silhouette.
I don't
That's a cool
long
shot.
for the infinite secrets, for it is not within the scope of my number. I know who I am. I am only 37, a finite number, a pebble in the sand. The tides could wash over me, engulf me, and crush me at any moment. Even so, I am glad to be 37, for I know my limits. I know my boundaries. A concept these supreme existences cannot even fathom.
Mother's shadow shatters, the shards shimmering and pulsing in the air as if they were alive. The wind picks up, whipping her hair around and forcing her to narrow her eyes against the current. But she stands her ground, refusing to yield.
Apiron, the boundless one, I am here for a simple question. How can we escape the darkness of the phenomenal world and be free from the emanation forever?
Her voice disappears into the wind, like a pebble sinking into a pond. But then the ripples echo back. Incomprehensible sounds assault her ears like ancient echoes rising from the depths of the ocean. They aren't recognizable syllables of any known language, but more like reverberations between layers of rock walls, each note stabbing through her like a dagger. Her breathing becomes labored and blood trickles from her nose. Dizziness churns in her head, causing her vision to blur and double.
How?
promised me an answer. Is it because the answer to my question?
I've seen so good. 37 is a wise girl. That was such a good, just a whole sequence in general
Is outside
was so
of our
good.
limits too.
Like the build up to it, so nice. Oh,
Make way!
that's a hell of a shift.
Move!
What's happening?
Madame Lucy, we have the right pronunciation. The script you gave me was correct. This is the arcane language of the incantation. Where did you get it?
Very well. Give it to me. Inform all research teams that we are moving on to the next phase of the project.
Swift and sure footsteps stride past glass-walled rooms, stopping at the main control room of the Storm Observation Research Initiative. You know, the control station is bustling with activity as liaisons send message through electric signals and pneumatic tubes to various offices, all part of a well-oiled routine. 37 asks how they could be free. Yeah? I think he just told him to kill her. Just die. I think that's the answer. Right? That's why in the trailer, once they figure out the ritual, the lady just fucking dissolves. I think the answer is just die. Enigma is here too.
If you're here to check on the progress, there is none. I'm afraid you'll leave disappointed, Madame Lucy.
Yeah, this is the sequence from the trailer. The robot hardly notices the mockery in his tone. She approaches one of the liaisons and holds out her hand. In her palm is the script brought by the dove.
Send this to everyone. It has been verified. This is the correct pronunciation of the immunity ritual.
You'd think they test it, right, first, before disseminating it? His hands tremble. Despite its size, the tiny slip of paper holds great importance. Following the pronunciation guidelines, he carefully spells out the first word.
La unwa.
The script is taken from his grasp. Standing next to him, the liaison holds the script in her hand, also trembling with excitement.
We must share this with everyone!
Oh, you are so dead. She trots over to the control station. The script is transposed onto the screen. The liaison meticulously checks every detail, ensuring that nothing is overlooked.
La unua circlo.
She reads into the microphone, her voice confident and clear. With a final press of the send button, she turns away with a satisfied smile on her face. Bye. Without warning, her torso cracks apart and her entire form crumbles, shattering to the ground in pieces.
What was that?
Is she dead? All hell breaks loose. Chairs scrape loudly against the floor, coffee cups clatter to the ground, and people scramble about in a frenzy. The director of Laplace remains still, her eyes fixed on the rapidly flashing lights on the screen.
Stop the transmission! The ritual is wrong!
She pauses. In the face of the chaos and turmoil, it falls on someone to step up and take action.
No.
No.
The incantation is indeed correct.
Just what it does is wrong. Alright, bathroom break number 2. I will be back in 5 minutes, 2 minutes, something like that. Turned to the earth. Once representing abundance and life, it now holds the opposite meaning.
What is going on?
What's going on? Oh. In other glass-walled rooms, researchers look up from their work in confusion. The airlock doors have been sealed tight, and their electronic equipment is flashing erratically.
Warning. Warning.
At the same time, all of their screens light up simultaneously, indicating the arrival of a new
Hey,
message.
Dawkins, forget the outside. Come look at this. Some guys cracked it. They found the correct pronunciation.
For real? They better be serious if this is some kind of prank.
Despite the blaring alarms, the staff gathers around their screens, eagerly reading aloud the incantation that was just sent.
La una circlo?
Damn it! Damn it! Shit!
He runs down the corridor at full speed, gasping for air. Just as the airlock doors begin to close, he flings himself through. The closest room, with glass walls, is filled with thick, white smoke. He sprints to the door and frantically pounds on it.
Ulrich! Dawkins! Victor! Ricard! Are you in there?
Ricard.
Listen, if you receive the pronunciation of the incantation, do not recite it. Do not write it down. Do not pass it on. I know we've had our differences, but you have to trust me. I'm trying to save you.
A chilling silence looms on the opposite side of the door. The only noise that can be heard is Lucy's emotionless voice coming through the speakers.
Warning. Warning.
Morning.
All personnel stay away from their communication terminals. Do not recite any messages on the screen. Repeat. Do not recite the incantation. Do not recite the incantation. Do not recite...
The door suddenly opens, the smoke pouring out nearly chokes him. Too late, though.
Richard?
Oh. Yep. A cryptographer emerges from the thick smoke, his movements stiff and his face expressionless. As he opens his mouth to speak, a small crack forms at the corner of his lips and quickly spreads across his entire face, as if he were made of clay. Suddenly, he collapses, his skin splitting and cracking like parched earth.
Richard!
Yep. Enigma quickly moves to support him, preventing his colleague from breaking into pieces on the hard floor. He checks his vitals, still alive, only his skin has been affected by the mutation. Underneath the cracked exterior, he can still see human flesh and blood.
Don't speak. We're going to the recap center.
No, you go, Dawkins.
Lifting a muddy finger, he manages to point towards the room. Slowly, a monumental figure emerges from the hazy entrance. It is a mud golem with thick clumps of mud dripping off its body. The only remaining human element is Dawkins' nameplate, barely clinging to its chest.
Dawkins? No! No!
The airlock door at the end of the hallway hisses open. A squad of security guards with hypno bullets and restraint nets barge their way in.
Researcher Adler, please evacuate immediately.
Immediately.
We will take over from here.
Yep. You have a star unit. Let's go Lucy. Let me see if I can actually level Lucy right now. I'm pretty sure I don't have the materials, but we can certainly try.
Your visits are always unexpected. I appreciate that. door knocking is more of a formality than a functional necessity.
Yeah, I definitely don't have the materials. Alright. Okay. I actually have to farm these out eventually, damn.
Battery checked.
I'm throwing her into the bomb though. I wonder if they're actually named. Yep, Dawkins. And this one is just Mudman. Alright.
Another jar? It's newly made this year.
Why? Why?
Stop.
Stop.
It could be found. Another jar?
You know what? I don't want to risk it. I don't know what caused that, but let's not have that again. I was supposed to use that first. I am so bad at this game, man.
Enjoy!
Hey, don't resist.
So troublesome. Got you.
Based on hits?
No worries.
Actually, do I have enough? No.
Relax. It could be found. A perfect argument. Intersect and divide. Time to check my calculation. I remember it's called...
I thought the worst case would be that the ritual is useless since no one here can wield it. I was wrong. So terribly wrong. The reality is 1,000,000 times worse. We have invited a disaster. It is a curse, even more unpredictable, unstable, and uncontrollable than the mask.
He grips his hair tightly, his voice hoarse as he shouts.
Dora crumbled to dust. Richard cracked like dry land, and Dawkins turned into a statue of mud. And Victor, he vanished. We've tried everything, but he's nowhere to be found. Yet he's here, typing, sending emails, getting to door for me. All of these catastrophic events, and only 3 words were uttered. 3.
Feel like Victor got the best out of it. Like, the dude's still functional. He just can't be seen. He shakes his head and laughs bitterly, not even in the mood for mockery after all that's happened.
What are we dealing with, Madame Lucy? Which deity are we provoking and stealing from?
Oh no. No one can answer his question. The security guards are busy cleaning up the mess, while liaisons are frantically issuing warnings and confirming the extent of the casualties. At least one is still there, yeah. At least they still got one left. The rehab center personnel have also arrived, and as they leave, their stretchers are filled with injured people. A supervisor finishes up a call and hangs up the phone on the wall.
Get some rest, Mr. Adler. Your mission is complete. Other researchers will take it from here.
You what?
He asks in disbelief, anger swelling in his chest.
Are you not going to call it off? After all that's happened?
The research must go on.
Yeah. The robot's answer is concise and cold.
The authenticity of the incantation and the fact that any arcanist can recite it were revealed to us through this unexpected mishap. Now, a new question arises. How can we eliminate the side effects? From now on, we no longer require the help of human researchers.
Her tone is calm and gentle, yet with authority. The decision has been made.
Only Arcanum can lift a curse of Arcanum.
Oh, we're back.
37.
The eerie sounds continue to reverberate in the cave. 37 kneels on the transparent stairs, blood seeping from her mouth and
Stay
nose.
with me. I'll get you out.
The girl's been having a rough week. The suitcase, the noises wouldn't reach her in there. It could be her refuge. 37 suddenly jerks. Slowly, an ornate scroll rises from her bosom.
Is this Six's scroll?
The strange noises begin to fade. In its place is an ancient melody.
+1, -1, +2,
Don't make me add.
-3, 3, -3, +2, -1, +1. I see. I understand now.
What did you say? 37. Are you feeling better now?
I mean, she nods, having regained her clarity.
They're numbers, Burton.
No shit.
Six's scroll reconciled the gap between the supreme existence and me. I can now hear and understand. The answer to my question, the solution to free us from the emanation, the response Apiron promised me,
Let's die.
is a string of numbers.
I came at the perfect time. Welcome in, Pebbles. Welcome in. Yeah, we're getting to the good stuff. Some shit is going down. On the Storm Immunity Incantation Consent Form, if you are aware of the responsibilities and risks and still wish to participate in the Storm Immunity Spell Research Project, please read and sign below. Please note that if you refuse to sign after reading, you will be placed under surveillance until the research is completed due to confidentiality requirements. Warning, do not recite the following content in any non-experimental setting. Reciting the spell will cause random curses, therefore its distribution is forbidden. If you happen to recite the spell and remain conscious, please immediately stop moving, stay where you are, and try to perform actions that might indicate your continued existence until discovered by the post-incident handling team. The text of the incantation is follows. Do not recite, do not disseminate. Richard, epidermal modification. Yep, Dawkins, total modification. Oh, dude just got completely screwed. Dora, structural breakdown. Victor, loss of observability. I still feel like this is the best one out of them all. There. Random curses. La una circula. Una circula. I got 37 and ask what the storm. But what's the storm but knew her limit, unlike her. Yeah. But I mean 37 didn't. I mean 37 passed the test. She or sorry, 77 passed the test. She also knew her limit, right? All my life I tried to combine magic and science. Until he got depressed and his sister died, and now Lucy says he's just a snap. Yeah, Adler's been having a bad time. Adler is just he's not having a good day, man. Like, he's taking L's constantly at this point. The weight, the rolling roller, the weight hanging high above finally falls. Why does this remind me of Six's story again? His, yeah, his. The winds died down. The cave is quiet again. And we're not autoing. The trial is over. As usual, the Star of Hermes has found her answer.
We got it. The key to the gate of truth. Apiron has answered me. This is the final solution.
Phrasing, but alright. She chirps with delight as the scroll completes its task and lands back in her hand.
We must leave here at once. We have to tell everyone.
I am so proud of you, 37. We will save everyone.
There's finally room to breathe, if only for a brief moment. Yet the feeling of unease remains.
But there's one thing I don't understand.
And that is?
She pauses mid-step and looks back, tilting her head inquisitively.
6. His scroll saved your life. Maybe he foresaw the dangers and protected you from it, so you can leave there almost unharmed. But what was he trying to tell you? When he warned you about the collapse of your world as you know it?
The walk to the cleansing site is long. Only the sounds of dripping water and soft footsteps can be heard in the tunnel.
Mind your step, everyone. We are passing the wall of truth.
I think that if you do 6 story before chapter 7, you have a better experience in the chapter. Yep. It just gives us a lot to build off of, you know?
The wall will come crashing down if false words are spoken. Silence is advised here, unless circumstances dictate otherwise.
That sounds like a really bad mechanic to have. The followers nod with respect. They have walked past the walls of silence, goodness, and wisdom respectively as part of the ritual. Only those who embody these virtues can find safe passage to the final cleansing.
888?
I think 6 didn't want 37 to suffer as he did with the revelations. He's such a... Yeah, I mean 6 knows, right? I think 6 just knows everything at this point. So he takes his steps to, you know, mitigate it at the very least. The custodian suddenly steps up in front of the leader, blocking his path.
Forgive me, but this seems to be the right moment.
What are
For
you
some
doing?
long neglected questions to be answered.
We are... Oh. We're in front of the wall of truth. Fuck me. Oh no. Oh dear. As she speaks, a few others emerge from the crowd and surround 6. Bro, not now. On the narrow pathway, there is no way to get around them.
Perhaps, but hardly appropriate or righteous.
What is
We will
this,
talk
man?
of righteousness after you've shared what you know, 6. You've been silent for too long. 4 years have passed since you became 6, and for 4 years, you have been hiding things from us. The long-neglected questions have created a cloud of doubt between us, and now the boulder of fate is falling on us, and we are teetering on the brink of destruction. It's time to be honest and true to your people. While you still
I think he knows
have
that them knowing will ruin everything. That has to
We
be
are the
case.
seekers of truth. It is unjust to keep us from it.
888 extends an arm, gesturing to the silent cavern walls that surround them.
Let the wall of truth bear witness. I want nothing but an answer from you. I am not here to provoke untimely conflicts.
The wall stands firm. The genuineness of her words is not to be doubted.
Answer her, 6. You should be glad that I am not the interrogator here, because the wall would have collapsed immediately.
This fucking guy. The wall remains silent, seemingly confirming the rhetorician's mocking words as truth. This fucking guy.
You may lie, but the wall will fall. You may stay silent, then I will lie to break the silence and the wall. Or maybe you could outwit the wall with the liar's paradox. Only sadly, I have tested it for you. One cannot deceive it by stating, I'm lying. After all, it's a test of morality, not logic. It needs your honesty, not your wit or anything else.
What? I don't need to play the 6 story. Does he know the truth of the image? So 6's revelation gives him knowledge. To what extent is debatable. It may just be the knowledge of every 6. It may be knowledge of everything. But more than that, I think he just recognizes what learning unbound truth does to someone. Or at least he suspects that someone who is unprepared to receive unbound truth is gonna get fucked, right? So I think he took preparations to sort of mitigate the repercussions for 37 if she were to pass her test, right? Because no matter what, if she passes her test without the scroll, she probably wouldn't have been able to handle the immensity of the knowledge. I think that's mainly it. Not your wit or anything else. It's a delicate situation, one that requires precision. The leader remains composed.
What do you wish to know?
What else? The most important question, of course. The question about the essence.
Yeah. Oh no. Oh dear. Lieutenant takes a step, his voice trembling, no longer as calm as he used to be. These questions have plagued his mind for too long.
Why has our research stagnated for the past 4 years? Why did we fail to predict the emanation in 1929 and again in this time? Have we misunderstood the premise? What if the emanation is not a manifestation of the transcendental law at all?
It isn't. 6 remains stoic, showing no signs of emotion.
Worshippers worship, thinkers think, governors govern, and researchers research. Your questions are not mine to answer, 210. A 6 has no expertise on the study of the emanation. I'm not qualified to answer about its essence.
The truth is spoken, and the silent wall attests to its veracity.
Your question is too abstract, 210.
The custodian shakes her head and takes a step closer.
Don't dance around the subject, 6.
Don't dance. I don't believe 6
The
is a
wisdom
good
has
leader.
been passed on to you, as it has to every other 6. You have inherited not only knowledge and insight, but also the memories of your predecessors.
Okay, so there's our answer to that. Don't believe 6, he's a good leader. I feel like, yes, but I also feel like he holds things a little too close to his chest. We even see it in his character story, right? Because rather than confide in his allies, he kind of takes it all onto himself, you know, goes by his own, like, way, and tries to resolve everything, like, through his means, without letting them, like, leaving them none the wiser, you know, and then that, of course, breeds conflict. They're basically bullying him.
You must know the answer, for it is part of your inheritance. Tell us this. The last leader of the study of the emanation, 77. What question did she bring to appear on? And what answer did she receive?
There's no immediate response, confirming that she's hit the nail on the head.
I watched her walk into the cave and come out unharmed.
Right.
I watched her, and the previous 6 board the ship in search of answers in the phenomenal world.
I really like
The
her
ship
accent.
didn't come back in time. The emanation caught them. And that was only the beginning of our misfortunes.
I feel like
The model failed. Our whereabouts were revealed. Hysteria now poisons the minds of our people, and the empirical knowledge accumulated over the years suddenly no longer applies to the current situation. Why?
I feel like the 87 storm, 88? 87 storm was caused by a Piron. which is why the syndrome was shapes.
What did she find out?
It could be this.
Could it be that something's happened to the transcendental law above? Has the truth we believed in changed?
It was never right. It has to. Why is he smiling? Barraged with so many questions, he lets out a chuckle. He smiles with relief, like a prisoner finally receiving his death sentence after years of waiting. Oh no, it has the opposite effect on the crowd. They hold their breaths in suspense.
Hippasus discovered the secrets of Route 2 and toppled Pythagoras' school of thought. The controversy surrounding Newton and infinitesimals presented a challenge to the groundwork of calculus. Russell's self-referential paradox sparked the third mathematical crisis. Though such theory was eventually perfected, the lessons on self-referentiality remained. In the end, Gödel's incompleteness theorems showed that proving or disproving everything is impossible. Therefore, absolute knowledge is unattainable.
Profound sentiments echo throughout the cave.
The boulder of fate will tumble down its peak, whether 37 is the one pushing it or not. However hard Oedipus tried to defy destiny, his path to tragedy remained unchanged.
This is actually just referencing his character story.
You're talking in riddles again.
She furrows her brow, however, Six gives her a small nod of respect. But he's smiling. Is he glad he doesn't need to hide the truth anymore? I think it's that. And I also... he mentioned it's Oedipus, right? And Oedipus's whole deal is that in trying to prevent the things that were fated, he inadvertently causes them. I think the same thing has just happened to Six. Like him keeping all of his secrets and him, you know, working on his own in order to prevent the people from learning and screwing themselves over has resulted in them now learning and screwing things over. I think that the mentioned events were told by 210 when we meet him for the first time, but he does not go into detail about what those events were. He just said they were their biggest disasters. Really? Okay. I don't recall. It's been so long.
Thank you for bringing the question here, 888, so I may finally speak the truth. 77 did ask about the essence of the emanation.
He stands tall and looks around at the people. They're listening intently.
She asked, what happened to the supreme existence? What plunged the world into madness? The answer was disorder and chaos.
Disorder and chaos. The wall of truth still stands. The trial left behind by the ancient sages confirms his words. A deep, ominous rumble comes from the center of the island. Tremors are like the island is being shaken to its core, like a tsunami and a volcanic eruption combined.
You blasted!
What the fuck are you yelling at him for? Lieutenant is the first to come to a realization. He lunges and grabs Six by the collar.
You knew this all along, from the first day of your revelation, when you became 6?
Oh. Wait. Disorder and chaos. This is him telling them there is no supreme existence.
You knew that the emanation was not a manifestation of the
Yeah.
transcendental law and patterns above, but rather a symptom of its utter disorder and chaos? And you knew that the transcendental realm of numbers was no more, and that the essence of Pneuma, the one true form we believed in, had become an ever-changing existence like the irrational numbers?
Yeah. And rage threatens to consume him. The rhetorician glares at the leader, who has the audacity to confirm that their faith is shattered. He almost breaks into a bitter laugh.
4 years. You kept this to yourself for 4 years.
Well, they believe it has something to do with the storm. Yeah. Yep.
Was it for a false sense of peace? To keep the island stable? Did you deceive us to prevent the realization that our research would be in vain?
6 does not answer the added inquiries, for they are not within his duty.
It's time to halt the bickering. Get everyone out of here now.
The custodian steps in and separates them with a stern look. He then turns and begins to lead the panicked crowd to safety. Amidst the chaos, the leader lowers his eyes and reads the verses prepared for the ceremony.
Pray to the gods for what you are about to do,
and pray that all goes well.
Pray that all goes well. Once familiar with this practice, you will understand the constitution of both eternal gods and mortal men.
This whole thing is just a callback to this chapter. Holy shit, man.
What happened? Did they not carry out the cleansing ceremony?
No, they broke the contract. They broke it.
You will know the extent of all things, the boundaries of their entirety, and what connects them together.
Where are they running to? I think the island's caving in.
Whoa! What's going on? An earthquake?
No, this is...
Their
the large-scale
deal
ritual on this island
is undoing itself.
is undoing itself?
Okay, we'll wait till the end of this part. I have so much to talk
You will
about.
see, as you should, that the nature of the universe flows in all things alike.
Why?
Why?
Why is our circle gone?
Circle of protection gone. See, that's why 6 kept it secret. The terrible two shadows their faith and protect. Yeah, exactly. And they're asking why. This is fucking why. The leader stands quiet and resolute like a rock by the sea, watching the fall of the heavenly transcendental, feeling the tides of change wash over everything.
Thus, you will not hope for what is beyond your reach, and you will not be deceived.
The golden verses. He rolls up the scroll and ends his reading.
Pray, my friends. Pray for yourselves and pray for everyone. Pray for all the suffering and misery around you. Reach into the unseeable darkness and pray to the unknowable supreme. Speak your hopes, for you are a finite creature yearning to transcend its own existence. The determination that once helped us overcome our insignificance and touch the light of Numa should guide us once more.
In the darkness, he lights up a torch.
Where are you going?
Away from you, people.
To the cave. The trial is not over. The final cleansing is yet to come. There are still duties to fulfill.
He trudges forward. With his back to the fearful crowd, he sets off again onto the lonely road, into the long night. Trudge in the long night. Okay. Fucking hell. First of all, so 37 cleared the test. Everyone else on Apeiron fucking failed, right? They did not know their own boundaries. They tried to reach the transcendental. They're not supposed to do that. Second, so I've been thinking that all of these ANR sites, not just Apeiron, are based on faith. I mentioned that in a video. I feel like it is people's belief in these locations that gives them their power. And the fact that now no one believes it because they forced 6 to give them that knowledge means the protection is just gone for good now. They're fucked. Yeah. Yep. Oh, that's wild. And also that entire chapter was just a huge callback to Trudge in the Long Night, which I highly recommend reading it. I still think it's the best character anecdote, a character story.
Question you must have heard. What goes on 4 legs in the morning, 2 in the afternoon, and 3 in the evening? It's so well known that no one finds it novel anymore. But please, do me a favor and answer me yourself.
It's a human being.
Correct.
It's the faith that protects him. Yes,
Same
yes.
answer
I
Oedipus
feel like
gave
that's...
to defeat Sphinx, thus becoming a hero, but also starting him on his ill-fated destiny. Raise a question, give an answer. This is the most fundamental ritual. Through this, we get nearer to God.
At least he's free now. The prisoner walks back in. You know what? That's a really good point. It's like Plato's allegory, right? Like, they have now seen the true world that is beyond the flickering shadows, and now he wants to go back. I think the conflict makes it disappear. I think so. I think it's just more they don't have faith anymore, you know? Because as soon as they understand,
Yes, a ritual. Whether it is by pouring
things
out
shut
wine,
down.
slaughtering a calf, or circling round a fire with a baby in your arms. It is an agreement, a question that demands an answer. Every desire has a price, whether it is paid in wine, blood, or fire. But sometimes that sacrifice is taken from you without it ever being noticed. And the treasure you seek might be the undoing of your own desires. Let us take a look at another question. Stranger, what's your name? Cried Polyphemus.
Wait, the most simple ritual is asking a question. It's ask and you shall receive. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Ask and acquire. That's what it is. That's what I've been saying this entire time. It's just fucking ask and acquire. Every area, it's just ask and acquire. God, I love it when things come together. The stadium disappeared when World War II came. Oh, that is true. That is true. It is, yeah. It could just be this. I mean, they do say chaos and disorder, right? Is a symptom. It could be part of what is affecting these areas. It could also be that they're just kind of pulled out of time whenever we get stormed.
Nobody, Odysseus answered, and it allowed him to flee the Cyclops cave, safe and sound. A human being and nobody. Two answers that could not be more alike, yet both were bound to fate by their answer. All right, dear, time to call it a day. As for you, you'll get the answers you seek. You've already paid the price.
I love it when, like, stories tie back to, like, previous points they made. Like, they're actually building something and it really pays off. I love it when that happens. It's so cool. Clear-headed notes the neat and forceful writing style reveals the writer's strong character. Citizen's record. Walking on the beach with Marta, she's almost done with her tour of the island, collecting material for her travelogue. I accompany her, also to remind her to avoid the important areas we don't want to be exposed to the outside world. She's hoping for even more reading recommendations. Fine, I'll consult 210 and Sophia. So this is, Seneto, yeah. Too many outsiders here. No, it's not Seneto. What the fuck is this? There are too many outsiders here. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but it makes management more difficult. The leader strategy isn't the best at the moment. We must make clearer decisions. We need to show some self-determination. By repeatedly emphasizing our united faith, our united will, faith will also be strengthened. Relying on anyone who won't work, nor can we put all our hopes in one child and sit back in satisfaction. Oh, is it 888? It's impossible for the island to remain peaceful all the time. When it's necessary, it always falls to me. Yep, it's 888. She should have noticed the error, or... Well, I don't believe the person like 77 would not check the course again and calculate the angles. Even if she's too tired, 37 is still on the island. Why didn't Hugh take his notebook with him? I saw it at Sophia's place. She left in a hurry that even her reason for leaving seemed like an excuse. Could communicating with the Supreme Being really destroy a person's mind? Did they purposely storm themselves? Right, 77 didn't recalculate or check course. Hugh left his notebook with Sophia. It's like they expected to get stormed. This is also strange. This guy talks a lot. Fortunately, he's also pretty useful. Surprisingly, he thinks the same way as me. I thought he was the one who agreed most with the others. In fact, his speculations are closer to my own. If I become an assistant, I might be able to learn more. This position has been vacant for too long. A shield without a sword is ultimately unreliable. Now is the time. No matter what they say, I will apply. 210 also believes that 77 has the answer. What will the answer bring? Smudge marks? I get one of this. I feel like they actually just purposely let themselves get stoned. Party of beans. Why is it always the beans? I eat, therefore I am. Maybe 77 couldn't live with the truth. I feel like either 77 couldn't live with the truth, like everyone is, it's happening to everyone now, or she wants to see what's on the other side. Like knowing that everything they've been, okay, I missed that. 1, abstain from beans, 2, do not pick up as fallen, 3, okay, it's the maxims.
Where am I?
Oh, sorry. I feel like she, after knowing that everything they've been studying is false, she now wants to see the truth with her own eyes when she gets stormed. The ritual started to be destroyed when Vert and Manus came to the island. Starts a small war on the island, and it got worse when the people on it were fighting with each other. That's true. That's true. That's true. Was it? Maybe. We only really get clarification. We only get actual confirmation that the protections are fading after 37 wakes up, right? Which is around the same time that faith starts to fade, right? Because we in chapter 6 we start hearing people starting to question 6, and they start to question 37 and all that. But it might also just be conflict, though. You might be right, because all of these things are always preceded by conflict. After a long period of darkness, clarity begins to dawn. Ahead lies a completely unfamiliar scene. What is this music?
Do this?
Why this soundtrack?
I was in the cave with 37.
Much time we got?
Is the timer broken?
Nope.
Hey, Vertin! Here you are!
A familiar shout is heard in the distance.
Yeah. Come! People are
Yeah.
waiting. The feast is going to start.
What is happening?
Feast?
I mean, it's the same thing. War makes people lose their... that's also true. Conflict in general makes people start to question things.
Yes! Today's the big day! We're
Strong
celebrating because we kicked Manus Vindicte off the island, found the key to storm immunity, and saved the Numbers people from great disaster.
What?
But Regulus has already taken off.
Come on, Vertin! You'll miss out on the delicious honey-roasted rabbit.
She jumps forward excitedly, but something cracks loudly when she lands.
Wait,
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a dream
just tipped
sequence.
over something.
Definitely a dream sequence. I'm just trying to wonder why. I'm just wondering why.
What is it? Something for the cattle? Whoever left this here nearly tripped this great captain. Forget it. Come, Vertin! What are you still doing there?
What are you still doing there? 4, do not poke the fire with swords. 5, do not jump over a crossbar. 6, do not cut wood on the main road. The square is alive with joy and activity. The usual silence and seriousness have been replaced by a symphony of giggles and cheers. The aroma of roast rabbit is thick in the air. Barrels of wine are being rolled around and people are gathered, drinking and chatting merrily.
Ah, nice wine. Did you make it yourself?
Lilia.
Careful, Miss Lilia. Too much wine can corrupt one's body and will. Besides, you are already halfway through our stock for the year.
Oh no.
But this drink you brought is pleasant to the nose. Coffee, you said. I have heard many things about it.
Is he actually being amiable?
Oh. Bitter.
Poor guy. I was expecting more from a man of your size.
She goes to a barrel to fill her cup.
For God's sake, Regulus, keep an eye on your first mate here. Wow.
Apple?
He's so out of it right now.
That's right, Apple likes wine. Oh
It
no.
appears that this apple's abstinence from the bottle will have to begin anew.
No.
Vertin, finally! I was looking for you.
What is this dream? 37 waves from a distance, Sophia at her side, arm in arm.
Hello, everyone. We have a big announcement to make.
Yeah.
Sophia's just completed her proof and found her number.
What would Verdant be doing this? Wings flap from above. 7, do not enter the hall, and new garments enter the hall from the right and leave from the left. 8, do not keep swallows around your head.
Don't worry about the swallows. They're going to fetch 6 for us.
They're just breaking the rules.
He's napping in the Hall of Aperon. An excuse to not join the party.
How does Apple drink?
Not so fast with the
You know-
announcement, 37. People will find out
Just,
sooner or
yeah.
later.
Arcanum. It's always
Thank you for
Arcanum.
helping us, Vertin. We wouldn't have made it without you. And I look forward to our continued
Oh, that was a
collaboration
glitch.
with the Foundation.
No. None of this makes any sense.
Did we get knocked out? I'm assuming, right? Do not sleep on a grave. Make the bed as soon as you wake up, leaving no imprint of your body. Don't question.
Enough business.
Yeah.
People are having a party here.
Tea? Oh, tea. The pirate comes over with a platter of rabbits, smiling as if England had just won the World Cup.
Well, what do you say to this lovely captain who just picked up some food for you?
Apple often gets drunk in the story. I mean, wouldn't you if your partner was Regulus? They clumsily collide, knocking over the tray in Regulus's hand.
My apologies, Regulus. I was too focused on linear regression formulas.
Ah, that's all right. Wasn't me getting stuck in the kitchen roasting rabbits all day anyway. Unlimited supply of honeyed rabbits all day today.
Regulus picks up the dirty clay plate and puts it aside.
I heard Sophia is
Another
making her
glitch.
announcement today. I'm curious which number she will be.
This medium is
Care
wine.
to
Yeah.
wager on that? I'd say she's a multiple of 3.
Oh no.
Then I'd say she is a multiple of 139.
Regulus is talking math now. Something's horribly wrong here.
I have to admit, she has a good number.
He has hands, possibly a
100
mouth.
times better than me. 6 and 210 put together.
Calculating. 37 plus 6 plus 210 times 100 equals 2.
Oh no. She is not 25,300. I doubt anyone could live with themselves with a number that long.
There's the rooster. You don't fuck with the rooster. The rooster crows loudly in the festive atmosphere.
You haven't met before. This is a moo, my white rooster.
They're just breaking the rules. She kneels down and gently strokes its feathers.
This is Vertin.
3 touch not a white root. Yeah.
A white rooster.
Cheers and shouts fill the air as people revel in jubilant euphoria. A Foundation employee picks up an ID from the ground. 2 do not pick up what has fallen yet. An apparent unbeliever splits a log in half on the road. Don't call it on the road. Earning enthusiastic applause from the crowd. The tables are filled with chickpea salad and beans. Beans, it's always beans. Neatly sliced bread, while people use their swords to poke fires. Do not put your... yeah, poke the fire with swords. The flames burn fiercely, casting no shadows on the ground. I like how it's kind of speeding up. Are we waking up?
Something's not right.
Wake up.
None of this is right.
Wake up.
Something's happened on the island. I must still be in the cave.
Wake the fuck up. A churning anxiety fills the chest. The once joyful scene now takes on a surreal quality. I have to get out of here.
Out of here.
Oh. Oh, we're just fighting. Okay. We'll beat the dream into submission, I guess. Braxis. Braxis.
Critters eating beans and a white
Oh,
rooster.
it's just a brute.
These are supposed to be Is this an
Oops.
illusion brought on by the fog? Or a new trial?
No, she's not completely immune to the fog.
No. Something's not right. The flow of arcane skills on the island has changed. I need to get rid of them first.
White Rooster Guardian, Black Bean King. I mean, I have a Jew, so we're fine. Let's see here. I don't know how to use Lucy, and she's also really weak right now. 1, 2, 3,
Newly made
4.
another jar? And divide.
I don't actually know what Lucy does. I just know she's limited and she's strong, so I rolled. Something about follow-ups, right? She does follow-ups as well.
Ouch! Let's get it over quick.
Oh, that's half her health right there. Figure that out. Stop.
What's wrong?
Why is he... How many attacks does this fucking guy get? We will.
It could be done. Isn't that?
Force
It's newly made
another
another
group,
jar?
I think.
Time to check my calculation. Oh, there's a bubble. There they are. Ouch!
A counter?
What's wrong?
He has a
You don't wanna
counter.
miss it.
Don't like that. Lucy's dead. Sounds about right. Confrontation. Yeah, okay. Don't like that. Oh, I think Jude's dead here.
What's wrong?
Oh, stop attacking him. Let's heal. Why am I attacking this dude? I should be attacking the king. Heal. One of these. One of these.
Newly made this year.
Oh, fuck, okay. Lucy makes progress, advancement, no matter the cost. Dude, that's true, yeah. I mean, she insisted that, whatchamacallit, the research continued regardless, right? After everything happened. She's just wildly optimistic, let's put it that way. We're gonna lose this because this fucking chicken won't stop attacking me. I should have been paying attention, honestly. I was kind of like, not.
Welcome to the world of numbers.
I think this should kill the rooster at least, though. No, because we don't hit the Rico down.
There's a bubble.
Blue cooked heart. Yeah, it's such a nice skin. It's the first skin I bought from the game. I'm tempted to get the regular skin, but it's like $15, man. I can't be spending $15 willy-nilly. Oh shit.
Check my calculation.
Good, he's dead. Oh, killing him kills
My
the carbuncle.
surroundings
Nice.
changed. Is all this still an illusion?
And now, to return to my long-term mission. Rest.
When you touch the rooster, yeah, when he attacks you back. See, I wasn't paying attention to have that fight, so I was not registering
Looks
the
like the
fact
way
that I
we
was getting
came.
smacked.
But it's a little different.
Damn. I'm not good at this game. It's beyond empty forms. What is the ultimate? Okay, it's just people being crazy. It's a little
These
different.
signs. Are they trying to take me somewhere? The way out? Perhaps.
Click. An ethereal scorn permeates the air. Scorn, huh? There is no option but to continue on.
Vertin, where are you going? I made some coffee for those clever eggheads. Enough to mend their broken souls after turning their backs on it for half their lives. Fancy a cuppa as well? Here you go.
Regulus, it's a violation of their scripture. You mustn't consume any
I mean,
beans or
coffee
bean-based
beans aren't even actually beans.
Yeah, the great sacred scripture again. Hey, think you can just walk away from a pirate without breaking any rules? Let's see you try.
Oh, we're fighting?
Now you must have the beans. Or you can pick them all up.
According to their rules, I'm not to eat things off the ground. Or pick them up for that matter. Though, this mountain of beans isn't going away by itself.
Yeah, like,
fortunately, it doesn't appear to be too stable.
not eating things off the ground is just a general
it doesn't
thing.
appear to be too stable.
Oh, wait, what? The fuck am I supposed to... Oh, got it. A single vibration might topple this mountain of beams. Perhaps try dragging this back and forth for a while. Yeah, okay.
An illusion of a coffee bean mountain like this is almost as cliché as a pirate with a hook for a hand. Something like this could never hold up to skepticism. Mankind is slow in learning new ideas. They need new information to be explained in simple terms, using examples and analogies, or reduced to its most basic symbols and generalizations. Eventually, once they've gotten used to the formulas and outline, they may just see below the surface and find the deeper essence waiting there. What about you? What do you think is your essence? Are you any more significant than
more interesting than past events? It is. It really is. My past.
Ah, certainly, darling. In a way, we are all a reflection of our past. But is who we are a measure of our decisions? Or have our decisions been decided for us long before the moment happens? We are led by our senses, as they in turn are led by our experiences, like puppets on a string. Our mind and soul can scarcely weigh in. Do people decide to put milk and sugar in their coffee for the taste? Or is it bitterness, that sharp sense on the tongue that tells them it must be sweetened? Do they even like coffee? Or is it a memory of needing it to make it through the day?
Well, you see, if I don't have coffee, I get terrible headaches, so it's the
Decision
latter.
we make coming from a tug on our hidden strings. Strings we cannot begin to grasp for ourselves. Only by taking out these saccharine sweeteners can we know what we're really drinking.
Ignore them and follow these notes. Hello, 37.
Curtin! Where are you going? We're still in a meeting. You'll have to leave from the left.
Enter right, leave
But I
left,
came
into
in
left,
from the
leave right.
left. Why would I leave the same way I came in?
Oh no! You've made a mistake. Now you must stay behind bars until you prove the four-color theorem. Be careful not to make another mistake, or you'll be thrown into the Gorgon current and confined there forever.
First time narrator speaking in a story chapter. Oh, that is true, huh?
You look worried.
Huh.
Don't be. We're friends. I will defend you in court. I will try my best to reduce your sentence to trisecting angles with an unmarked straight edge and a compass.
Oh no.
I have to leave, but not from the right. There must be a way to reverse left.
Oh, that's
and right.
cool. Okay, I like that. That's neat. Yeah.
So then left or right can be reversed as easily as changing your frame of reference. How can we hold people responsible for their actions when we use such malleable definitions? We lead our lives according to these strict rules. Rules that are always changing definitions. It's too much for this old brain of mine. Why not simplify our definitions? To learn about the world like we were kids once more. Let's begin with math. Could it be as mutable as left and right? Could there be a hidden integer between 3 and 4? Is 1 always 1? Or is it just our frame of reference?
Truth indoors. You are right. Truth indoors.
But where is it then? This everlasting truth. Have you ever seen it? Have you basked in its radiance before? Maybe the shadows on the cave wall are our true reality. Maybe the sun is just another prop in our shadow theater. What if the people who chose to stay in the cave were the ones who were truly wise? Be
Yep,
careful
that's
what you
Viron.
hold to be true, darling.
When doing it in mobile, I had to rotate the screen. Oh no. Is it Netto?
Timekeeper.
It is.
Are you leaving the banquet? Perhaps we might go somewhere quiet. I wanted to speak with you about linear regression.
Terribly sorry, Sonato. I really must be leaving.
Wait! Perhaps a more impromptu debate? I have some fresh ideas about our past discussions. Could I trouble you to help me refine them?
I wonder why the voice in Verton's head is always an old person. The story narrative mentioned something interesting in which my theory about the clone development. Oh, okay. I'm looking forward to that. In terms of the voice in the head, I'm not sure, honestly. I think it's just because adult voices are considered reliable, trustworthy, right? And I'm not saying it's Verton's internal monologue or whatever, but it does seem to be a reflection of her view on the world, right? Or at least her experiences with it, you know? So I'm guessing it's kind of supposed to be like a guiding thing, and it's more easy to believe that your guiding voice is older
the storm is gone.
And more reliable
we have
than
time
you.
to enjoy life again. You don't have to keep checking your watch or your task list anymore.
Wiser. Wiser in quotation marks.
But time still is against us, and I haven't any left to spare. Not even to explain myself to Sonato. I hate to be rude, but I need a moment of peace. If only I could turn everything silent.
Maybe just, that is so funny. I like that, that's fun. Damn, we just put Sonato on mute, that's so sad. Her thoughts and experiences give the form of a narrator. Yeah. Given the form of a narrator. That's what I've been thinking.
I said, if you are going to stick to your plan, then you must value your time wisely. Don't get caught up in idle conversation.
Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that the narrator switched at the moment that or not the moment, but like after the chapter in which Verton had this great revelation about herself. Or at least came to terms with stuff about herself, so I do think it is something to do with her experiences.
Be firm in your determination, but careful not to go too far. Otherwise, your silence may be taken as a slight. And should they retaliate, what then? That's no peace, but a silent war. And peace will not return until one side concedes, even if they are blameless. Doesn't that seem unfair?
Shut up.
Well, you've already mastered your most powerful weapon.
Until she says the last line
I
at the
did
end.
warn you I'd retaliate in the same manner. Now we are square.
We are square. We are squares. Who's left? 6? 37? Or 210? Lilia?
Oh, you're
No.
still here, Verton. I thought you had disappeared completely. I was hoping I might talk to you about my number.
Oh, Sophia. It's Sophia.
So sorry, but I really do have to leave now.
Wait until she says last night at the end. I also think maybe from a different era. Yes, but the female narrator is German. That's true, huh? Different era. It's just anytime we get stormed.
Please. I think you may be the only one that can help.
I completely missed that. The
won't
fact that
take
I
you
switched
long.
between eras. Fuck me. Oh, this is 6. I know this one. This is why 6 is a perfect number. The product and the sum are the same. I actually know this one. That's crazy.
6. A perfect number. But it isn't my number. Let's try again. Reset the calculation for me. Back to 0. Put an asterisk and 0 and we can continue.
An asterisk and 0? Oh, you said an asterisk, bro. Why is my... Three into 11 is 3. Right, 9, 2, 1, 7. 37, it's 37, shit.
No, that can't be my number either. It's far too brilliant for me. Please reset the calculation.
Is the last one 2? It's 210. This is 210. He's mentioned this so many goddamn times.
I know 37 isn't a fan. Still, I would be honored to have an integer like that as my number.
So all the minor primes, yeah.
Let's try it one more time. I have a feeling that together we can find the right number for me.
I believe she's supposed to be irrational, right? That's what's been implied. Oh dear. Yeah. String. I think I ought to reset this under 0.
Who am I? An old question.
That you refuse to answer.
It can't be as simple as your name. A name, after all, is only worth what meaning we give it. Bewildered by their own existence, man turns to the ultimate truth for answers. But soon enough, they come to see the truth is also beyond their ability to comprehend. That is when the fear catches up with them. So they put aside their search for truth and look for something more straightforward.
I don't hear the German in her voice.
A simple answer.
Like, it's not like
Enough
there's
to
an
satisfy
accent
a
or
frightened
anything.
child. Caught between a comforting lie and something more frightening than the truth. That might be no truth at all. And if that is so, how can we know who we are really?
I am who I am.
Very good. Perhaps the truth lies hidden in the question. Hold tight to that answer, darling. A bit of elderly advice. There is no
Could she be Burton's
greater
grandma?
treasure. One day you might be
Maybe, I don't
by
know.
this idea. When you see yourself from someone else's eyes.
Circle, square, triangle, square, circle, square. Really hope I don't have to actually memorize this. I missed whatever that said. For free. This confirms that Sophie is an irrational, and Star 37 learns that irrationals are not so bad.
First is the circle, second is the square.
That's cute. I mean, 37's always kind of held this idea that numbers are just numbers, right? It's only at the start of this chapter is where we kind of see the genesis of that, right? But yeah. I mean, the implication of her being an irrational has been here, so that's basic confirmation, yeah?
37? Is that you?
It's baby 37. The little girl does not seem to be listening. She's completely absorbed in building her castle.
Put the triangle on the triangle and the rectangle on the rectangle. Perfect! As things should be.
The emanation? Disorder and chaos.
Oh, this is after her learning.
This can't be. This isn't right. How ugly. How inelegant. How could this be the revelation from the patterns of the transcendental law above? How could such a terrible answer fall on my ears? I can't tell the others about this. There must be a mistake. I need proof.
I have to go out now.
Yeah.
Vertin, my child.
What are you doing here, man?
Are you here to partake in sand play as well? No matter how oft we arrange them, the sight of them never grows stale.
When you see yourself from another person's perspective, it indicates to me that the narrator could be the original and Burton could be another clone like Besmer. Oh, because you think Besmer is also a clone of the original. That could be true, but that doesn't really explain why the narrators keep changing, though, right? Oh, I guess... Because if we assume all the narrators are originals, then... Huh. No, yeah, that could be true. Are you here to partake in sound play as well? Why did she have to word it like that, man?
Alas, I shall
What is with these jump
destroy
cuts?
it.
Stop that. So 77 actually just went off into the storm. No reason. Are you awake? Consciousness snapped back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. The surroundings have reverted to the rocky walls still enclosed within the cave. 37 stands with her head tilted, looking curious.
I think I had a terrible dream.
What did you dream?
Regulus claimed Six's throne and declared this the rock and roll empire of irrational numbers. She took out a jar of coffee beans and stuffed one into my mouth.
37 shakes her head hard as if trying to rid her mind of the horrific scene.
I'm relieved that I woke up in time, and you as well. Let's go, Vertin. We need to tell everyone the numbers.
It's Grandpa Paradox all over again. She chirps, her face lighting up. I missed that. With the light finally free from a long nightmare, a beam of daylight appears before them. The lengthy trial has finally come to an end.
Do you hear that? So many people out there.
Yeah, I don't think they're here to congratulate you.
Is Sophia here to pick me up?
I'm pretty sure something's
Told her
awful has
she can wait for me
happened.
outside. Sophia!
Sophia! Didn't Lapis disprove the paradox in this world? Yes, but Burton has always been a bit of a anomaly just in general for all things. I wouldn't be surprised if there were other versions of Burton running around. Got to catch up. Got to leave this place at once. Must share the findings here with the others. Finally, the light of day comes into view. We're about to, like, come onto some... yeah. Uh-huh. A gust of wind suddenly rushes by, sending pebbles scattering across the ground. The all too familiar stench of sulfur fills the air. It is unmistakably the smoke of war.
What?
Eh? Mon Dieu. Man, everything is just going to shit, isn't it? I'm gonna hope that this chapter concludes and we're not left on a cliffhanger at the end. I would be very annoyed if that was the case. A verse from an unknown source recorded on a scroll. In the distance, something falls. The cup drains the wine. Tired eyes dry out the sun. Everything clings to the remaining days. The body speaks to its guest. Who builds also uses the same hand to destroy, to peel open the rock walls. The scar is a perfect circle. A death tied with a knot, thus the end. Only it remains, the wilderness. Everything extraneous swarming in. Just like that, they talk about a bottomed sky. The wilderness? New timekeeper power, yeah. What even was that? Was it like a new set of thingies? Like spells that we get? Chapter 5. Some said that Sophia's number is 17 because the necklace given by 37 has 17 shells. Oh, and she was like subtly hinting at it. That makes sense. I mean, I could see that being a theory. I feel like they've given us way too many clues that it's irrational, though, at this point. Alright, the wave of art. Oh, please don't tell me we see diggers here. After the wave, what is left in its wake? Oh, it's Forget-Me-Nots camp. 1914. Oh, is this World War? Yeah.
When will they give us the order to attack? What's taking so long? The island is just across the bay. We have men, weapons, supplies, everything. Just give us order and we will take to shore.
Take to shore.
Check out these bad boys. Anti-Arcanum weapons courtesy of the American from that Walden place.
My god.
That creep just doesn't sit right with me. He's got that Arcanus stink about him. But his technology's solid and we needed it. We've got to get ahead of the Serbs and the Greeks.
Serbs and Greeks. This army has been stationed here for a long time, perhaps too long. The soldiers, stranded and demoralized by their failed landing, face days of uncertainty without orders while politicians bicker. They are left to heat their food meal by meal, watching their chances slip away.
Relax, Georgie. Leaves the decisions to the big shots. I'm sure they'll just hug out the differences in the meeting room or something. Besides, you saw the monsters on that island. Can't speak for everyone here, but I don't want to die.
I volunteer.
Screw the negotiations! Screw the committee! Like it or not, we were the first ones to find the island, not the Austrians or the Germans.
What are these guys? He grumbles and picks the monocular back up, straining to catch another glimpse of the island across the waters. The sea is tranquil as it often is this time of year. The water sparkles under the golden sun, stretching to the horizon without an island in sight.
Damn, those Arcanists have gone into hiding again.
The fucking island disappeared again?
I swear I could see it from here yesterday.
Oh, there it is. Is the island moving? He blinks, unsure if his eyes are tricking him.
Are those bird-like creatures leaving in droves?
Oh. I think they recognize the gig's up. Game's over. His words barely catch anyone's attention. A new poker game is underway on the supply crate. A radio, a couple of beers, and a game of poker. A rare moment of enjoyment. Who could ask for more?
Georgie, brother, leave them be! Come, play with us!
They're not affected by syndrome and are humans. That's true. What the fuck is happening, man? The soldier does not seem to hear his name. He grips the binocular tightly, his mouth contorting as he mutters.
What a good opportunity this is. It's too good to pass up. We've got to act now.
And he's instigating conflict. What? Yeah, he's human. He's not, doesn't have the syndrome. I guess it's just random. Some people just get it, some don't. Fuck. A drop of vibrant paint slides down his cheek and never mind, there you go, with a splatter. This
We will claim what is ours. This island belongs to us. It's in our territory and we were the first to find it. Why shouldn't it be ours?
I think, Mask, you were right in that it kind of transmits like a virus or a disease. The card players pause, gawking at the paint sliding down each other's faces, unaware that their own faces are so melting. In the silence, the only sound that fills the air is the static of the radio.
The Austro-Hungarian Empire has officially declared war on Serbia.
Oh, here we go.
Russia is mobilizing in support of Serbia. Germany demands
Kind
Russia
of
to stop mobilizing at once.
Thing is, he wasn't affected until now, right?
France is mobilizing.
Possibly an infection when you touch the paint. Yeah. Or I think it's just whenever... Well, no, he started showing aggressive tendencies after the fact, right? Oh, we're back in Vienna, shit. It might be that. It just might be something that spreads over time. Not even, like, you wouldn't even need to come into contact with it. It just sort of hits you. Road. The street has turned into a canvas of mesmerizing hues. The colorful paints swirl and burst, creating one spiral after another. It's almost like the stage set of a twisted carnival.
Father, Mother, Albert, Ilse!
Oh, don't do this.
Open
Come
the
on.
door. It's important. You have to
They're
listen
already
to me.
fucking dead, man. She pounds on the door, but as soon as she makes contact, the door softens and melts like butter. Oh, hi, Connie. The range just increases over time, yeah. She trips over the door, but quickly recoils at the horror inside. The art and specimens, once delicate and exquisite, now resemble a jumble of spilled paint. Family's dead.
No, this can't be. Albert?
Rope. Still with a glimmer of hope, she carefully calls out to her brother.
Clara, it's odd to see you so flustered. What's the matter?
His face is gone. A familiar voice brings immense relief to her heart.
I'm headed to the business school. We'll talk when I get back.
Albert picks up the hat and adjusts the brim. The pin on the hat of Vingler's shop shimmers in the dim light. Thank goodness, he seems to be fine. He's still the reliable brother she remembers, the family's pride in his sharp three-piece suit.
Business?
Yeah, he's got a paint.
But didn't you swear to never go back? Ever since your human classmate shot your arm in a duel.
What?
Wait.
Vienna sucks.
What happened to your arm?
He turns around and Kakanya can finally see. Half of his suit is covered in colors, paint trailing down his face and pooling at his feet. An arm of flowing colors is attached to his body like a mismatched puzzle piece.
Oh, Ethan. Yes, he wounded me. He had to prove his standing to the Brotherhood. There was no other way. But that's in the past. He gave me his arm, so now we're even.
Fuck. This camera move is good. It is great. He casually tosses it aside, letting it clatter into the darkness and disappear into the swirl of colors. Albert grabs his walking stick, his new arm dangling lifelessly at his side.
I have to go. I have to find Johnson, Raymond, and Herbert. That little rascal pushed Ilsa into the fountain. We have a score.
Oh, Ilsa is dissolved then.
Take care, Clara.
He strides past her and hails a carriage with triangles for wheels at the door.
No, Albert! Don't go!
Don't go. She runs to stop the carriage, but it is unaffected by her efforts like everything else in this place. A set of footsteps approach from behind. Oh no.
The storm syndrome is spreading, Doctor. Stay any longer, you'll be infected too.
Okay, it's just a matter of whether you get hit or not. I assumed Arcanists were safe, they're not. The trembling ground interrupts her. A mob with distorted faces swarms through the streets, chanting slogans and singing in their own tongues. White pro-war pamphlets litter the ground like snowflakes being absorbed into a mire of effervescent paints. The city is bursting with unrelenting energy like a speeding chariot or a twirling powder keg.
The sign bell in the parade. Is that Aurora? I just met her at the coffee house last week. We were talking about her wedding.
Yeah, I don't think the wedding's happening.
Watch out, Doctor!
The sign crashes to the ground beside them. Rage-filled citizens are tearing the streets apart. Even the handles of roadside benches are yanked off and made a weapon. The fervent protest consumes all who come across it, forcing them to participate with no option to decline.
This is bad. They have lost their minds. This way, Doctor. We have to get out of here.
Maybe Arcanists are slightly more resistant. They aren't immediately affected, but will eventually fall to the effects. I feel like that's the case, yeah. And then once the storm hit, everyone gets hit with the effects. I feel like that's the case, yeah. It's just a matter of how long it takes you to succumb. Star, plant, we want plant.
I'll do my best.
Oh, it's these dudes again.
Salute for this book. Return scribe. I can't read it.
Oh, I was really hoping that we could. What is this? Why am I taking damage right now? Ooh. Best no. That works. I think we can actually put this to maybe.
Time to turn the page.
Nope, we can't.
Great. Come space.
Alright, just kill the kid. Why not? Why did they do so much damage?
Activated.
Alright. One of these, one of these, one of these. I don't actually know what she does.
Now it's easier
I
to understand.
think the reason Kakani and Marcus are immune is simply because they are not mad. Possibly? That might be one of the prerequisites. But I mean, the people in the theater weren't really mad either, right? I don't know, I feel like there just isn't a pattern at this point. It just sort of happens. And then whoever gets hit, you know?
This one or this one?
We might lose this. Never mind. I didn't think it would do that much damage. I'll get rid of this guy, right? Actually, no, let's get a stun on. We can stop one attack.
Or this one?
I guess we have to use Lucy.
I can't read it.
Thunder Talisman! Scientific version!
The light that illuminates all.
No damage.
Careful with the pages.
Careful with the pages.
Do this or this one?
3.
Now it's easier to understand.
One on the island was infected very quickly. He just stayed on the beach for a while, and where there were no protection, he was instantly infected. That's a random, yeah. Feels like they're random. Or at least whatever metric it uses is not apparent to us.
Gatekeeper?
I guess storm effect just varies per storm,
This way,
it
Doctor.
seems.
We have to go back to your clinic. The Special Operations Squad will meet us there.
Oh, man. Okay. The young investigator holds the doctor's hand, determined to do her duty. But the doctor halts her steps and droops her head, looking dejected. Now is not the time, lady.
Marcus, you once said that there was another way to make things right.
Yeah. Sky's paint and the soldier was affected when a drop from the sky fell on his face. Oh. Okay.
And then you did your part.
So
As I
somehow
did
these
mine.
two have managed to avoid that so
now,
far.
After all that's happened, please tell me, what's the point of us trying?
You know, you're not even supposed to save her.
Okay,
Actually, no,
save them
she
in
has to
time?
save her now.
Is there any chance that we can turn things around?
Her mission was to bring the Arcanist back. She struggles to hold back a sob. The roaring crowd fades into the distance, and the ring road of yesterday is now but a distant memory, never to be relived. Does Kokania know about the storm yet? Like the fact that everything's going to be erased? Did we tell her about that? Or did we just tell her
The
about
ritual you
us being in
acquired,
the future?
the one you said could save everyone. Is it working now?
About that. Not exactly working, I wouldn't say. Some minor issues.
Let me in.
Let me in. Lauren Laplace's corridor has lost its clean, silvery sheen. Yes! Oh wait, hang on. Hang on. Dawkins and his slobbering mud certainly played a major role in destruction. The guards used every cleaning orb in their inventory to restore even a hint of its original glory. A pair of angry feet stomp across the floor, ignoring their colleagues' attempts to stop them. Enigma adds more muddy footprints without hesitation. Come on, not the cleaning guys.
I have just one question. Why hasn't the project stopped yet?
Kind of like the man's shirt. Flared out neck. The door to the director's office flings open and an angry figure storms out.
Adler Hoffman, you have been removed from the team. You're not authorized to be here.
Come on,
You have
Ulrich.
violated
Everything.
The LSCC safety management regulations? I brought them with me. You're welcome.
He throws the hefty manual right onto his former leader's face.
If you cared about the regulations as much as you claim, you'd know that none of what's happening aligns with its guidelines. Even the head of Laplace has no authority to continue the experiment under these circumstances.
Before he can continue, his ex-leader sharply cuts him off.
Get out of my face, Adler. I don't have time for this. We're in a state of war. Every participant has signed an informed consent form. If you are not part of this project, please leave immediately.
I mean, if they consent,
We only
then
have
shit,
18
man.
hours until the storm. This is it. The first time we've made such a breakthrough in all 9 storms. Your sister gave up her life to take us this far. I hope you don't need me to remind you that.
Yeah, I feel like I understand Enigma's side here. Adler Hoffman is abruptly silent. A fiery rage ignites in his hazel eyes. A deafening void engulfs space as Ulrich realizes his verbal blunder.
Yes, she made the ultimate sacrifice, hoping that it would lead to a breakthrough. But instead, death continues to rise. How can you let this go on?
He charges ahead, shoving Ulrich aside with his elbow. Ulrich's head slams against the wall, ferrofluid shifting erratically inside.
I demand to know why the experiment is still going!
Cause it's needed, man. He starts working on the padlock on the door. Nothing's going to stop him from breaking through today. Bro, bringing up his sister is a dick move, yeah. Yeah, it is. The alarm goes off, Ulrich struggles to his feet.
Don't we have enough crazies around here?
I'm surprised they haven't just, like,
Not
locked
Lucy
him up
has
at this
important
point.
things to do. She has no time for you. Go cry to your therapist, human.
Jeez, man. Chill.
Important? What could be possibly more important than this right now? What happened to the humanitarian ideals of the Foundation? Are we now under the tyranny of machines? What's this important thing she's got to do? Reading the paper? Sipping on oil and charging up in a 230-volt bath?
He cracks the code. That easy. Pushing Ulrich's arms aside, Enigma forces his way into the room. I mean, the room is completely dark. You need better security, man. Shit. A piston spins at his feet. Oh, is she remodeling herself?
Is that you, Adler? Welcome.
Welcome. I like how it keeps weaving between the three locations. It's pretty seamless. Well, not seamless, but it's not too jumbled, honestly. Like if I had like 3 different locations, I would be worried that my storylines are getting kind of like between all 3 of them, but it holds it together pretty well. It doesn't get all confused.
Look at this mirror, dear. There's a sizable stain on it.
I don't see any stains.
Look closer, dear. You can no longer see the part that has broken off, but you can see where it once was. Right there. A sizable stain. The owner thought the stain would be removed if she smashed the mirror. Now she has a collection of little mirrors, and the stain has gone into hiding.
Whose mirror is this? Not the end of the world if we don't get a solution before this 24 hours. The Foundation is safe from this. That's true, yeah.
A lady who wishes to make the rest of the world accept who she is, and has suggested that many others join her way of thinking.
That said, I guess the more storms they choose to like let happen without a cure or a preventative is just them being set back even more, right? So I guess they can't really afford to waste a storm, especially since they're like right on the cusp of it all. It's still a little bit reckless though.
Her brother, on the contrary, hopes to be taken in. In his attempt to act like everyone else, he lost an arm in a duel. If you ask me, dear, I'd say they're very alike. Equally lonely. The brother and sister are a mirror image of each other. She's often repulsed by the sight of him, unable to reconcile herself with all that he reminds her of.
It's like a personal problem.
Now the brother has found his missing arm, along with his long-lost dignity. The surgery that the sister had been hoping would be done on this world has finally started. But all of a sudden, she's terrified.
That's true. She wanted to remake everything, and I mean, that's happening, just not the way she wanted it to.
As I said, despite their differences in approach, the brother and sister are mirror images of one another. But now the mirror is broken. I hope she can make it through the 7 years of bad luck. Poor thing. There's no way around it.
Yeah, I don't think she needs more bad luck, man. We're halfway done. Holy shit. Oh, it's been almost been 5 hours. We keep going. Sandstorm in room. A tiny grain of sand slips into the eye, causing tears to well up in response. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's go. The piston rotates on the floor like a toy top.
I am not in a suitable form to receive a guest. Simone, can you put me back in my body?
What? Her assistant rushes over and puts her into a robot body.
I feel much better. Thank you. Oh, you have even put on a face for me. How sweet of you.
What?
I have noticed your icy gaze, Researcher Adler. You are yearning to correct the logic of this place. Well, I only said that to Simone out of courtesy. In reality, whichever body I am put into makes no difference to me.
What part of her is her? Her ill-timed explanation annoys him even more.
The experiment, ma'am. Why hasn't it stopped? Are you going to pretend that nothing's happened? That no one died? Could it be that you and Ulrich, the awakened, being the tin cans you are, have no regard for actual lives?
Adler Hoffman, I will not warn you again.
Ulrich storms back into the room with 2 guards, ready to throw him out at any moment.
Relax, Adler. You are led by a biased opinion because you lack critical information. A common defect in all cognitive
I think the
processes.
piston is the real one? Damn.
I believe you will shift to a more
That's a
rational
very
perspective
small
once you receive sufficient
piece.
information on the subject.
A tiny piston is her real body.
A more
Side
rational
note, does she have a
perspective?
closet about it? I imagine she does, right? The human, known for his logical thinking, responds with an overwhelming amount of feeling.
We are humans, not machines. We are not expendable parts. I
there's
have
a lot of
plenty
you.
of reasons to question your decisions. Your excessive insistence on this experiment could be a sign of uncontrollable behavior, a trait commonly seen in arcanists.
The experiment has been cancelled everywhere.
She's lying to
Except
him.
for this very room.
What?
Eh? The robot flashes a smile as if anticipating the man to be pleased with her response.
As you and Researcher Medicine Pocket have said, the ritual is beyond the limits of almost everyone here. The side effects will kill them before the ritual can even take
so it's
effect.
not even really a curse, they just can't handle it.
The first wave was inevitable. Dora had pressed send before she disintegrated. We only managed to halt the subsequent transmissions and evacuate the unaffiliated staff. We kept only a few arcanists on the team, and each has signed the consent form.
Mutual consent. That bloody form again. I mean, if they consent, then let them do it, man.
But I have to use your argument against you. You too are guided by a biased opinion. An overly optimistic one. Because you have failed to properly assess the risks involved. We have suffered enough misfortunes just by uttering a few syllables of the incantation. We've talked about the limit of things before. You should know better and ask the rest of the team to quit the experiment. Your insistence will only bring calamity upon calamity on our people for nothing.
The researcher fights to stay calm, reiterating his views he had already shouted in the hallway. Ulrich begins his retort, but the director simply nods in agreement.
You might be right. But how is being right going to help us?
Huh?
She grins, trying for a warm, gentle smile, but it comes across as anything but. Enigma despised that face. Every time she tried to show a hint of humanity, it only served to highlight how different she was from everyone else.
You spoke of the limit. And I am surprised that it is you who brought it up.
Enigma pauses for a second, not sure if she's being sarcastic. Ulrich's real body's a liquid inside her.
The physical appearance
It's
of
ferrofluid,
humans has remained relatively
which
unchanged
is,
since the Neolithic era.
I believe,
but their thoughts
metal
and
powder
civilization
in
continued
slime,
to evolve
oil,
and
something.
underwent significant transformations.
It's basically a liquid that acts like a metal, or that can be magnetized and shit. The physical appearance of humans changes.
The achievements that humanity enjoys today were not given to the species by any one person with godlike powers, but were the result of the collective efforts of all human beings. Limits and boundaries must be pushed, or there would never have been room for development. There is no reason to believe that the limit cannot be challenged, especially when we already have the tools to do so. We must make progress happen.
Let's make progress.
Grandiose lies.
Lies?
Lies. I was being right going to help us, a banger line. I mean, yeah. She basically just pulled out the no you. Oh crap, he forgot about her excellent hearing.
We have no choice but to go beyond that limit.
I feel like it's a recurring
If we do not break away from the storm, there is no future for us, let alone progress.
Like, just knowing your limits and not
We need to first
overreaching.
determine all the side effects as a priority. This important step will help us compile data and eliminate the effects so our colleagues can use the ritual safely.
And who will try it this time, Madam Lucy? You're not going to test the side effects as the cost of lives, are you?
I mean, she has a bunch of bodies.
Thanks to Ulrich, we stumbled upon a breakthrough.
I thought she was going to use herself as a test subject.
You are right. It is time to send the other Arcanists home. Only the Awakened are needed here.
The Awakened?
Do we get details on what the Awakened actually are? The tungsten wire float glows faintly in the dark.
The power is back,
Yeah, I
Mom.
cannot.
We are ready to resume.
Not. Faintly red in the dark, then the room is lit. It's lit. Ready to resume.
It will take time to properly explain. Please wait, Adler. We have yet to reach an agreement.
What? Are you experimenting? Here?
Here. Ignoring his surprise, Lucy sits down on the iron bench. Wires of various sizes are attached to her body. The instrument comes to life to the piston's rhythm, faithfully recording every change in the robot. From her slightest movements to arcane fluctuations, nothing goes unnoticed.
La Unwa.
Wait, she's reciting it?
Frozen in place by the scene, he looks around the room in disbelief.
She's read the reports, right? She was there when Dora broke into pieces.
They explain that what they are in the live. I mean, I know they explained that. I haven't watched most of the live, honestly, but I think I recall them saying they were just machines or inanimate objects given life or something, right? But why? How? Lucy's a manifestation of the innovation of the Steam Age. Okay. So it's like concepts, even not even just inanimate objects. That's kind of cool. I need to watch that live then, damn. Or at least just that section. Rarely does her back curl up like this. The usual cheerful expression on her face has changed to one of unease, suggesting that something is amiss. A hunk of metal should not feel pain. They have no flesh, no nerves. But if she is in agony, what could be the cause of such torment? Will she break apart too, like those people? The ominous curse has set its sights on its prey. It watches almost like Zeus on a mountaintop, ready to unleash lightning on the mortals who dare to steal fire. No.
Simone, I cannot continue.
Oh. The most primal, instinctual fear. This is the first time he's ever heard her emotions pour out so raw.
You fools! Don't just stand there! Stop her! Now!
The fools. Panic and horror twist in his stomach. He has an irresistible urge to rip out the wires and put an end to her torture.
Who's going to lead us if she also turns into a pile of scraps?
Stay where you are, Enigma.
Just one dude. Put him down. Ulrich's voice, full of animosity, comes from behind.
You insisted on being here. You demanded to see this. Don't bring your pathetic, narrow-minded humanitarian values in here and tell us what to do. What do you know about us?
Simone leans over to her. She speaks softly.
You can do it, madam. This is just part of the established procedures. Just a few more syllables, madam, and it will be over.
Established procedures.
Simone's giving me some bad vibes right now. Fear ebbs away a little as she repeats those words.
That.
Her eyes close. She forces out the last word with great determination. Circlo. It is done. A clear, accurate, impeccable read. Right at that moment, the lights in the lab go out.
Was that all, Simone?
Yes.
No one can see her face in the darkness. But Enigma believes it to be a smile.
Good.
A gust of sand rises in the room. Without warning and out of nowhere, it screams through the enclosed darkness. The raging storm engulfs the robot's cold metal body, carrying her away with great force. When the sand subsides, all that remains is an old piston clattering to the ground. Okay, the robot body's gone. Clang. There's no way she's dead. If that's her real body, then just plug her into another machine, man. It's fine. Even if there's no path, even if there is no destination, the pioneers. Oh, there you go. A deathly silence. Until Enigma stumbles back, nearly falling over another person in the room.
She's dead.
And she's a robot. The piston lies motionless on the ground, as lifeless as any other object.
This is what you wanted to show me?
His heart pounds in his ears as he pants, fists clenched and slick with sweat.
To watch her utter a curse that's always brought death, only to die in vain? And you just let it happen?
Ulrich looks at him, his voice poised and steady.
Calm down.
Calm down. She's dead right there. You murderer.
Murderer.
We have already repeated this experiment many times.
Enigma is in disbelief.
Many times? What? You've sent people to their deaths over and over again?
The ferrofluid flows again, forming a shape that Enigma can only interpret as disdain.
Look at you, Adler, peeing your pants over a curse. The human boy is so scared that he forgot to ask the crucial question. Did the ritual work?
But what do you mean? The curse. The side effects killed her. The experiment failed. Is that not what happened?
No. Triggering the curse and failure are two separate things. I was the first one to recite the incantation, way before Dora.
Oh shit.
When I read it aloud, it worked. I felt the warmth of a miraculous blessing on my head. Soft. Light as a feather. I told Madame Lucy right away, but as soon as she left the room, the curse hit me, and I began to liquefy.
You are already...
There was no one else in the room. My liquid form had become too insubstantial to push the help button. A long darkness followed. After that, I woke up again in my original primitive form, the way I first came into this world.
Original primitive form?
The ferrofluid pulsates, which in Ulrich's body language is a nod.
Unlike humans, the awakened have neither flesh nor nerves. We are pieces of consciousness, echoes of a primordial melody that just happen to reside in material objects by chance.
Pieces of consciousness.
With a mind and a body combined, we could talk, learn, think like you do, and perform the experiment and endure the side effects. And this curse, for some reason, cannot affect the primal consciousness that caused our awakening in the first place. While human minds dissipate when their tangible bodies are destroyed, our minds reawaken regardless of the changes and destruction of our external bodies. Of course, this was an assumption based on idealized circumstances, and I needed another awakened being who could awaken in different bodies to confirm my theory. That is why I sought out Madame Lucy for cross-verification. The results?
Yes, it was an assumption! You said it yourself! You came back to life this time, but what about the next? Nothing is for sure in Arcanum.
Did they not just kick this guy out?
What if she never wakes up again? What if she dies for good?
He swats Enigma's hand away.
We know what we are doing, human. Stay out of this. Only the awakened can carry out the experiment, so we must proceed. This has nothing to do with race. It is a sense of duty that every researcher should have possessed when they chose this path. We have to go beyond the limit. Not out of madness, but out of rationality.
I wasn't expecting Ulrich to play such a big role. I mean, like a significant role. Silence fills the room like the beginning of time when there was no sound to be heard. And slowly the piston starts to spin.
We seem to have replicated effect number 2. And 117 of the Coleman Lab's protective rituals were proven ineffective. Write it down, Simone. This is the 4th time we have seen it. Also, number 45 and 69 are related to it. We need to speed up. This is too slow.
The lights are back on again, and the piston is placed into a new body. They're just going through the bodies now. Being prepared for all possible outcomes requires a significant amount of metal material, but it is essential for data collection and analysis. With a soft hum, the robot turns her head and looks at Enigma, surprised.
Adler, what are you doing here? I am glad to see you out of your room and working with us again.
No, he's not on the team, Mum. He forced his way in here.
Oh? My apologies. I seem to lose a small amount of data when I reawaken.
She smiles at him, as she always does.
Still, I am glad that you are showing initiative, Adler. Were we supposed to talk?
No. We have nothing more to discuss, ma'am. Ulrich has filled me in on everything.
Simone, what is she?
But I still worry whether the experiment's risks were properly assessed.
Now, Simone seems to be human, or arcane is one of the two. I'm assuming human, because Laplace. I have doubts. Something about her throws me off. I might just be paranoid.
Assessments. Much is beyond measure when it comes to Arcanum. Perhaps faith plays a more important role here.
Enigma is caught off guard by her words.
I'm surprised it is you talking about faith, ma'am.
It seems we both have the ability to surprise each other.
As they speak, the robot strolls over to her chair and sits back down. Very nice.
You are right. Assessments could indeed be useful to us.
Enigma changes attitude to Lucy, yeah.
It allows us to know the probabilities of success and failure based on established facts and past experience.
He probably realizes there's nothing he can do at this point. Just accept it.
When we find ourselves in uncharted darkness, with no information or past experience to guide us, how are assessments going to help us?
Our assessment's going to help us. And you just keep going, man. He ponders and stares into the void. Perhaps the experiment did fry some circuits. He's more sentimental than usual.
The only thing we have in such darkness is the unwavering faith to move forward. When the first steam engine whistled, I awoke into this world. At the beginning of this new life, my circuits were charged with a singular primal desire to progress.
So that only awakened are allowed here, yeah.
In the midst of that never-ending whistle, I have watched man build the towers of science and knowledge, and I have watched them unleash chaos and destruction.
What the fuck? Simone? Maybe Simone's in a second. I don't know. Maybe?
You too have been lost and deterred, but your engines of progress have never stopped churning. Always
she
move
might be
forward,
speaking hyperbolically,
no matter the
you never know.
destination you told yourselves.
Or he, rather.
Until the storm brought everything to a standstill. But this is just a small setback. We are only back to the beginning where we stumble blindly. And this time, I happen to have a cane.
She gives him a tender smile.
No need to worry about me. I will not shut down as long as there is still hope for progress.
Wonder if, like, every time she does this, she becomes a little more
We have wasted a
human.
bit of time on data recovery.
So I feel
Come,
like
Simone.
they're
Let us
hinting
begin the next
that
experiment.
she's becoming more, you know,
I hope to dissolve
natural,
into peace this time,
at least in
so
terms
we can
of
easily handle it with a Coleman's ritual of transformation.
the human researcher knows that it'd be inappropriate for him to stay here any longer. Gritting his teeth, he moves towards the door, trying his best to leave the horrific scene behind him. Yeah. What is Simone? Someone is waiting for him by the door.
Soon enough. We know what we are doing, and you are of no help here. It's been the same old story in this place for the past 8 years. When your faith crumbled during the storm, it was us who took over the place and cleaned up after you. It was us who got things back up and running, put coals in the hearth, and blazed a trail when everyone was lost in the dark.
It seems that awakened are awakened by powerful emotion in time. They can evolve with other emotion. Yeah. It seems a lot of stuff in this game seems to be based on emotion and thoughts.
I know you may not understand the intricacies of the Arcanum, but please, show some basic respect for our efforts.
Will you do the experiments yourself, Ulrich?
Of course. I am not some emotional, unhelpful little punk.
Instead of his usual witty comeback, Enigma simply shakes his head in slow motion.
Do you still remember Adams?
Sudden questions, it seems out of place. The ferrofluid quivers. A name seems to unearth memories that had been buried for 8 long years in the confines of this institution.
Adams, Roman, Adolf, Sylvia, Albert, Louise, those who were taken from us by the rain. Melvin, Francis, Caroline, Leopold. They volunteered for the field, but we never heard from them again. Now we have Dora, Richard, Dawkins, and Victor on the list. Life has a wicked sense of humor. My mentor, my classmates, my colleagues. Each of them deserved to live more than me. But they're all gone now. There's only me talking to you. Alive. Useless.
Oh man.
Am I going to see
Mike
your names on
knows
that list too, Ulrich?
You're gone. Yeah, you're gone. It's over. You got stormed, then. In this rare moment, he lowers his head. But soon he raises his arm and slaps the man hard on the back.
Spare me the feelings, human. Though I will take back my sarcastic jabs at you, it is not something a leader should do. Madame Lucy talked to me about the importance of teamwork.
Such a depressing world to live in, yeah. Everyone's just dying. He awkwardly pats the human on the shoulder, a clumsy attempt at friendliness.
Go back to your room, Adler. The Arcanists will take over from here. Until we get the results, you won't be needed here.
Enigma heaves a breath.
I will say this, Ulrich. If you survive the experiments...
Alarmed by the opening words, Ulrich instinctively turns down his receiver to avoid hearing anything too warm. This would be more painful than suffering through 100 experimental side effects.
I submit a sincerest application to never be on the same team as you again. So neither of us will have to worry about teamwork. How's that sound?
What does that sound? A curve that almost resembles a smile appears on his face.
I will wait for that application, Adler.
That feels like a death flag. One of them is dying. Now roll up your sleeves and clear your mind. This is not the time to grieve. Who fucking died? If human reasoning and arcane knowledge are not enough on their own... Oh, this is Vienna, isn't it? Perhaps a combination of the two can solve this problem. It's not. We're still here. Okay. The lab door is in shambles, its metal plate barely hanging on. A wooden sign reading "Keep Out" sways precariously, covered in bite marks and scratches. They are friends now. I feel like that was a death flag. Enigma takes a moment. A voice answers from within. Is it Mesmer?
Who's there?
Just some random person.
Adler Hoffman from the cryptography team. Is medicine pocket in?
Enigma has a mentality like A-Knight, but the difference is that he sees his existence as pointless. Yeah, A-Knight kind of, instead of, like, losing faith, he kind of immortalizes his friends, right? Through his stories and stuff.
I heard that they wrote a
Even if he
paper
does
on the
kind
linear
of detach
correlation
himself from
between the
it by
purity
no
of an
longer using his
Arcanist bloodline
name.
and their power. Can I get some more details on the research?
The door creaks open to reveal a youthful face, but she is not the genius he is looking for. The lab technician looks at him through her glasses and hesitates a little.
The paper is here. Help yourself. Sorry about the stains on it. I just took it out of the trash.
Why?
If
Is
you're
it
looking for
wrong?
medicine pocket, I'm afraid they just left.
Just left.
Left? To where?
There is a subtle conflict on her face. She is torn between covering for her colleague and following the rules. Stitching. It is more than enough for him to catch on.
They left the building? Hasn't the countdown already begun?
The fuck? The fuck, what are you doing?
Yes, and by regulations we are not to leave. But, they said their new theory had to be verified in the storm.
New lore? New lore? New Arcanus lore? Get a clue. Side effects, defense research progress report. 3. Immediate death, no other symptoms. 7. Soluble in oil, soil. 11. Hair modification. 5. Dispersion of consciousness. 9. Fluid allergy. 4. Persistent severe hydration. 1. Proportional body shrinkage. 4. Embrittlement of the whole body. 6. Unstoppable and irreversible. Avoid the ground and wear special footwear. Shave head and observe further. All out loud. Oh, this is the responses. Maintain a dry environment, control water intake. Continuous infusion. Administer care as per the lab test animal standards. Apply a solidifying spell at rapid cotton. What was the last one? Embrittlement. Storm research. We can keep going. Open the floodgates. Throw wide the gates. The whole fact that this whole chapter happens within 24 hours, I think is... Yeah. It's all just happening... I mean, it's all happening kind of concurrently, right? So that makes sense, but also it's a lot.
Dude, the mud! This is what I'm talking about! A better world!
I was not expecting Medicine Pocket to actually have like a major role in the story. They kick the muddy ground with their boot in ecstasy. The mud splatters on the Foundation staff member's jacket, but he remains professional and does not bat an eye.
Researcher Medicine Pocket, I must remind you that we are at the edge of the immunity zone to the storm. Once we cross the line, we will not only catch the storm syndrome, but also be taken by the storm at the end of the countdown.
The entrance of the Foundation headquarters is bustling with personnel. As the storm approaches, a long line of field investigators has formed at the gate, waiting to pass through security. Medicine Pocket groans. They spread their hands in frustration, clearly unhappy with how skilled the staff member is at avoiding confrontation.
I know that. How stupid do you think I am? Hey, isn't that Rudolph? The poor guy sent to Tunguska? Hey man, how was Siberia? Welcome back. Did you bring me any new research materials? Oh, you don't recognize me? You're breaking my heart. It's me, your best friend that you just met, Medicine Pocket.
Medicine Pocket attempts to approach the line as quickly thwarted. The staff member has to practically yank them back by their arms and legs.
Researcher, I must make clear that you only applied for 15 minutes outside for research purposes. Your countdown starts from the moment when you cross this line.
Okay, safety first, I know. Get off me, you're hurting my arms.
Medicine Pocket struggles desperately and finally manages to plant all 4 limbs back on the ground.
I'll bounce as soon as the storm syndrome hits. Even if I catch it, look at the syndromes of this era. Distorted faces, murderous intentions, obsession with war, rampage. What's got you so worried? They aren't that bad. Well, the melting faces part is kind of gross.
The staff member responds with a blank expression. Medicine Pocket shrugs. They kneel down and open up a leather case. 1 week is more than enough for a genius like them to upgrade an old apparatus. This is the second version of the sampling device for asymmetrical nuclide, boasting improved sensitivity compared to its predecessor.
I really wanted to test this in Vienna. Oh well, better than nothing.
Is Medicine Pocket a dog? No. But Medicine Pocket was raised around dogs. And was experimented on like a dog. In his story, his mother was selling dogs to like this science company for experiments, and in one of the deliveries, he basically hops out of her car and goes with them. And I guess he was raised by the fucking experiment company or whatever.
Alright, now, I'm gonna walk a little further from the immunity zone so the samples are easier to gather. The ideal distance is 1,500 kilometers, but, oh, don't worry, not gonna do that. Even I can't run that fast.
They hold the sampling device in their hands and step across the boundary. Behind them. The staff member starts his timer, a skeptical look on his face.
Now behold, the important moment. When I prove the dorks in Laplace wrong about asymmetrical nuclide R.
We're getting lore. The room is as dark and dusty as when Enigma last saw it, but to him it's a sanctuary. The towering piles of files and outdated equipment immediately isolate him from the rest of the world. Finally, he is back in his fortress.
Hypothetically, if the storm research were to succeed, two things should have been done.
He scribbles quickly on the dusty whiteboard. Safe usage of the ritual for Arcanius, mass production of the ritual for humans.
And to find out the safe way to use it, we have to...
have the power to wield it, minimize the side effects.
This is what Lucy was thinking. The Awakened met the casting requirements of the incantation, and Ulrich succeeded, while the other Arcanists did not feel the same miraculous blessing like he did. So as long as we eliminate the side effects, they'll be able to inscribe the incantation and mass produce it for the humans. One problem is, only the Awakened can carry out the experiments, and there's not many of them around.
That door and radio.
It'll take too long. There's no way to do this in 24 hours. Heck, it could take months or even years. There must be something else we can do.
But you are not an Arcanist. Why should you play by their rules?
Really just painted the whole thing for that one scene.
Let's try a different approach. What if I start with the desired outcome and work backwards to the question?
He crosses out the second
The
step.
quickest and most efficient way to save everyone is to make them qualified casters of the ritual. They won't even need protective equipment if we can do that. The challenge is, how do we qualify the casting requirements?
He looks at the papers on his desk in desperation.
Medicine Pocket's theory is correct, and there's enough data and supplementary experiments to back it up.
Make their blood pure.
The power of Arcanus is
it's
tied to the
Picarisma,
purity
let's
of their
go.
bloodline, which is associated with the special cells in their bodies. Using arcane skills reduces the activity of the cells, but the Picasma extract can reactivate them for extended casting. However, the extract only provides endurance, not power. It is physiologically impossible for a low-ranked Arcanist to cast a high-ranked skill. That's the reality of it.
Is that doctor's hat? Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does.
If we were to compare the power of Arcanists to household appliances, let's say their normal voltage is 230 volts, and if the storm immunity ritual were a high voltage source of 1,000 volts, no, millions of volts, like lightning, the household appliances would be destroyed in an instant.
He is used to simplifying complicated arcane jargon into relatable examples for practical application.
As for the humans, they're not even in the picture. We cannot cast to begin with, and I personally didn't feel any blessing or curse when I recited half of the incantations that day.
He falls back into his chair, rubbing at his temple. The researcher struggles against his defeatist mindset, but the hopelessness is hard to ignore.
Think, how can I get everyone to meet the casting requirements of the ritual? Forget what's theoretically impossible. The Arcanum never gave a damn about certainties. I've been reminded plenty that logic does not apply to things like this.
Irritated, he pushes the paper aside and pulls a book of Arcanum from the mountain of clutter.
What about shortcuts? Are there records of transcendental rites? Significant celestial events? Sacrificial offerings? Or even Numa emanating ingredients that could boost the user's casting abilities? Wait. Numa emanating...
The thought flashes across his mind.
Where have I seen that word before?
He rushes to the bookshelf and starts rummaging through the dusty volumes.
It was in the files Ulrich told me to read. The Timekeeper's report from the Aegean Sea. Those islanders call the storm the emanation. Why? The emanation. Emanation. Just what is emanating out?
Numa. The door swings open with a loud bang, causing him to jump in surprise. The towering stack of books next to the door tumbles over as if nudged by an invisible force. Then he hears a familiar sound, shuffling footsteps from the hallway outside, sticky and wet. Why?
What the?
For what reason?
Dawkins, I hope you know this is not the time to catch up. That is if you're able to talk at all. No! Let go! I've just come up with an idea! Leave me alone!
No. Why is it free? He braces himself against the desk, straining to resist being thrown out of the room. He squirms across, stretching his finger until he finally reaches the red button.
Somebody! Help!
Help. Numa analysis the Mothman. Yeah. So that's what I first thought of when they mentioned it, but on the island. I know what Numa actually is, like in the context of reverse. I assumed it was like their dreams and shit because that's what that seems to be what the Mothman stuff is about. But it seems to be something very tangible. Oh, we're going for. Yeah. I screwed that up. That's fine. Okay. Just finished reading it a minute ago. I'm ready to read again with you. yeah. I am. Alright,
Another jar?
It's gonna be a setup turn, I guess.
Let's get it over quick.
Oh, I didn't think that would give me ult. Wasn't paying attention to the Moxie.
Got you.
Still dazed, huh? That's fine. That's okay. 1, 2, 3.
Please, don't resist.
Time to check my calculation. Oh, there's a bubble.
Oh, okay. This should be enough. This should be more than enough.
Flicker. Welcome to the world of numbers.
They are much naughtier than the Foundation's kids.
You're not really here for revenge. And it wasn't you who pushed away the books and opened the door. The invisible ghost. Victor, did you do that?
That's right. He's still there. The colossal, muddy gingerbread man nods, surprisingly docile. Beside him, a whiteboard marker in the air begins to write on the wall. It's me. I feel like Victor... Like, I would like to be invisible, you know? Then the marker turns its tip and points at the door. Enigma does as his friend suggests and walks out into the hallway. Outside, people are talking and laughing with genuine joy on their faces.
Ah, Researcher Adler!
Figure it out. Figure in a shiny uniform suddenly stops nearby. Enigma recognizes her as the unfortunate colleague who works with Medicine Pocket.
What happened? Any progress?
Yes, Researcher Medicine Pocket has proved their theory right.
Which one?
They have successfully found the asymmetrical nuclide R in the air before the storm. even if only a trace.
What did you say?
Wait, what? It's supposed to prevent being reversed, right?
They came up with the idea because the nuclide was initially found in the raindrop samples of the storm. They deduced it also exists in the air before the storm occurs, like the water droplets in the atmosphere before rain. So now, we can extract it directly from the air, without waiting for the timekeeper to bring the raindrops to us. This will help us a lot in the mass production of the protective gear.
She trails off as she notices the look on his face.
No way. The emanation. Asymmetrical nuclide R. She was right. The ritual works. Any arcanist can use it. And the solution was right in front of us. I didn't need to boost the caster's abilities. With the right setup and materials, the world before the storm is already an enormous stage for performing the ritual.
Oh.
It's like a charged pylon just needing a cable.
They use the storm to beat the storm. The man slips past her and starts running towards the other end of the corridor.
Thank you, Miss Whoever, and thanks for letting me know, Dawkins and Victor.
The technician looks around but sees no one. Nearby, a muddy head and a floating pen emerge from the door. Enigma makes his way to the airlock door.
It's me, Ulrich. Let me in. I need to see Madame Lucy.
I don't like this.
Tell her I found a way to transcend the limit.
I don't like this. Because anytime something like there seems to be a breakthrough, we automatically just get slammed down right afterwards. They're just setting us up to be like disappointed. This is not good. When the Guardian found Medicine Pocket outside the safety zone, they were crawled on all fours, frantically shouting that their hypothesis was correct. After confirming they were not infected with the Storm Syndrome, but rather was merely a part of their personality, they were brought back by the Guardian. This experiment proved that the outside air before the storm contained a large amount of asymmetrical nucleotide R, and the performance of the second-generation sampling device was fully verified, confirming its ability to accurately record the concentration changes of asymmetric nucleotide R in the pair per minute. That's a lot of R. Can we use it? Just over Medicine Pocket, just overexcited, same as always. A person who transcends the syndrome. Person, Guardian Rog, in terms of muscle pain, poor guy. The Storm Speech. At the very least, we all now have a better understanding of how home appliances work. Alright. Laplace sounds like a good place to work. I don't know, man.
And explain it straight.
Like, there's a whole lot wrong here. Got monsters in the hallways. Fantastic. He pops off the marker cap and draws a few lines on the board, exuding confidence with every stroke.
Our biggest problem is the limit of the bloodline. Low-rank arcanists can't command high-rank arcane rituals. Similar to how household appliances can't withstand what's beyond their designated voltage. In most cases, the caster can only use their own arcane circuits that run through their inherited bloodline. But what if the caster were in a special electric field? What if we used existing circuits on the outside and put the caster into a greater circuit? What if we factored in the entire planet and used the atmosphere to split the current flowing through us by adding more appliances to the circuit?
Don't be ridiculous, Adler. We are not household appliances.
The ferrofluid frowns were questioning the premises of Enigma's proposal.
Hold on, let me finish.
Lucy listens without a word, giving him some courage to go on. He draws a big circle next to the little person on the board.
The storm, the entire world is charged with abundant arcane energy. It becomes a space emanating pneuma, a cloud ready to discharge, a special electric field. Look at asymmetrical nuclide R. The key to the storm immunity was inside the storm all along. And look at how the Mandragora is the antidote to its own poison. The solution can be hidden in the question itself. The arcane energy a caster inherently lacks can be borrowed from the surroundings during the storm. We just need a way to induct that energy.
I'm a bit split on him. I mean, right now, I enjoy him very much. But when he was kind of being all mopey, I understand why, but also it was a little bit frustrating.
And Laplace happens to have all the data for the calculations. The observation systems we've built over the past 8 years have not been in vain. First, we derive a formula to determine the pneuma needed from the storm based on the Arcanist lineage. Then, we'll design a converter to transform the external pneuma into what they can use. They will no longer be bound by their limits.
But only before the storm.
With just one calculation and one conversion, we can turn anyone into a capable caster.
He excitedly stretches out his arms and ends his epic monologue. It is a good thing that emotions cannot be read on an awakened being's face.
I knew I shouldn't have wasted my time listening to you. What are you saying, Adler? You made up a confusing story, then drew conclusions from it.
The second part is purely theoretical, I admit. But the basis of my theory is correct, and I have read Medicine Pocket's paper.
But Arcanum is not electricity! You're too caught up in your excitement to remember the basics. You know nothing about Arcanum.
It's still a form of energy, yes? No one here knows what the storm is, but we do know that it's a massive arcane energy field. We can harness it, much like Arcanists use arrays to amplify their incantations.
I see what researcher Adler is trying to say. A creative solution indeed.
The director gets up from her chair and intervenes.
But ma'am...
Do not worry, Ulrich. I also have noticed that humans could be smart and stupid at the same time. Perhaps that is why they need to have their work peer-reviewed.
Damn. Damn, man.
Thanks?
She nods amicably, pleased that her recently improved interpersonal skills have come in handy.
There is a type of electrophotography invented by Semyon Kurlion and his wife Valentina Kurlion in 1939 that depicts the energy field surrounding an object or body. It was later used by Laplace as a method of measuring arcane power, notably for the storm observation systems. Through it, we are able to capture and measure the arcane light or aura that is invisible to the naked eye.
Wasting no more time on mediation, the robot comes to a conclusion.
The plan of researcher Adler is feasible. Laplace also has the technology to support it. We have the storm observation stations, the capable casters, and the best mathematicians. Ulrich, please ask Miss Tider to lead the calculations, then experiment outside the safe zone and record the pneuma constant needed for casting the incantation. And do not give the incantation to anyone. I doubt they can resist trying it.
Ulrich lets out a reluctant hum and leaves the room as instructed.
Simone, please contact Researcher X. His balancing helmet could be the prototype for our converter. That helmet balances the energy field in and out of our bodies, and was once used to protect researchers working with dangerous arcane skills. We could boost its power and use it as a substitute for Adler's converter.
Enigma's a knight, but instead of jokes, it is sarcasm and determination. Applied by depression, yeah. Replaced by depression, yep. He's just a knight, but sad.
But we should postpone their testing request until we have completed our experiments on the side effects.
Her assistant gives a quick nod and begins drafting the notice. The tasks are quickly assigned to the right people in less than a minute. Only one person seems to have been left out.
What about me, ma'am? Should I go with the calculations team or help with the converter?
He takes a tentative step forward, curious about his role in this endeavor.
Right. I wanted to talk about that. You have proven to us the value of human thoughts and perspectives. I am glad that your struggles with the bottle did not damage your brain, Adler.
Damn. Really?
I am confident that your discoveries will save many lives in the storm once implemented.
She just has to, like, jab at him.
But it's been 7 years.
That was completely uncalled for. Yeah. She just keeps on smiling.
But you overlooked one thing in your plan. What about your people, the humans who can never cast incantations?
They die. An apt question.
They were not included in the plan. I just came up with something that took the least steps to reach the desired outcome. To save humans, they'll have to rely on equipment. Only when we have better control over the ritual can we store it on arcane devices for mass production.
Then you should go perfect it.
Huh?
Eh?
We only have 16 hours and 30 minutes until the storm. There's not enough time to...
Oh, we're not saving humans
The
this time
feasible
around.
part of your plan is in motion, and all of Laplace will provide the help we need. We will make it work. As for yourself, perfect your plan so we can save everyone, including the humans. And we only have 16 hours and 30 minutes to find a solution.
I feel like this is part of Arcanist's plan. They just can't save humans, and now it's just Arcanist. They win. Directions are given, clear, precise, with no room for ambiguity.
Understood. I will think of something. You're right about this one.
He turns and walks away with long, purposeful strides. Behind Lucy, Simone has finished drafting.
There was no way he overlooked his own race.
He gave up.
Yet, he
No
still
pressure,
gave up
16
his own
hours.
people and brought this plan to us.
16 hours is a lot of time, right?
Were we?
Were we? She turns nonchalantly and sits back in her chair.
But I made the right decision.
The internal line rings. The assistant puts down the list of side effects and grabs the phone.
Yes. Yes. We will provide the tech support.
Tech support. She ends the call with a grave expression on her face.
It was Xeno, Mom.
Xeno?
They lost contact with Team Timekeeper 3 hours ago. They're asking us for tech support.
Something's going on
They
the
have
island.
to make contact with the island immediately.
So she's an Arcanist or awakens, and Simone said your race to admit, but yeah. I feel like she's just an Arcanist. Like, there's nothing that would imply her to be an awakened, right? I mean, she looks human. The mind sinks and floats in an ocean of lethargy. Lethargy? A piece of driftwood would be well timed.
I won't be in there for long. You can wait for me on the beach if you want, okay?
The wood dissolves into foam.
No! 37! Don't!
Excuse me. We're still getting bombed. She wakes up on a cold piece of rock.
Where? What happened?
To be continued. Of the universal application of the storm immunity. Inform all departments the experiment has made new progress. We will use the atmospheric asymmetrical nucleotide R to complete the storm immunity incantation for universal application. All personnel with computer programming experience and no specific duty should immediately assist Miss John Titer. Also, if anyone sees Researcher X, inform him to stop slacking off immediately. We need his inventions. A ritual, using arcanum to steal electricity. Typical human thinking. It was suggested by Adler, his first real work in 8 years. God bless Franklin. Oh, okay, wait, chapter 26 is the last one. I thought it was 30. Okay. Okay, we can get to 26. We can get to 26. What are we on right now? 18? 8 more chapters? We're good. Fuck. Let me grab a water real quick, yeah? Okay. Alright. Numbers in everything. Hearken and be warned. The smell of gunpowder hangs heavy in the air. The once magnificent columns are now reduced to rubble and irregular stones. And blood rings in her ears, drowning out all other sounds. Why?
I remember now. The island fell ill, and 6 summoned all the integers to the cleansing ceremony. 37. She went to Apiron. They tended to their missions. I went to the square to pray for them, and then there was an earthquake.
Warplanes thunder above, whipping up debris and the girls' garments in their passing.
The human army? Wasn't the Foundation mediating the disputes?
They fucking gave up.
Did they betray us?
Calm now, Sophia. Your soul is imbalancing
I
towards the
need to calm
excess.
down. I need to find the others. Slow down and breathe. Stability is an essential virtue to becoming an integer. Okay. Let's clean up the place first.
You know, she places a hand on the brass ruler at her waist and as pious as ever begins to recite the incantation. Nothing happens.
The incantation didn't work?
Mm-hmm.
Did they fail to perform the cleansing ceremony?
The paint made them attack, yep. But their arcanum isn't derived from a Piron. That should be their own thing, right? She stands frozen for what seems like an eternity, disoriented and unsure. It feels like her world has crumbled beneath her feet. But then she notices a familiar figure in the distance.
Is that 42?
42. This fucking guy again. The man struggles to stand, rambling to the emptiness around
No
her.
one survives the oblivion.
Why? No one
This
survives.
hysteria is acting up again. I should
Why?
have...
Stop.
Die, you lunatics! This is our land! Right from the beginning!
They said in chapter 5 that their magic comes from the island. Oh shit, okay. When the smoke clears, 42 is gone. Oh, man got blasted.
No.
Wait, but I mean, surely they have their own arcanum, right? Like their own arcane ability. Or is it all tied to the island?
Be stable. Think.
Oh, hang on. Error, YouTube is not responding. Why?
I have to go check on him. I can do this.
Hang on. Is my internet fucked? Am I still streaming right now? Or is YouTube just being weird? Hang on, I need to make sure I'm not just... Ugh. Are we still live? I'm getting errors on my OBS. I want to make sure everything's fine, you know? It says I'm live. Alright. We'll take it at that then. Just connection issues. It's good? Yeah, we're good. Cool, cool, cool. Let's check on this. I can do this. Alright, 42 just got absolutely blasted. Everything is a number. Everything is a number.
Stay calm.
He's just sleeping.
He is divided into two numbers. 6 and 7.
That's one way to look at it. God damn. Oh no.
I have to find the others. I have to tell them about 42. Sophia! What are you doing here?
She hears a recognizable voice coming from the ruins. Up on the hill, a woman raises her hand and calls to her. She's gonna get blasted.
Get to the shelter! Into that...
Neat black death choke, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Miss 18. No.
Oh, she's just 6 and 3 now, you're fine.
I can't. This can't be happening.
Oh, 2 and 9. Alright, I'm sorry.
I have to keep it together. Move. Sophia. Get to the cave. Find... Sophia!
A quiet sob comes from the bushes. A child cowers in the foliage. Jake, oh, they're gonna kill the kid too.
I'm so scared. Everyone's gone crazy.
Oh no, the math jokes.
It's okay. I got you. Come out now, Lacey.
No number yet,
We'll
huh?
go find the others.
2, that means head is off. Oh no. The child stares at her in a panic, hugging her knees even closer to her chest.
I don't want to see them.
Oh, this kid's gonna get blasted.
Crazy. Everyone.
A drop of paint emerges on her face. Ah.
Your face.
Sophie is not from here and her faith in numbers is not great, but Lacey brushes her hand away. She turns around and runs deeper into the forest. Okay, there we go. First child casualty of the chapter. We are keeping to quota. It is the floating point behind the decimals which hinder the process of purification. Oh no, Storm Syndrome is here. Yep, Storm Syndrome is here.
Corrector. I have to help her. Or she'd get herself killed.
They won't actually blow up a kid, will they? That'd be wild. Like, I mean, the Debs won't. I feel like that'd be a little too graphic, even for reverse. Star and plant. Let's just go plant, man. Wait, mostly mineral. We'll go star.
Who ate beans?
Oh, look, they're all getting syndromed. Fantastic.
It could be found. Another jack that's newly made this year. Oh, there's a bubble. There they are. Let's get it over quick.
2 waves.
at you!
And if they derive their magic from the island, how are they a threat to us?
It could be found.
Let's just
Are you a
force
rational
it here.
numbers?
Why are they so tanky?
Calculation. Intersect and divide.
Oh yay, corrode. I love corrode.
The final demonstration.
Nowhere.
Another jar? Welcome to the world of numbers.
Damn.
For your cooperation.
I was going to be annoying. It's fine. Oh, nice. We can just do that.
Newly made this year.
And then
It could be
let's just
something
pump
that...
up
Enjoy!
37 for some bullshit.
Intersect and divide.
GTA doesn't have children in the game for a reason. I would be surprised if yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm like, I don't think they're gonna blow the kid up. Sophia's casting to return the island to its former state, so maybe the Arcanum and the islands. Oh, yeah, okay. Right. So it's more like island, something that's focused on the island as opposed to just their own personal, intuitive thing.
Coming! Another
I
jar?
don't think it's enough to kill, but maybe we can proc an extra for 2 damage. I still don't know what procs Jew's follow-up attack. Like, I don't know what the trigger for that is. She just does
You
it.
don't want to miss it.
I'm assuming it's when she gets hit, right?
Go away.
Yes. Do it. Yes. Oh, so it wasn't enough. Now it's enough.
And now to return to my long-term mission. Rest.
Yes. The world is warping, painted over with vibrant oil hues. Oh. Her headache is splitting. Each step feels like walking on lava.
Come on, Sophia. Keep yourself together. Keep your soul in balance.
I think it triggers with a drunken status, so the damage increases the more stacks. Increases the more the stacks of it. Okay. Okay. So I just keep stacking drunkenness, so what I've been doing. Alright, I've been doing it right then. Lacey has gone out of sight, only her sobs remain to haunt her mind. Something needs to be done.
37. I must find her.
Okay, so she just gave up on the kid then?
I promised it to her.
That's fine. 1 times 37.
She's going to be fine. She's a prime number. And prime numbers are not as divisible as the others.
Yeah.
She will pass the test of Apiron and receive the transcendental truth. For she is the genius, the wise one.
Yeah,
who
she didn't get the
returns.
memo.
We will right the wrongs and restore things to how they were.
Because that is a salvation promised by the truth, which doesn't fucking exist anymore. Take heart, the race of man is also blessed with divinity, for nature has already revealed her secrets to them. Once you understand this blessing, you will easily achieve all that is set upon you. You will heal your soul, and be freed from evil and suffering. The golden verses. What's with the soundtrack? A ray of light breaks through the darkness.
Sophia, you really waited for me. What happened to your clothes? Did you fall on your way here?
Sophia and 37 parallel Sonetto and Burton in such an uncanny way, like Sophia's faith. Yeah. I feel like they are just foils of each other, honestly. I don't know if I used that term right. They're reflections of each other, right? Which is very interesting considering 37's personality. As always, she tilts her head curiously. She has not yet seen the chaos of war. She remains innocent, untouched by the dust of the You know, she got hit by a bomb, right?
37, I'm so glad to see you. You passed the test. You did it.
You did it.
You seem emotional. Why? I told you it wasn't going to be difficult.
37. Things don't seem right out there.
You don't say. Sophia desperately grabs 37's arms.
37, you have seen a Piron, right? You asked the question, didn't you?
So 37 blinks too focused to spare a glance at the world outside. For she is busy sharing her findings with a close friend.
Yes, and I got the answer. The answer that will save us from the emanation once and for all.
That's right, she didn't ask about the
And the answer is...
emanation. It's the truth that transcends everything, the answer that will save everyone. The last and final hope. The moment she has been waiting for.
Is that it?
What was the answer, man?
The one true answer from a Piron.
Oh,
Is
literally
a string
numbers.
of numbers?
37 nods, having just recited the last number.
Yes, because the transcendental truth is beyond the limits of our mortal flesh. It cannot be described by words, seen by eyes, interpreted by logic, or perceived by the senses.
I assumed 37 would be able to translate it into something meaningful. If you tell me that it is literally just numbers, this child is stupid. Oh god, okay. 37 seems like a reflection of small Furton, like her desire for the truth similar to Furton's Cyrus. Yeah. I think it's just an arcanist thing in general. They seem like to have one thing and really hyper-focus that one thing, you know?
It is passed to us in a form we can understand.
Please tell me
Numbers.
you can convert this into something useful.
This is the key to the truth.
Okay.
Give me some time and I can
Alright.
decode it.
Okay. Warplanes still roar in the sky. Smoke still chokes the air. Her lungs burn with every breath she takes. Time is ticking and people are dying. Helplessly, mercilessly.
Time.
Time.
37. How long do you need?
A month or a week. I will spend all my time working on it. It is not an easy question. Could be the hardest one I've ever dealt with in my life. But I will get there.
You are so screwed.
Then we will be freed from all these problems once and for all.
It's so
Even if we
over.
don't know its meaning yet, it will
It is
eventually
so
lead us to
over.
the kingdom of
Oh
truth.
no, yeah. Oh no. Oh no. She stops her enthusiastic explanation and looks at her friend worriedly.
Sophia? Why are you crying?
No. No. Sophia looks up at her. Tears stream down her cheeks. It's like she hasn't she's just realizing 37's an idiot.
37. A truth that distant won't change. What's in front of us now?
She breaks free from her friend's grasp and races into the smoke and dust of the phenomenal world. All six already warned 37. No, yeah. You know, Sophia's been holding it together this whole time. Like, it's about time she break down, you know? Fuck.
Sophia? Sophia!
Yep. She no longer knows why she's running. She no longer knows the purpose of her existence. She only knows of the wild, fiery sensation rising in her chest. Everything is a number. Everything is a number. Everything is a number. No.
No.
Is this the truth? Is this the answer?
Calm yourself, Sophia.
Even if the truth can keep people from the wheel of birth, what good is it for those already in it? Rip Apeiron, yep. Apeiron's donezo. It's so over.
You seem astray, child.
What are you doing, Arcana? What are you doing, Arcana? A detached figure looks on from the ruins of the beach, unperturbed by something, and sad what pains you so. Yes, her voice acting for that was so good.
Graced thee with its miracles.
I don't like this. Everything's. I said it. I said it. Once they figured something out, once they figured out how to make the storm not happen, we go straight back to fucking misery. It's that whiplash. They're doing it on purpose, man. Prototypes of the balancing helmets developed by X have been distributed to each division to be used as the latest balancing machines in the plan for mass production of the storm immunity ritual. However, their structure is currently too complicated. Please start analyzing them immediately and simplify them to a mass-producible level. Also, since there are no differences between the samples given to each group, there is no commonality in the related data, so each group must complete it independently. And due to the danger of the storm immunity experiment, do not privately test the reliability of the balance device outside. God, I hate X. That's okay. We only have 16 hours left. X's useless thingamabobs for mass production? This is insane. Why don't we just use the helmets directly? Make X work overtime to rush out a batch. Wow, X is just that one co-worker, isn't he? A fork in the road. Once you enter the temple, there's no turning back. Oh, I don't like the implications of that. We're about to make a choice, aren't we? 37 stands dazed on the beach. She looks around at the familiar island. The once pristine shores are now cluttered with the debris of human weapons.
How did this happen?
How did this happen?
I passed the test. I was granted the truth. I have the answer with me.
It doesn't fucking help. X6 told you, man.
What did I do wrong?
No, 37. None of this was your fault. Hysteria has come to this island.
X-Lander, yeah, X-Lander. People do not like that,
It is
man.
the storm syndrome, taking the form of war.
Mind is growing increasingly tense. The situation has gone far beyond expectations. 16 hours.
Has it been 6 hours since we entered the cave?
Imagine the horror on the researcher's face when they see a fucking Rube Goldberg. Yeah. They're not figuring that thing out. It's as complicated as possible, man. Ain't no way.
Strange dream. It lasted longer than I thought.
6 gave 2 hours to leave, and now 6 hours have gone by. I think this is the least of 6's problem. But the islanders and the visitors are all too wrapped up in their own misery to notice, yeah.
This is bad. The plan we have with Zeno
is fucked. This objective is of the most utmost importance. But where's the team now?
37. I have to go.
I have to find Sophia.
She dashes into the forest, desperately searching for any sign of her red-headed friend. Just as she goes further, a faint call stops her.
37.
Oh, hello. Hello, sir. Can you fix this? Oh, he cannot fix this. Oh, that man is so...
You seem...
Oh, no. Oh, dear. The leader looks even paler than usual. It might have something to do with the fucking hole in his side. His robe is in tatters and his crown is covered with dirt. He rests his back against a broken pillar, gazing up at her.
Have you passed the test? On what question did you seek its knowledge? And what answer did it give you?
Nope. Stunned by everything she's just been through, 37 recites the numbers for the third time, still a little dazed. He listens intently and falls into silence.
6, weren't you going to perform the cleansing ceremony? And Sophia, she...
37 trails off as she notices the dark fluid seeping from his robe.
Please come up to me, Miss Vertin.
Ain't
I
no
wish
shot.
to
They're
have
not
a
killing
word
6
with
here,
you.
are they? No. His voice is gentle, but his expression is grave. A gash runs across his stomach. His robe is soaked in crimson.
50 strides from here. On the semicircle square. You will find your friends. And the rest of our people. I have done as much cleansing as I could. If nothing goes wrong, they will regain consciousness soon.
Did he save some of it?
May
Has
I
he
know what
managed to save
happened
some
during
of
the
it?
cleansing ceremony? 37 and I each had a bizarre dream after the earthquake. Did everyone on the island fall asleep too?
Burton is too calm.
The island's order is forged by our faith.
There you go.
And now that faith has been broken, that is all there is to it.
If nothing goes wrong.
What did you say?
I sensed a large-scale ritual surrounding the island.
Uh-huh.
Is that the circle you kept talking about? Was it broken during the ceremony?
No, the ceremony was just a ceremony. It was never the source of our faith. Our journey was ended by the same thing that began it, Miss Vertin.
He whispers softly without looking at 37.
Which is the truth.
Hmm. The waves crash onto the shore, bringing debris from the plains with them.
It doth not surprise me. The wise, so blinded by their pursuit of knowledge, they oft neglect the harshness of reality. A common downfall of the contemplative. Pray tell, in the midst of such overwhelming destruction, where has their vaunted wisdom gone? And what good does it bring in this final hour? I can hear thy weeping and bellowing within, Miss Sophia.
I don't like that.
Many
Oh, we're
a
losing
time
Sophia
you
to
have
her,
knelt
aren't we?
at the temple of truth,
Fuck.
devoted yourself, prayed for your people, and withstood the tribulations set upon you, all for the betterment of others. Thy character is without reproach.
Ain't no shot. She lifts her hand, smiling. Above, the roar of warplanes persist.
Yet the truth has never deemed you worthy, has it?
No,
Sophia doesn't
it's
know.
not.
She doesn't know the truth is bullshit. She wants to leave, but her feet are rooted in sand. She wishes to defy, but her body refuses to budge. And where would she possibly go after all this?
You shall be granted a greater opportunity. A blessing that befits thy devotion.
Man. Her unsettling tone causes the girl to instinctively step back.
No. That's a violation of the scripture. We
Part.
shouldn't.
The scripture? Yet you were never truly counted as one of them. Do you not agree? As evidenced by the decision that truth hath made.
No. Oh, we're losing Sophia. God damn it.
No one escapes
That's her number.
their fate, as ever.
That's right. She tossed her number out into the sea, and now it came back. I don't know how Arcana orchestrated that, but fuck it. You know, we should have probably figured that out, right? We probably should have figured that one out. They kept talking about Route 2.
I don't understand.
Alright. She looks at Six, eyes wide in disbelief. He has just effectively declared that their faith is dead.
I know the answer given to Mama was right. The transcendental law is gone and the supreme existence is in chaos. This caused our model to fail
Math
and
is
allowed the
mathing.
discord in the phenomenal world to affect
Math
the essence
is
of
math.
things. But did the truth really fall apart? Chaos is also a form of truth, is it not? Just like how irrational numbers are numbers. Despite our dislike of them, they still exist and cannot be denied.
She steps forward, hoping for an answer.
But how? How did this become the destruction of our people's faith?
Six still does not look at her.
You will hear no answer from me, 37, for that is not the question worthy of your attention. Do you still remember what you answered to me in the cave?
She nods, holding back the whirlwind of questions in her mind. She kneels beside him and takes his hand in hers, gazing at him with intense focus. Her eyes are still glittering like the stars above, unaffected by the tumultuous waves below.
That would be enough then.
There is a hint of relief in his tone.
Don't waste your time on the collapse of the faith. Don't question yourself because others think differently. Walk on, onto the path you have chosen. You have done nothing wrong.
This is a lesson that takes time to understand, one that can't be grasped so easily. She blinks softly, holding the lesson close to her heart. So 37 simply accepts that the transcendental existence is no more and the storm is caused by chaos. I think she kind of implied that when 6 asked her the question in the cave, right? Like, what'll you do if everything turns out to be bullshit? And her answer was, that means I was wrong to begin with and I should be, I should learn the new shit. So, I mean,
Ms. Vertin,
I think she was always going to accept
I'm
it.
afraid I must trouble you for a favor.
He weakly places his hand over the wound and a faint glow of his arcane power coalesces into his palm. Oh, is he healing himself? No, he's not. But the glow lasts only a moment, like a shooting star disappearing into the night.
As you can see, I can hardly take part in this matter for any longer. Should the situation turn for the worse, please take 37 to safety and assist her in decoding the numbers.
Never gonna be much help. Just shove 6 in the suitcase now. Yeah, fix this man. Don't just let him sit there. What the fuck? It is a weighty request with unspoken implications. The leader nods, looking onto the distant ruins. His empty blue eyes are getting dimmer by the bit. Bro, no.
We are born facing a choice.
No.
Either we restrain ourselves and strive for harmony and discipline, or succumb to destruction fueled by passion and madness. Though the former may be challenging, the latter will only plunge us into eternal darkness.
This man is really monologuing to us on the brink of death. My god.
From 1 to 10, each number has its moral purpose and mission. Among them, only 6 was chosen to be the leader.
Because 6 stands for balance.
Yes, we must pay heed to the balance between passion and reason, so as to stay on the right path and not be led astray by the calling of our blood. For generations, we committed ourselves to the scripture and stayed true to what we pledged. We left the trivialities and troubles of the phenomenal world behind and served the supreme existence with the fruits of our knowledge. This kind of faith was how the island prospered, and it was the source of our salvation. Through diligent practice and contemplation, we managed to remain secluded and independent from the rest of the world.
The irrational numbers.
It's not the
that your
time,
people
yeah.
rarely
He's
appreciate.
allowed to
Are they
panic a
faced
little
with a
bit, come
different
on.
A path of passion and madness.
The leader nods slightly, acknowledging her speculation.
We have been
Madness.
long isolated from the outside world by one emanation after another.
Are we not pressed for time? Oh, we are absolutely. The man is
4 years
bleeding
ago,
out.
We tried to seek proof in the outside world, but failed. We regrettably lost some of our best scholars.
Yeah,
and
77
friends
did it
in
on
the
purpose.
process.
Holy shit.
However, it was not the failed attempt that led to this upsetting situation, but a crisis from within. Now with our ship capsized and our scale fallen, I am no longer able to reconcile the tilt of people's hearts and souls.
Again, not your primary concern right now, my dude.
We will be divided. The fanatics from the foreign lands can finally spread their hatred.
Where's your
amongst
suitcase
the
filled with
ruins of
random
our shattered
arcanists who can help?
beliefs.
Yeah, I mean several of them, right? We have so many
I will
healers.
stop Manus Vindicte.
6 closes his eyes. His face is now pale as pillar behind
Then
him.
not your promise, Miss Verton.
I don't like this. Footsteps approach from the distance. 6 recognizes them. They are the fractions who were taken to the cleansing ceremony, and the apprentices still seeking their numbers. But they're dressed completely different now.
6.
Fuck.
We came to bid you farewell.
God damn it.
Everything happened here proves you to be an incapable leader.
Fuck.
Your preachings of moderation and reconciliation were nothing but excuses for cowardice. Where were you when the humans dropped bombs on us? What did your cleansing do to help us? If those virtues are meant to be the virtues of an integer, then I would prefer to be a fraction.
Please listen. The integers were unconscious during the attack because the ceremony was...
Out of my way, 37. You knew nothing about what happened. You were in that cave having fun with your little games.
It is already dying. Yeah, don't give him more things to worry about.
We have grown too complacent on the island and have forgotten how to fight. We foolishly believed that staying out of conflicts would guarantee us everlasting peace. Now, open your eyes to the humans' atrocities against us. How can we not seek revenge for our spilled blood? We must act and reclaim what was taken from ours. That is the true meaning of salvation.
Their anger continues to escalate. 37 shakes her head firmly, refusing to back down.
It is true that I was absent earlier, but please listen to me. Everything will get better because I already have the truth with me.
The truth? What good will it do right now? Will it drive out the humans? Will it reclaim our home? Will it bring back our deceased friends?
And he's going straight for the fight. Nice. The man recites an incantation. A simple spell derived from the truth that anyone in Imperium could cast on their first day. But now that their faith has crumbled, the radiance is no longer there.
What salvation did your truth bring when steel pierced our chests? Manus Vindicte granted us the power to fight back. What did the Foundation do?
An angry question after another. Sticky, slimy fluids seep through their
Don't
masks.
waste your time with these integers. The Foundation's envoy is here. It is clear they have taken the side of the humans. Kill the envoy, cut off her head, and bring it to our mother.
I feel like Arcana wouldn't like it if they killed Burton.
The mask has robbed them of reason. There's no point in talking further.
Burton.
Take 6 to safety, 37. I'm the one they are after.
Burton's gonna solo again.
Then
How does she keep doing this, man?
I will meet with Sinetta at the squad.
She doesn't have Arcanum.
His radio is with them, and we will contact our people from there. Don't worry. We had a plan against the Manus, and we can still carry it out. Now, on my mark. Run!
She is way too calm in these situations. Way too calm. Alright, beast and mineral. Well, we can't use... Oh, we can use this team.
Can I start running?
I don't think I have a beast team yet, or at least a good beast team yet. She has very little arcanum. But somehow she keeps getting into 1v1 fights and winning, so I don't know what the hell she's doing, I'm gonna be honest with you.
It could be another. It's newly made this year.
She's pulling random arcanus from her suitcase, yeah. Well, see, canonically speaking, right, we don't have any arcanus in the suitcase right now, right? They're all at the Foundation. I think they mentioned that at the start of this chapter 5, how the only people available to us were Lilia and whoever else was on the expedition with us.
Another jar? Isn't that? It could be found. Got you.
Damn, I was really hoping that would kill the middle one.
Intersect and divide. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Isn't that? It could be found. It's newly made this year. Form is a bubble. Intersect and divide. The final demonstration.
It's kind of a waste, isn't it?
It could be found. The final demonstration.
There we go.
Uh-huh.
It kind of annoys me how Eureka doesn't overflow. Because that means you have to actually, like, time your ult, which is kind of annoying.
I'll fill the cup for you.
Luckily, we have not met all playable characters at this point, because otherwise I would be playing only muscle, so yeah, exactly. I mean, we only met Miss Radio in Chapter 5, right? That's really recent considering everything.
It could be even that.
No.
Uh-huh.
Nice. I like how their death animation changes when they go in madness. The Greek tragedy. Thus, people made the choices they ought to make and walk the paths they ought to walk. The world is a door, to 1,000 ruins, desolate and cold. For those who have lost, what you have lost are long in the void. Vereinsamt by Friedrich Nietzsche. The flames of war rage along the shore. Again, oh yeah. Oh no to the max. Humans, Manus Vindictae, and apparent believers, all consumed by madness. The paints from their storm syndrome have bled into the sea, creating a disordered mixture of colors. The flash of artillery and the glow of arcanum collide. Dead, infected sea creatures litter the shore like a tableau of an abstract painting.
Where are you going, 37?
Oh, you exist. The sightless woman inquires with concern. Under her care, the leader's bleeding has finally ceased. Okay, 6 isn't dying.
Please take care of 6 for me, Madame Marta.
Madame Marta?
I have to go find Sophia.
Not caring about anything else, she runs into the smoke. Okay, so gunfire and explosion fills the air. The angry battle cries of former Apeiron believers, now in Manus attire, echo in all directions. So on the whole best merit is Marta thing, maybe since Apeiron is in shambles now, she joins us. She joins the Foundation. Or not Foundation, well, I mean, for a time she joins the Foundation and renames herself as a way to discard her past, and then starts working for it. I don't know.
Die, humans!
I'm not thinking straight at this point. It's been 6 hours. The explosion knocks her off balance. She stumbles onto the gravel. A pair of hands reaches out to her.
Are you alright, 37? Can you get on your feet?
Sophia!
Sophia. Finally, the voice she's been searching for fills her with relief. I don't think we're gonna like what we see. She happily reaches for her hands, but stops abruptly, uncertain.
Did you change your clothes?
Come on, man. Come on, man. She pushes down the cacophony of emotions swelling inside her. That's a cool-ass outfit, though. God damn. Why is Manus's outfits always so good? The hands are gold. And that is a cool outfit. What the hell? Where to begin?
I have found my number, 37.
Yes, you
Your
have.
calculation was correct. As always.
So, no playable Sophia then, huh?
Found it. That's good.
She accepts the news without hesitation. Oh, 37. Oh, 37. Her face lights up with a genuine
I
smile.
always wanted to tell you. It is a great number. The number of a herald, prophet, and pioneer. When it was first discovered, mathematics was nearly destroyed.
Now's not the time.
It also spurred advancements in the field.
I love evil Sophia. I love the new look, Sophia. Alright. Yes, her look is good. But now she's evil. Damn it. How did she change that quick? I mean... I don't know. 37 doesn't understand. She stops, no longer rambling on about numbers, and sincerely gazes into her friend's emerald eyes.
Are we still friends, Sophia?
That's not the question to be asking right now. Never noticed she had freckles. That's cute. Sophia smiles, smiling that she's still the same, even now. She knows so much, yet she knows so little.
Yes, 37. We still are.
Okay.
But
Okay.
there are more important matters I must tend to.
Alright. A bomber howls over their heads, the pilot laughing hysterically. Can we do something about these dudes, please? The plane is covered in thick layers of paint, its wings curled and twisted.
This is ours! The land we discovered!
Diggers is playable, that's true. The pilot has spotted the 2 targets on the barren rocks below, with 2 explosives prepared for release. Sophia does not flinch or retreat. Instead, her fingers wrap gently around the tiny idol.
The Autophy was found.
Fuck. The bomber detonates in the sky, taking the young pilot with it. Oh, she just straight up murders people now.
Your power and your luck.
That laugh of a man. It is, yes.
I must leave now, 37. Lady Arcana has shown me another path.
No! No! Why are you leaving too? Is it because our circle has been broken?
Now Sophia is cool. Yep.
But I found the truth.
No one cares about the truth at this point.
Just give
Again,
me a
phrasing.
little more time and everything will be fine again, I promise.
She closes her eyes. The scripture still lingers in her mind. There are 3 kinds of people who come to the Olympic Games. The lowest class is made up of those who come to buy and sell. The next above them are those who come to compete. But the most esteemed, however, are those who come to look. A negative number. Yep. She's negative and she's irrational. Only these wise pursuers of knowledge. What a combination. May release themselves from the wheel of birth.
You and I are different, 37. Not all of us have the privilege to
Did she
look
get her
on from
eyebrows
the
done too?
sidelines.
Or am I just noticing how, like, manicured they are? Oh, that's a pretty shot. Sequences tie idle. A thick, tar-like substance seeps out from her body. In an instant, the bombers are wiped out completely.
Sophia.
Oh, she has the slime powers too. What the fuck? She can't prolong the inevitable any longer. She knows that. This is the last thing she wants.
I will join Manus Vindictae, take others with me, and leave.
I don't think you need to tell us that.
I will renounce the scripture and seek vengeance in the phenomenal world.
Okay.
Make your move, 37.
Tears roll down her eyes.
If you really are the genius who can overcome anything, prove it to me. Stop me. Transcend me. Defeat me. Crush me to dust.
Yep. Yep. Okay. I wonder who our enemy is. Oh. Fuck. Once a corrector, once a face of intimacy and familiarity, you have made your choices. Why is it this man? Is Jew or Marcus better for this? Probably Jew, right? Is this a 4-person fight? Could I actually have a character here that isn't level 1? Babel. Follow up, let's
Excuse
go.
me. I'm sorry. Can I start running?
Okay. We are so fucking cooked.
Sophia, why must we fight each other?
Oh,
This was
of course I'm at
preordained.
37. This was preordained.
I am an irrational number, an obstacle in the pursuit of truth. I have accepted my fate, abandoned my scriptures, and embraced
And
the
even her
path
sprite is
I
really
should
pretty.
have chosen.
Goddamn. Those contrasting colors are so nice. The red and the blue.
Let neither side hold back, 37.
She really just wants us to kill her, doesn't she? Alright. Okay.
It could be found. It's newly made. Another jar? Walking training.
Yeah, I wasn't reading her skills, but it seems she has a damage block or something.
There they are.
We're about to find out.
Let's get it over quick. Stop. Got you.
No, let's actually see if we
Relax.
can
It could be found.
force this to combine for more points. For
Another
more,
jar?
why does she already have ult?
Oh, it's a bubble.
Because we want to get Babel's ult off. I really wish they would make Babel more workable.
You don't want to miss it.
That's the shield I was thinking of.
I will pay for this.
Lovely.
Got you.
Alright, well, we do damage, so that's fine.
It's newly made this year.
I think we shield up. And enforce another 2 damage proc here.
Please, don't resist.
There they are. Run. Start running. And divide.
Oh, what?
Stop.
Didn't realize it would drop her health that hard. What?
Another jar?
Alright, sure.
Pause. Got you.
Got him.
No!
Oh, she's crying. God damn it.
Victory? Okay. But what does it mean to us?
Well, we killed your friend.
What does it
Okay, the explosions have finally ceased. The planes rest alongside the geometric bodies in the sea, sinking into an everlasting sleep. The roars of battle are no more. Tell Sophia get good. All that remains is the crashing of the waves against the shore. We didn't kill her, at least.
Why did you spare me, 37? Why did you show mercy? You weren't supposed to.
You really... It's like she doesn't know her. What the fuck? The battle ended quickly. 37's geometric brilliance has left only a tear on her friend's robe.
Because I don't want to fight you, Sophia.
Sophia.
Why do we have to do this?
Her voice is filled with anguish. Sophia looks down in long silence. Then she gently shakes her head.
I'm sorry, 37. I have gone beyond reason. Beyond cure. I must have been out of my mind to make you fight me. Your hands were never meant for violence. They were meant for upholding the truth. As for me, I'm the one who clears the dust off the path, as fate foretold. Goodbye, my beloved friend.
And she no longer wavers or looks back. Her shoulders tremble, but she strides towards the madness with determination.
It is time. Please clean up the beach as quickly as possible. We will depart soon, as Lady Arcana has instructed.
She got promoted. She got hired just into a, like, commanding position. That's crazy. Sneto arrives at last, heaving from trying to catch up to the scene. She had her own battles elsewhere. Okay, elsewhere on the island. That strange dream has taken its toll on her. And now she is holding her pen, silently questioning Sophia with a piercing stare. Why?
We all have our own purpose to fulfill, Miss Sinetto.
She walks right past her.
I will not fight you this time. But I will draw steel the next we meet.
New members of the Manus Vindictae have left. They did clean up the beach. Every trace of humanity has been wiped clean. Only rock and metal debris remain on the beach.
I don't understand any of this.
She slumps to the ground and stares blankly into the distance.
The truth transcends all and is above all trivial matters of a phenomenal world. It guides us to enlightenment and protects us from evil and misfortune. Does it not?
Certainly not.
This is what I have always believed, so I went seeking for it. It is finally in my hands. But now...
37 buries her face between her knees on the verge of sobbing.
What went wrong? Was it my fault? Isn't this how the truth is supposed to work?
It is not an easy question for an off-island visitor to answer. Excuse me. However, one thing is certain.
The truth has not abandoned you, 37. You haven't used the key yet, have you? It is still coded.
Oh.
Key.
37 is helped up from the ground.
Lilia has verified Arcana's location. She is still on this island. We still have a chance to stop her before it's truly too late.
Yeah, 37's voice actor working twice as hard this chapter, yeah. I mean, all the voice acting in this chapter has been pretty good.
We should go now, Sinetto. We have
Lots of
15
emotion.
more hours until the storm.
That was 1 hour? What the fuck? Omens of fate hidden between the lines. Read, a voice says. The moment of choice has arrived. A fate has been forged for this purpose. A maxim, a preconception, a deliberate contemplation, a step taken, believed to be a choice. The woodland is older than all within it. Through passion or reason, travelers grope and stumble through the branches, or silently tread the narrow path, or choose to turn away, stepping into the subtle unknown. Read, the voice urges. If now, without pursuit, close to truth, yet let go, then never before had it been. Oh, that's the garage. Yeah, someone left home. Step forward, so they say, before the tale is told, all is decided. Merchants, competitors, morals, and heroes, and as the feast begins, how shall they fade away? And those outside, for whom the time they've made has not yet come, those who deem themselves transcendent are merely not in this procession. I don't know what that means, but alright. An homage paid. A multitude of hands overlap to salute the one and only God. Arcana. Always Arcana.
We've got signal. Zeno has restored communications with Team Timekeeper.
Very well. We will leave you to it.
She sighs with relief. But before she hangs up, she has one more question.
Just to confirm before we go, the operation Zeno is currently undertaking has been approved by the PAC Security Council, right?
The internal call falls silent, as if the question is too absurd to answer.
Certainly, miss.
Certainly.
We are soldiers. Soldiers act on orders.
Zeno. Overlook the island. This is the only part of the island untouched by war, where the foliage is thriving and the view is stunning.
I am most pleased to see you. Had you a pleasant stay on this island, Ms. Vertin?
Probably not. She turns around, a smile gracing her face.
Are they not an intriguing flock of people? Their wise ones drew a circle at their feet and declared themselves apart from this realm.
Yep.
For generations untold, they toiled as diligent ants in service of the circle, adoring and venerating it while shielding themselves from insanity's call. I take immense pleasure in admiring this wondrous figure, the primordial, eternal, immaculate circle. The more pity that it was etched upon sand.
Below, the bombed-out beach is in a state of disarray.
I disagree. The fragility and impermanence of sand is precisely why people strive for something eternal. Believing in perfection is not a flaw. I noticed the human aircrafts were loaded with weapons, not from this era. Did Manus Vindictae provide them with the technology?
Arcana smiles, the silence confirming the disturbing revelation.
I can't fathom your motives. If you came here to incite hatred and recruit the pure-blood arcanists on this island, you may now walk away with satisfaction.
There are 30 levels, and there is something after those 30. I think so. Okay, so another epilogue type chapter. Okay.
If you wanted to take the island as one of your bases, you could have done so after the cleansing ceremony failed. But you did nothing. You just stood there. Why?
Without rhyme or reason, she laughs.
Do you struggle to comprehend, sweet Vertin? I was waiting for you.
Sonetto and Lilia take a step forward.
Enough talk, Vertin. It's time for action.
Mind your distance. Arcana has power over people's minds at a close range.
I think Burton knows that very well.
A pity.
She raises her arm, the stone bangle still intact on her wrist. The next moment, it slides off and falls to the grass, dissolving into thin air.
I did wish to keep this bangle. Mine and yours, a pair in perfect match. How will you remove yours, Vertin?
There's no need to, right? The spell keeping it alive is fucked. The bangle burns, a reminder of Gaston, who still believe in the teachings of truth and appear on those who remain until the end of the cleansing ceremony. A symbol of faith remains true to its purpose. The peace agreement is still in effect.
What? The island's been blasted to smithereens. How come the bangle still has its power? What is it made of?
What is it made of?
Don't worry, Regulus. We have foreseen this.
The chief assistant shows no signs of worry.
When we first arrived, I was bewildered by the rules on this island. But as I learned more about their scriptures, things began to make sense. Language is an unreliable means of communication. Information can become muddled and vague wording can lead to mistakes and contradictions. That's why the island values math as a more precise and truthful language. They mock language for its ambiguity, scorn its flaws, and ruthlessly expose its inconsistencies, like they did during that debate.
Seems Arcana is more powerful than we imagined. I mean, I imagined she was already quite powerful, I'm gonna be honest with you.
The pact on this bangle is of a similar nature.
I see. It forbids us from actively attacking, but what is considered an attack? The rulemaker did not specify that.
An act without the intent to attack will not be seen as an attack. That is the unspoken rule of the peace agreement.
An adorable attempt. Are you truly prepared to gamble the life of thy sworn companion, little pup of the Foundation?
Behind her, an unidentifiable form materializes into existence. Senator shakes her head. Her wand remains steady.
I will not make the same mistake again, Miss Arcana.
Still so
I know
polite.
perfectly well what I'm doing. Your provocations will not work on me. For the peace of this world,
Say the line.
I will stop you.
Okay. The wand radiates an intense brilliance. Let's do it. Let's beat the shit out of this woman.
Now, Vertin.
Oh.
Show me how you have changed since last we met.
The battlefield. It transformed.
Well, prepare for engagement. Let's do it.
Arcana is dangerous.
What is
we may
this?
not be able to defeat her. But right now, that's not our goal.
Relax! I've
Oh,
got
it's
the
all
whole
of
battle
our-
plan all up here in my head. I shall relegate captain duties to you for today, Vertin.
It's time to reshape. Oh.
You have made new friends, aye. Have they changed you? Perhaps it's time you met my old friends. Come, they await thy greetings.
Timekeeper! Arcana has disappeared, and monsters are pouring out of the portal she created.
Huh? She's running away! Oh, that was quite the grand escape.
No, I can sense her. She's still there, looking down at us through that portal. She's waiting for something. Everyone, it's almost time. Xeno will start any minute. We need to complete our preparations as planned and force Arcana to show up.
Easy. If we finish off all her minions, there's no way she'll just stand by and watch. The big guy up there is mine. You deal with the rest.
Okay.
Trying to gain air supremacy? Not under my watch.
A cool ass critter. It's like a sky whale. Complete the battle here to unlock the following supporter. Lilia.
I'll send that outdated hunk of scrap metal crashing to the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, is it not a critter? It's an actual vehicle. Airspace overlook. We need mineral for this one. If we need mineral, or it is mineral? No, we need mineral. Alright. Well, Lucy isn't strong. You.
Let's go. I walk
And
fast.
then we'll just do our usual thing, right?
I belong to this set.
Yeah.
I'm here for one, two.
Should I start running?
Alright. It's gotta beat up a giant whale.
Carbon could be found. Another jar? It's newly made this year. Uh-huh. Oh, there's a bubble. There they are. Enjoy! It's wrong.
That does the
Oh,
much.
got you.
I do not like that. We're just gonna be ignoring Lucy's.
Relax. Kevin, it could be found. Another jar? Time to check my calculation. Are you a rational numbers?
I really should just
Let's
like
get it over
actually
quick.
kill the ads. I always ignore them.
There they are.
Nice. Okay. Where we one, do that.
No worries. Kevin, there's a final demonstration. Newly made this year. Intersect and divide. Welcome to the world of numbers. Got you. Ouch.
Yep.
Relax. Another jar could be found.
Oh, you only have 3.
There they are.
You know. Yeah.
Airspace cleared. Preparing now.
And now to return to my...
Just like the battle simulation, I will not allow the tragedy in Chicago to happen again. Timekeeper, it's time I showed you what my training's been for.
We fight. The puppy leaps over the muddy walls, determined to claim his triumph. No recommendations. We'll go with this team.
I'll do my best.
I really need to switch her out. She's in here to gain bond, but and she's not exactly helpful at the time at this point. So you know what? Let's do this.
Or this one.
It doesn't even matter. It does just not damage, but what
This
the heck?
one. Make the future brighter. Like a metaphor?
What does this thing do when it
That's
hits its checkpoints? I don't remember. Oh, we don't have a real healer on this team, huh? Oh, we might actually lose this. I just realized all our entire team is dog shit. Okay, that's not good. Can we brute force it? Probably not.
This book? Copy that. Easy la.
Easy la.
Salute.
This should give us a heal, I think.
Fun
Oh, that's what it does.
Go. Damage.
Okay. Okay. Alright. Great.
You can do this, Marcus.
What's this debuff do? Inflicts 1 second weakness on target hit, deals on to the
Or
sure.
this one. And now it's easier to understand.
I should have probably brought a more solid team to this fight.
I can't read it.
Hurts. It hurts. No.
This book or
We're brute
this
forcing
one?
it. We gotta brute force it.
Great. No mistakes to transcribe.
Surely, right? Surely.
Easy, lah.
Oh, hey, that helps.
This book? Or this one?
I don't think it's enough. Oh, it is enough. Nice. I'm surprised we didn't just die.
I've defeated the enemy. Beginning preparations now.
You have done well, Coach.
You didn't. Who's next?
Be careful, Captain. It appears that some Abraxas are being affected by the storm.
All right, then don't draw their attention. Hey, we were so quiet.
It seems that the storm cannot entirely change their instinct.
Oh no. Airspace overlook. Yeah, let's use like an actual team. Why is Grubus here? Is there recommended? No recommended. Okay. We're just gonna bring back that Geo team.
Let's go. I walk fast. And now, I belong to this set.
TF.
I'm here for a war.
And then, I don't know, another DPS, I guess? Buff.
Shall I ask the enemy for their tactics?
Did I start running?
Alright,
Another jar? It's newly made this year.
Don't be so furious.
There they are. You don't want to miss it.
oh boy, poison. Yep. One, two.
Could be found.
Whose heart is
Another
beating so
jar?
loud?
Please, don't resist.
Intersect and divide.
Agents have guns. It's called common sense.
Enjoy. Got you.
Oh, come on. Alright.
It's newly made this year.
Shh. I hear something.
You don't want to miss it. Intersect and divide.
Okay. Okay.
Relax. We should listen to what people say.
Don't think we have to be up.
Whose heart is beating so loud?
No worries.
We should listen to what people
Another
say.
jar?
Don't be so furious.
Please, don't resist.
Secrets
always hide in careless work. Listen
Bit of
carefully.
overkill, that's fine.
Let's get it over quick. That's troublesome. There they are. Shh. I hear something. Found. Isn't that? It's newly made this year. Radio waves are everywhere. Uh-huh. Everywhere. Intersect and divide. You don't want to miss it. Ouch. Got you.
Yeah.
Finally got rid of them.
They are much naughtier than the Foundation's kids.
Okay. Stage 1 success. Stage 2. How many stages of this thing are there? Holy shit.
Timekeeper, the first preparation stage is complete.
Great. Next, we destroy the portal.
Marvelous, Burton. You have put on a magnificent performance. As a gesture of gratitude, I shall bestow unto you these gifts.
She just showed up of her own volition. No, something's not right. The arcane skill in that portal is fluctuating strangely.
She's casting a ritual. Burton, retreat!
No time to think.
Prepare for the final confrontation. Beat the guiding one's harbinger.
Let's go. I walk fast. And now, I belong to this set.
I'm here for a worn tooth.
And then, right?
Neo-science exorcism others. Action!
Oh boy. Oh boy. We're fighting God.
What is this? It has more hands than all the members of a band combined.
Timekeeper, there's a gigantic creature emerging from the portal. We must complete stage 2 as soon as possible.
We better finish it off before we start stage 3.
Copy that. This is a critical moment. Everyone stay alert and await my command.
Dental checkup.
Is it with Arcana and like large naked women?
Please allow me to assist you.
The guiding one's harbinger takes reduced damage from attacks with non-stronger afflatus and changes its afflatus to match its source of damage. Okay, that's an interesting mechanic. Mineral hits with star, sure, we can do that.
Easy. Another jar? It's newly made this year. Ha! Got you.
Is this creature changing its afflatus to match that of its attacker?
Ha! A mimic strategy. Clever. But we can also use it to our advantage. Everyone, rotate your arcane skills.
You don't want to miss it.
Oh, the juice follow-ups are gonna be maybe pretty shit. I don't want to infinite co-star, which is fine, I think.
There they are.
Oh. Yeah, that's actually pretty useful. Oh, what is this bar? I don't like that.
No.
Star.
Copy that. Another jar?
Make her plant. Plant does not lose anything. Right?
Time to check my calculation.
She has a she clearly has a preference. My God. Arcana knows what you like, I guess. Oh, it's healing. I don't like that. Oh. What? Well, let's make a big heal then, huh? It's a mineral right now. We throw a star at it, followed by this plant, and then let's heal up again. Let's not have 37 die.
You are rational numbers.
Fuck, man.
Stop.
I just healed.
Timekeeper, the enemy's ritual has altered the environment. Please be careful.
Okay. Alright. Currently plans. Let's hit it with some of this. We want to make it star, right? We can't make it star.
It's a tough one, boss.
Make it mineral, make it star. And hit it with plants.
Check. 好先子 check. Crackers and fireworks.
I'll fill the cup for you. Oh, it's a bubble.
Oh shit. I didn't think that would actually kill.
The creature is defeated and Arcana has emerged once again. Timekeeper, stage 2 is complete.
Cool. Now, we just have to activate it.
No. Things are going too well. Like this has been rehearsed.
Oh, she knows.
What on earth is she trying to do?
She knows.
There's no time. Fortune.
You're right. We've put too much time and effort into this plan to not carry it out now. Sonetto, Lilia, Regulus, assume your positions.
Assume
it's time
position.
to enact the final stage.
Victory? Okay.
I was so expecting a second phase. A surprise second phase. The ship sways gently in the waves. It is set for a new world, and there's no turning back. She hasn't spoken a word since they sailed. The situation is final and the board is set. There's nothing for her to do but to stay silent.
Miss Sophia, is the guiding one really not coming with us? She
doesn't answer, absent-mindedly caressing the tiny idol. She still remembers the moment she received it. Ooh, flashback time, let's go.
Are you saying?
Fret not, my child. You heard me true. I shall die today.
What? Huh?
Timekeeper, location Alpha is ready for the ritual.
I'm sorry, what?
Location Beta. Ready.
Mr. Apple and I are ready.
Good.
This is not a preparation for an attack, at least not for an attack
Requesting
here.
to use the advanced arcane skill Afaroy Around. Number 000262603100008.
I'm afraid she won't die
To
either.
teleport a top priority threat to the Parmenides base.
The glow of the ritual envelops Arcana.
Loosen up and enjoy the ride.
Get the fuck out of here, lady. I mean, if she knows she's gonna die, she has contingencies. She always has contingencies. Maybe she was expecting Sophia to become her successor, and then she like possesses her or something.
Initiated.
Oh, it's a cool old
Countdown.
dude.
30, 29, 28.
The target has not reached the designated location. I repeat, the target has
15, 14.
Let's ignore him.
13.
Large-scale arcane ritual detected. Afaroy around, verified. Life
She's
signal
prepared for
detected.
this, yeah.
Target
She's definitely
is
prepared.
in position. Initiating
Like, she might die
detonation.
for now, but she's not staying dead.
5, 4.
Some kind
3,
of fucking lich or something.
2, 1.
Are we launching a? We're launching a nuke at her. We are become death. We actually just launched a nuke at this woman.
Vacuum bomb detonated.
No arcane energy detected. No life signal detected. Target eliminated. I repeat, the target has been eliminated.
We did it. We actually did it. Admiral, Hans, we made up for what we didn't do in 99.
Did we win?
It's too early to celebrate, but history will remember this moment and honor all that was lost in this long battle.
We nuked her.
Hans, you hear that?
Oh.
In your headphones?
Everyone can hear it. A grating static.
Admiral, we might have a life signal, but there's too much interference.
Oh, no.
Give me that.
We nuke this woman. Come on. When is he playable? The plan was made with little time to spare, and the location chosen for the observation room is far from ideal. But soon enough, the strange sound in the room subsides.
No, it's nothing. There is no sign of life. It was the wind.
She's not dead. No, she's definitely not dead.
That means...
We did it, everyone. Yeah. We sure did.
A triumphant victory.
There's still 6 more chapters left.
And to the timekeeper.
Our efforts for peace have prevailed, and we have emerged victorious. Let us forever remember this day for its greatness.
Can't be the wind, it's never just the wind.
Glory to all who fought for this moment! We did it!
Whoa! Woo!
What was that? Whoa! Oh no. The observation room erupts in triumph. Arcana deceased. No. I don't believe it for a goddamn second. Either that or she's like some weird thought entity that doesn't actually need a physical body or something. I don't know. I just know she's not fucking dead. Okay.
A bullet is among us, right under this roof. It serves no army, no country, only peace. The heavy rain at the end of the century dissolved and washed away many of its comrades, but it was lucky enough to survive. Its pointy end still shines silver, ready to drill a hole into its enemy. Sadly, its bulky colleague stole its thunder in this war. One push of the button, one big explosion. There was no need for the rest of the ammunition.
She was too calm, and the whole point of coming to the island, yeah, that's for Burton. There was no way that's the end. It was too anticlimactic for it to be anything like an ending. Good, we saved a lot of bullets.
It seems someone has become more budget conscious after working with the mathematicians.
And bullets are expensive.
Saving 10 bullets is better than saving 1. Saving 100 bullets is better than saving 10. It's simple math. But its boss, the general, has more to think about. What are they going to do next time? Will this bullet be put to use when the rain comes again?
General? Who's that?
A big shot, dear. A wise man of the most insightful kind. You should talk to him if you have the chance. But he's been in a gloomy mood lately. Be careful not to mention anything related to the conservative battle tactics used in 1999. The missile that would have been launched, and especially anything about the bullets lost in that battle. He has paid a great price for the future, but you see, the future is sneaky. Every time you think you can grasp it, it takes a step away from you, nullifying every effort you've made to get near it. Even a bullet isn't fast enough to catch up.
And we must keep pursuing.
Pursuing the future. How romantic, dear. As long as we continue to close the gap between us and the future, it will eventually be reduced to 0. But know that as time goes by, We are only moving slower and slower in the race. Technology is regressing, and we have switched from AKs to Mosin Nagants. The bullets won't be as fast as they used to be. The future is drifting away from us, and the past is catching up.
The ones who pray. And 13. Oh. Begin. Here on the level sand, between the sea and the land, what shall I build or write against the fall of night? Tell me of runes to grave that hold the bursting wave.
Drink this.
Or bastion something.
It will help relieve your pain. Worry not. It's not made from the grapes on my head.
Fine. Oh boy. The war may have ended, but its scars remain in this place. The Hall of Truth, once the Palace of Knowledge, now stands in ruins. 210 examines the injured man's face closely, making sure his pain is eased. Then he stands and watches as more people are brought through the gate.
I'm in there, 29.
Hello, 888. Yeah, the storm is still coming. That's still in the background. 888 makes her way into the hall, carrying an incapacitated believer on her back. She carefully lowers him. Her own arms are wounded from the attack, but fortunately they're not fatal. Since the integers awakened, this has been the only thing they've been doing.
Are there any other injured that have not been found yet?
Are you sure you want to complete the story now? You know, only bad things are gonna happen, but we gotta finish it eventually, so might as well do it now, right? Yeah, we can do this. Are there any other injured? Not yet.
I've scouted
only
the
bad
island.
things.
Every
Only bad
remaining
things.
member should be here.
So you have.
He sighs, the ramifications of the situation weighing down on them.
It means the members not here have joined Manus Vindicte.
Yep. The hall is dead silent. Just a few hours ago it was alive with debates, ideas, and passion. But now when half of the hall is gone, its seats buried under the shattered dome and crumbling walls.
Is Six still in a coma, Miss Marta?
Yeah, probably. The blind woman nods, concern etched onto her face. The Banshee doesn't say anything else. She needs to clean out her own wounds. The last few hours have been a whirlwind. Their faith has crumbled, the humans have invaded their island, and Manus Vindicte has turned them against each other. But now everything's gone. Enemies, friends, and even the truth. All that's left are the moans and groans that fill the hall. In the midst of the hushed void, some begin to pray.
To you, O the alone infinite, the non-subsistent, the ineffable, I call. Grant me inspiration of nature. Guide my soul with truth.
These are the words of both sorrow and hope. Words of contemplation and honor for the dead. A brief respite where they can find solace to ease their pain.
Give me power of enlightenment. Tear off from the web of ignorance.
More people join in. Their prayers reverberate through the hall.
Redeem me from the evil, hatred, and what throttles me down. Break through the ground of bad, corruption's chain, the carapace of darkness, the living death, sensation's corpse, the tomb I carry. Learn the beauty of truth, the balance and limitations of all.
It's 29, the injured believer just carried in by 888. A leg is missing, but he manages to get up and sit down against the wall.
Why are you still praying? The truth is gone! Who are we praying to? Who will answer us?
His outburst falters, turning into a bitter sob.
For generations, We have searched for purpose and meaning. But now that the truth is lost, what is left for us to live for?
No, the truth is still there.
A crisp voice echoes through the hall. 37 arrives panting at the door, accompanied by members of the Timekeeper's team.
I passed a Piron's test and it showed me the answer. It will free us from the Wheel of Birth once and for all. I just need some time to decode it.
She feels their stares weigh heavily on her. The wounded, the desperate, those who have lost their faith in their souls in the last few hours. The custodian walks up to her, still composed and steady.
We will do our best to help.
Yeah.
But how much time do you need?
Don't tell them. Don't fucking tell them. Don't say it. A crucial question. The girl averts her eyes. Her confidence has waned since the last time she answered this question.
I have someone in mind that can help us decode faster.
Elsewhere in this world, some people are also making the same efforts at all costs. They, too, are studying the immunity to the storm.
But I need your approval before I ask them for help.
This will require some finesse. What's about to be asked might rattle the founding principles of their belief system. There is no more
May I
belief
share the
system.
truth with the others, 37?
Storm arrives in 9 hours. Yay. The experiments on the side effects of the ritual are ongoing. A list of conditions they've encountered stretches down the pages like a long, winding snake.
The side effects are completely random. Among the current samples, the probability of no side effects occurring is 0.52%. And of the 81 recorded side effects, 39 of them will cause irreversible damage to the biological body. 24 will permanently alter the composition of the caster's body functioning. And 18 minor effects will cause only minor, superficial injuries that do not affect daily functioning. Laplace's archives has enough rituals to protect casters from the minor effects, but the other two categories are highly lethal.
The list was made at the cost of lives, and she meticulously analyzes each item as if taking apart an intricate machine.
After 72 experiments, the diversity of side effects has decreased significantly. It is unclear if this is due to repeated testing on a single subject or due to a limited range of possible side effects.
How many bodies do you
More
have
than
left?
90% of these effects are related to concepts such as dirt and dust. Is it because of the origins of this ritual's power?
She stops briefly, scanning through the list again.
The number of recorded side effects is 86, not 81.
Where'd the other 5 come from?
When did I write these 5 down?
A knock at the door interrupts her thoughts. Simone walks in.
Madam Lucy, Zeno's plan was a success. With the help of Team Timekeeper, the leader of Manus Vindictae was teleported to a deserted military base and targeted with a thermobaric weapon. It was a direct hit with no signs of life detected. The momentous event was captured on camera in the observation room.
The director nods in approval. It is good news, but she can't devote much of her processing power to expressing joy while she's focused on research.
A tremendous victory. Please extend my congratulations to the Admiral for this remarkable feat.
Also, you have 2 call requests. One is from the Timekeeper, which Laplace received shortly after the battle with Manus Vindictae. She is requesting remote assistance to help the Apiron decode a numerical code related to the storm immunity.
This information demands attention. The director's head snaps up.
Put her through immediately.
Simone nods, but her shoulders remain tense. There's more.
And the other call?
It's Kakanya, the Viennese
Oh, right.
arcanist who helped investigate Marcus in acquiring the ritual.
Vienna still exists. A hint of hesitation appears in her eyes.
We have updated her the progress of the study and the potential side effects of the incantation. But she insists on knowing the right pronunciation.
No. No. Don't give her that. A clue. Alright, everyone, this is X, here to instruct you all on how to set up an unusable radio communication network under the influence of the storm. Firstly, radio transmission is like a Goldberg machine, a convoluted process. Even though it's point-to-point, it's not just a straight line. The medium of transmission can also change along the way, and it's not limited to radio waves. With little imagination and well-calculated paths, the information can be transmitted from any point to any point. And multiple complex paths can prevent information from being hijacked during transmission during the storm. The theory involved can be found in my earlier paper, How to Send Transoceanic Mail with Pigeons and Catapults. Call me when someone gets it right, I'm on my way to being busy. Lex. She's gonna test it herself, isn't she? Yeah, of course she is. Of course, I mean, that's what she's been doing, right? She's absolutely testing this shit herself. The Rosetta Stone. This may be the world's first trilingual dictionary.
No, we are not aware of that. 37 and I had just entered the cave when the investigator sent back the ritual.
The transmission is weakening. Miss Radio musters all her strength, struggling to hold on to the fleeting signal in the air.
Thank you for the thorough explanation, Madam Lucy. I'll make sure to inform the members of Apeiron.
Is it really possible to remember all those numbers and technical details?
If possible. Could you kindly explain this to them again after we set up the communication device?
The lab has never been busier since the day it was built. The scattered files are neatly gathered, and more integers have come to help sort through the years of documents. This radio is placed next to the IDM with a sense of reverence. The computer screen lights up, a familiar voice comes out of the speakers.
The next thing is the acoustic components.
Oh boy.
Totally understandable if you don't have any on hand. Regulus, can you help me find some...
What are you saying, mate? Of course, this great disc jockey would have the acoustic components. I'll have you know, I made friends with the dolphins as soon as I had the chance, hoping they'd retrieve some of the radio components from Apple II. And guess what? They actually found some!
He attaches the acoustic component onto the IDM, beaming with excitement. Why this soundtrack right now is not fitting. The screeching feedback forces everyone to cover their ears.
Perfect. You finally have a communicator equipped with a speaker. Before, there were too many ears for one tiny radio.
Okay.
What now? Another attack?
Not quite. That's the sound of our colleague, Medicine Pocket. Hard at work.
A real communicator for Team Timekeeper. X gets up, skirts around Medicine Pocket's mess on the floor, and casually makes himself a cappuccino.
How goes it on your end, Vertin?
How is this guy just never
The
phased by
storm
anything?
is only 8 hours away. Has the immunity zone on the island stopped shrinking?
I think so. No one in the Hall of Apeiron's affected by the storm syndrome so far.
Oh, so there's still a little bit of a
The
safe
immunity
zone.
zone
Okay.
seems stable for now. Manus Vindictae and the humans have left. There should be no further destruction on the island.
So the decay of the immunity zone is not linear. It seems to be influenced by the islander's mindset toward the truth, and it eventually reaches a stopping point.
He puts down the cup and thinks about everything he heard from the call.
Could it be that the ritual on this island, rooted in the power of faith and belief, serves to amplify only the radius of the storm immunity? Fascinating.
That can wait, Researcher X.
So it's not even necessarily... Ulrich, impatient as ever, interrupts his musing with a more important concern. There are still pressing matters to discuss with the Timekeeper through the device.
There's one thing I'd like to confirm, Timekeeper. About the question Miss 37 asked in the cave, how can we escape the darkness of the phenomenal world and be freed from the emanation forever? To my understanding, that is almost the same as asking how we can be immune to the storm.
Yes, and 37 also said the transcendental truth was beyond the limits of her mortal flesh. Apeiron answered her with an eerie sound, one that could drive anyone mad just by hearing it. It was then that the Scroll 6 gave her unfurled and transcribed the sound into a string of numbers, providing us with the code.
Yes, that's the key to our problem. We both received a solution to the same question simultaneously, immunity against the storm. This could be our Rosetta Stone, Timekeeper. We found our own Rosetta Stone!
Assuming the method is the same, right? His voice rises in excitement as he becomes fully immersed in his thoughts. Meanwhile, his listener's mind is starting to wander with a big question mark in the air.
Rosetta Stone.
Allow me to explain.
It's a language learning software. The director interjects with a well-timed explanation.
The Rosetta Stone is a stone tablet inscribed with a decree in 3 different languages: hieroglyphs, Demotic, and Ancient Greek. Hieroglyphs were the sacred writing for the divine, while Demotic script was known as the language of the people. Both scripts were ancient Egyptian, lost to time when the tablet was discovered. However, because scholars were still able to read Ancient Greek, and through comparing the 3 inscriptions that all said the same thing, they were finally able to understand the hieroglyphs. And now, we too have our own set of inscriptions to decode. The first is similar to hieroglyphs, as the truth Miss 37 heard in the cave is completely unintelligible and can drive people insane just by listening to it. The second is like Demotic script, a ritual we obtain from Arcana that can place a curse upon those who read it aloud. It cannot be handled by ordinary people. Finally, the numerical code you shared with us is like the readable Ancient Greek, without any divine powers, but crucial in deciphering the other 2 inscriptions.
How intriguing!
37's voice chimed in over the line, clearly excited by the analogy.
That is to say, if we work together and combine our research, we may unlock even deeper knowledge that only belongs to the divine?
Man, she really perked up.
Exactly. We're
quick
looking for the same
after
answer
Sophia
to the
left.
same question, like how the same decree is inscribed onto the tablet in different forms. And just like the inscriptions on the tablet, we have 3 versions of the ritual. If we can delve into the essence of the ritual and master its inner workings, we may eventually transcribe it into a side-effect-free ritual that can be used by everyone.
Everyone.
Yes. It should work. Because the nature of the universe flows in all things
Lapis and
alike.
Apeiron. You know, out of all
I'm
the
glad you think so,
Foundation
Miss
aligned
37.
like organizations, Lapis has been consistently the most like reasonable. The girl on the other end of the phone is equally ecstatic. There is no question that they're in sync on this incredible idea. The ferrofluid happily swirls around. Regrettably, his boss is a practical thinker.
Your hypothesis is based on too many assumptions, Ulrich. It requires further refinement and confirmation. We now have valid incantations. We should continue in this direction.
Her words are like a bucket of ice water dumped over their heads. As always, the robot steers them to a more practical path.
You mentioned the word transcribe just like the timekeeper did. It holds the answer to improving the ritual.
You mean?
The scroll you mentioned that can bridge the gap between you and the Supreme Existence during communion. It is the scroll that transcribed the eerie sound and saved 37 from the lethal side effects. Does this mean it could potentially lessen the negative effects of the immunity incantation?
How many of the scrolls we got? Everyone in the lab realizes it at once. Reducing the side effects is faster than trying to come up with a perfect, side effect-free incantation from scratch. Now the solution is right in front of them, the scroll that can solve Arcanum with Arcanum.
Wait, Madam Lucy. Let me take it from here.
We would like to borrow this scroll for research. If you lend us this scroll, we will make significant advancements on the research, and we promise to provide every assistance you require in the future.
The ferrofluid flinches into the shape of a droplet of sweat. It was too late to stop her. The atmosphere on the other end of the call changes dramatically.
Lend you the scroll.
The custodian leaps up from her corner in disbelief.
Are you asking us to give the legacy of Apiron, our most cherished possession, to you? A scientific research organization that serves humans?
Oh boy. The lab falls silent, reflecting the seriousness of the request. For a school of thought that has always kept its knowledge hidden, this is a major threat to its core beliefs and sacred vows. But the silence is broken again by that cheery voice. The voice that always questions and doubts.
Why not? We are seekers of truth, are we not?
You'd think at some point they would just, like, have 37 stop talking, right? It never seems to get better when she speaks. The cycle of history. By the time people realize its true nature, it has already moved.
Heed my words, 37. That scroll is a sacred relic passed down from the wise sages of Apiron, safeguarded by the Sixes, and entrusted only to believers who brave Apiron's test. It has the power of harmonization and reconciliation. You may keep it until you fully grasped the secrets shared with you by Apiron. But you will not share it with some organization affiliated with humans, and certainly do not allow them to study it.
Now really the time for this. The inevitable disagreement is finally upon them. 888 grabs 37 by the arm and drags her out of the lab.
Why?
Why?
Sharing the scroll is sharing wisdom and knowledge with others. Like what we have done through our doctrinal meetings and receiving visitors from the outside world. It is for the sake of spreading the light of truth, is it not? The human researchers, they have also discovered many brilliant theorems. Before the emanation cut us off, we had these types of communications with the outside world. It was fun, unlike what came after. I'm sure by sharing this scroll, the code from Apiron will be deciphered. I must prove that the light of truth still glimmers.
She stands her ground. She is right. With their faith shattered, people need something new to keep them going. And this time her suggestion makes sense in a practical way, a quality often missing from her previous ideas. With the island no longer shielding them, the school must find another way to survive the emanation. In their moment of weakness, they need a powerful ally more than ever.
But how can you be sure the scroll will only be used for researching the ritual? How can you ensure that the humans won't exploit it to create weapons of destruction?
Eh. Didn't even occur to her. The custodian looks up at the fractured dome. The speckled daylight illuminates her cool complexion.
Before joining the School of Apiron, my people and I had wandered the world for ages. Our long lives made it difficult for us to truly fit in with the world. Daughter of Truth, I implore you to hear the words of this old soul. Humans have indeed achieved incredible feats, and their enlightenment has even touched my soul. But unfortunately, most humans do not have an inherent respect for knowledge or its boundaries. They only chase after power blindly. I have experienced it firsthand. I tried to guide and persuade them, but ultimately I failed. That is why I am here now. What you are deciding to share is not only knowledge, but it is a ritual, a piece of power. A ritual designed for harmonization, created for the devout believers, and created for the sages seeking the truth. Yet, on the other hand, it can also be used for unspeakable horrors, such as silencers on guns, suppressors on rifles, or even on nuclear bombs.
That's a hell of a jump.
888. I won't let this happen. I promise.
8-8.
You can't promise anything, Miss Verton. You're too young, too inexperienced to comprehend the dark nature of history.
A valid and powerful observation. The hull itself, ravaged by war, now stands as a testament to the Banshee's claim. Even 37 is speechless.
But it's the truth we're talking about. What could possibly outweigh the truth?
An unexpected voice speaks up. To everyone's surprise, the rhetorician does not raise any objections this time.
If all it takes is lending someone a scroll to unlock unspeakable secrets, why not do it? Haven't the failures of the past 4 years proven that a stagnant mindset does not bring forth the light of truth? As individuals devoted to critical thinking, should the pursuit of truth not be our primary goal in life? My brothers and sisters, do not let hatred stop you, and don't let the dust of the phenomenal world blind you.
Why is this man suddenly speaking sense? That's crazy.
210!
He waves his hand and gets up from his seat.
And remember, it was 37 who passed the test and earned the scroll. It is her rightful responsibility to handle this situation.
He looks elsewhere, his demeanor suggesting a lack of interest rather than genuine support for the argument.
Otherwise, what other choice do we have?
He shrugs and walks out of the hall. Behind him, the Star of Hermes clenches her fists with resolve. To the murmuring, doubting crowd, she speaks again, loud and clear.
I have made up my mind. I will share the scroll with Laplace. We will decipher the code together.
Yay, woohoo.
The truth is the truth. It should not be swayed by anything else. Please, everyone, cast your pebble if you agree with me. If Six were here, he too would have called for a vote.
Some of them decide to leave the hall instead, but most stay and use the pebbles in their hands to speak for them. Her victory arrives with a gentle sigh from the corner. War and smoke have long left this place. An area has been cleared for takeoff.
Miss Lilia, are you certain about this?
Absolutely. See the nice weather today? Much better than the day we landed. No wind, no cloud, the clear sky, and that giant moon.
Oh, they can see the moon too, huh? Sitting tight on her thing, she gives a quick pat to the scroll. This is the essence of Apiran's goodwill in their newfound alliance with Laplace.
Can't find a better day to deliver the package. It's just to the headquarters, not even going outside of Europe. 3 hours is more than enough.
Yeah.
I'm done being stuck on this suffocating island. Nobody can stop me from taking this flight.
The headquarters are at least 768 nautical miles away, and you have no protection during the long flight. It's dangerous.
And
we have only 7 hours until the storm.
Dangerous? Maybe. But this is an exhilarating flight in the storm, Saneto. What better chance than now to push Zeno into updating their flying manual?
She takes a few long gulps from her canteen and warms up her broomstick, brimming with anticipation as if she were going to a carnival.
Besides, what's wrong with a bit of oil painting on me? Should be a nice badge of honor.
That's right, she'll get hit with the...
That's quite a distance. Just be sure not to go toppling into the Mediterranean Sea.
Red 38 is no way an apple the second.
Damn, that was uncalled for. He soars higher and higher until Regulus shrinks to a tiny red dot on the beach. In the corner of her eye, she notices shadows slowly creeping towards her.
Uh-oh. Manus Alitius? We didn't kill them all off? I don't have time for you, little stingray rats.
The Alitiaus trail close behind her.
Still got your speed, huh? I guess the death of your boss didn't faze you much. Oh.
Swollen blimp comes into view, filled with a dark substance and throbbing like a beating heart. Creature's soft, tentacle-like turrets slowly rise and lock onto Lilia.
A Manus aircraft? Worth a fight.
Oh, we're fighting. Oh, we're fighting.
Bring it on! Your downfall will be an explosive orchestra over the waters.
Stop fine, right?
Dental checkup. Relax. Pause.
It's newly made. Another jar?
Thank you for your cooperation. Long admonition and occasional indulgence.
You don't want to miss it. There they are.
Roll that. Sure.
Down.
It's newly made this year. Given that. Another jar?
That should give us 2 down.
Oh, there's a bubble.
There we go.
Let's get it over quick. There they are. It could be found. It could be found. Given that. Time to check my calculation. Intersect and divide. Oh, there's a bubble. Huh. Time to check my calculation.
Okay.
Ouch. Ouch. It's newly made. Another jar? The final demonstration. Newly made. Another jar? Given that.
Welcome to the world of numbers. Got you. Huh. You don't want to miss it. Intersect and divide.
Those are tanky as hell, man. Fuck. Why did you do so much damage?
Pause. Coming. It could be found.
Oh.
Run. Start
We
running.
have 3 characters. That's crazy. Oh, it has ult up too. We're so fucked. What happened? How did I lose? Or not. I actually did not expect that to kill her. That's crazy.
Our best advertisement.
You can safely cast immunity ritual to so 2 conditions must be met. 1, have the power to wield it.
Yes, Miss Tyder has derived the formula and my team has finished designing the prototype converter. Now, we just need the bigwigs upstairs to approve the experiment application.
Yay, bureaucracy.
This is an unprecedented chance to rob the storm of its energy. I wouldn't miss this for anything.
Minimize the side effects. To minimize the side effects.
The Scroll of Aperon has shown great potential in protecting casters from the ritual. It is expected to outperform the Coleman protection rituals. The sheer variety of side effects is concerning, but we already have a list of 122 curses and their effects. Once the scroll arrives, we will test and record its reactions to each of the effects. This should speed up our analysis considerably.
But this isn't enough.
How can we get humans to make use of this ritual?
He stands up and paces around the cluttered room.
Ideally, the incantation is made into a tool like the Manus Mask or Laplace's incantation soft disk. However, this would require a thorough analysis and mastery of the ritual. Manus Vindicte could create the mask because Arcana is just that excellent of a caster. But we don't have that kind of excellence all the time. That's why I came up with a clever alternative, to let everyone be a caster instead. The problem is, humans can't cast it all to begin with. Ugh.
Logic is failing to produce the desired breakthroughs. Enigma sits back down at the table, holding his head in despair. You know, when Hoffman, or the elder Hoffman, when Greta was poisoned with picrasma, right? It said that it activated the latent arcanist cells in her blood. And that's what wound up killing her, right? Well, I mean, I would imagine most humans probably have some arcanist blood in them. And if they can find a way to make them, you know, not fucking die, they could probably use Picarisma.
Is there nothing else we can do?
So, this is the plan of the imaginary numbers. You want to use the waves of Numa and the reconciliation of the scroll to allow everyone to recite the storm immunity ritual?
Seven ponders with great interest, as if it were just another game. Every character is playing an important role in this fight, yeah?
Yes.
Oh.
What do you think, 37?
The collaboration with Laplace is going well. They have just shared all their information on the subject.
An ugly plan it is. There is no grace or beauty in this approach. It is purely driven by practicality and uses clever tactics to make things fit. How typical of imaginary numbers.
What? It sounds pretty cool to me. Taking advantage of the storm? It's about time we plundered it instead.
It really looks like we should throw this plan into the sea.
Thanks, 37. 37 insists, subtly shifting her seat away from Regulus.
You're not trying to comprehend the ritual, Vertin, but scrambling to make use of it before the emanation arrives.
Isn't making use of it enough for our purposes?
No, the theory is incomplete. You will be hindered by impossible obstacles in no time. Mister, could you show me the incantation? I want to see it too.
She glances at the device, hoping for an answer, but the other end of the call has been silent for a while.
Laplace is looking for a safe method to deliver the incantation. Given the incidents before, some time is required for the application procedure.
37.
Once received,
yeah, 37's
please
being
do not read it out
37.
by any means. The side effects are extremely deadly.
The chief assistant explains to her reassuringly. Finally, someone speaks again.
Apologies. We took some time to test the delivery methods. For your safety, only the text of the incantation will be delivered. The exact pronunciation will be sent to the timekeeper later.
Thanks, mate.
Since the island has no visual communication, we will send the incantation letter by letter through a Chladni plate, a technique that converts simple patterns to sound waves. Enough with the mumbo-jumbo! There's no time for details.
Annoyed, he interrupts his ramblings and gets straight to the point.
Anyway, timekeeper, we'll need the help of that lady. Miss Radio, right?
Miss Radio.
Huh?
Eh? Flattered, the blue flower on its radio perks up. No ordinary signal could reach this island. Since their arrival, she's been diligently managing their communication. As a result, she was somewhat reduced to being just a radio.
Yes. Somebody please find her a metal square plate, fix it on a sturdy base, and pour sand on it.
Oh. Tonetto and Regulus get to work immediately. Fortunately, there's no shortage of metals and sand on the island. A makeshift receiving station is quickly built.
Now, a special recording will be sent to you. Please stay by the edge of the plate, embrace the sound, and, groove along.
Groove along.
I assume you mean vibrate?
No, that's just rude. But, yes, exactly.
He stammers.
If all goes well, the vibrations will move the sand and visualize the text in a pattern.
Someone's gonna shit these two, I already fucking know it.
Each representing a letter in the incantation. We'll play the first one when you're ready.
Oh, of course, my pleasure.
Of course, my pleasure. She trembles with excitement, ready to give her all for this important task. As she grooves with that signal, a pattern begins to form on the plate.
First one's done, Mr. Ulrich.
All right, 11 to go.
11 to go. Transmission continues as planned, each letter falling into place like pieces of a puzzle. Until finally the last letter is recorded on the page. Okay, Ulrich is a good gentleman.
This incantation.
The sight is hard to believe. Has she seen this before? How can this be?
What? Are you reading it in your head?
Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me even thinking about it can trigger the curse.
Wait, has Burton seen this?
It's just... I can read this language.
Oh. What the fuck? The language is not unfamiliar. The incantation for unlocking the suitcase is inscribed in the same tongue. Oh. The questions are, who taught this and when? Was it on the eve of the new millennium when everything was a blank? Was it Mother? Uh-oh. A myriad of thoughts flood the mind.
37. I I think I know what it says.
Don't say it. Well, like, actually, she might be able to say it. Her Arcanum is dog shit. Same tone. So either the suitcase originates from Arcana's wherever she's from, or Arcana made the suitcase.
It means the first circle.
Mother. Mother. Yeah. Why? The fact that she brought that up. Who is your mother, Vertin? Now we can get the incantation to them for a while. Emergency Harmonizer Analysis Task Notification. We have received the Harmonizer capable of neutralizing the Storm Immunity spell, which has been proven effective through Miss Lucy's testing. Contents of the Harmonizer have been sent to each department in the form of a photograph with this message. Please begin the analysis for mass replication immediately upon receipt. I'll call back the people from Tyler's place, you all keep busy. I mean, it was down for a while, they couldn't safely get through, so yeah. Yeah, I mean, even if Vertin knew the language, or at least recognized the language, but she didn't know the actual ritual, and they had no way to get it to her. What is this? What are these? Because we got 2 of them as a reward, right? Or like a login reward or something for the update. I don't know what these actually do. The first circle. Officer. The researchers on the receiving end quickly grasp the message.
The first circle. That's what the incantation says?
First circle. Oh. He suddenly remembers a detail that has eluded him all along.
That's it. The investigator in Vienna reported a similar thing. An ancient miracle, a circle of salvation.
Oh, lobby music.
Akane
I see.
drew a circle in the air while saying it. She did it so nonchalantly, as if it were a meaningless gesture. We didn't think much of it at the time. Once we confirmed that it did not affect the casting of the incantation, we forgot about it and moved on. I can't believe I overlooked it.
The hot-tempered cryptography lead slams the table and buries his face into his hands, clearly exasperated.
This is not your fault, Ulrich. The gesture was overlooked because it did not really help the research. Our focus was on practical application rather than understanding the incantation itself. If the incantation means the first circle...
The pragmatist's voice is still serene.
How will this be helpful to the research?
I mean, yeah, she's not wrong.
I see! I understand now!
Moment of epiphany. She snatches a handful of papers, sprawls out on the floor, and scribbles frantically.
Well, Vertin, I don't know why you can read it, but I do know that Gal is thrilled by your interpretation.
Interpretation.
Because you mentioned her favorite shape, the circle.
The irrational number is spot on. 37 has drifted into a world of her own.
Yes. The essence of the incantation is a circle.
It's like Sophia never left.
What kind of circle is it? In topology, any closed curve on a plane can be classified as a circle.
Aha! Told you!
Regulus spreads her hands, speechless. She takes a step back, giving 37 more room to calculate. Everyone is talking quietly so as not to disturb her. Even Miss Radio has lowered her volume. Just as her sheets are about to engulf the entire floor, she finally stands up. Every time 37 says understand, I understand how my mind goes blank. Yeah. when she says that, you just know nothing for the next couple lines is gonna make sense. Regulus's voice acting, so yeah. Regulus's voice acting has been spot on from the very start. She's done a very good job.
Look, Vertin, let's go back to the Rosetta Stone hypothesis. Based on the hypothesis, if the incantation and the numerical code share a common essence, which is the key to the storm immunity, and we now know the incantation refers to a circle,
then the essence of this numerical code should also be a circle, right?
37 nods.
Yes. Before this conversation, I had no idea which direction to take. The numerical code could be a snippet of an incantation, or it could be a geometrical ritual array. I had a lot of theories to go on, but testing them could take weeks or even months. Worse yet, if my line of thinking was completely wrong, we could waste decades of time and effort.
Decades.
But the Rosetta
We don't have
Stone
decades.
hypothesis is easy to verify. Let us suppose that the incantation and numerical code share a similar essence. We know that the incantation does work as proven by the Awakened.
He's actually bringing us through a math proof right now. My god.
If the incantation is a circle, then the numerical code should also be circular in nature, and has the same effect as the incantation, which is a circle that saves people from the emanation, and can also be experimented with by the Awakened.
If the experiment works, then the hypothesis is true, and vice versa. I see what you mean here. It really is an easily provable hypothesis.
To my ears, you're just trying to prove that the code means a circle. Because you're really into circles.
Not specifically. I simply like it because it's a great shape.
Oh, yay. Great shape.
I don't understand.
Sonato speaking up for all of us. She picks up the numerical code and studies it carefully.
+1, -1, +2, -3, 3, -3, +2, -1, +1. How do these numbers relate to the circle?
Thank God Regulus is here. Yeah. Gotta reel her in. First circle. Enigma narrows his brows, spinning a pen between his fingers. His drafts are scattered across his desk, each of them a dead end.
Yes, it was the timekeeper who translated the incantation. And according to the investigator in Vienna, Arcana also drew a circle when she cast the ritual. But experiments have shown that the gesture has no effect on the ritual. We thought maybe it was a symbolic gesture.
No. It is no way just symbolic.
He jumps to his feet. The cryptographer sneezes as the cloud of dust he just stirred up.
Arcanists excel at condensing their experiences into symbolic representations. Signs, totems, elements, these are primitive symbols, and some are sources of power for Arcanum. At least that's what the Foundation's textbooks tell me. That's why arcane skills can only be enhanced by mediums that align with their symbolic nature. Precise materials are required when creating soft disks for each incantation.
He stops spinning his pen.
If the incantation symbolizes the first circle, and if we were to create a physical form that could be mass-produced for everyone,
are we graduating to CDs?
To be a circle too?
Floppies to CDs? Is that what's happening here? You're making the technological leap. In the cave, discussions and theories about the circle are also in full swing. Every inch of the floor is now covered with paper. On each sheet is a differently drawn circle. Some are spheres, some have crossings, some are in distorted forms. Just as the sea of papers is about to drown everyone in the room, she finally stands up.
Oh, I should have thought of this. The simplest things often hold the deepest meaning, as always. So, the first circle... What could it be? A wheel? A piece of rope?
Start on a story, man, come on. The wording circle. 37 shakes her head and kicks away some paper balls at her feet.
I spent too long on the wheel and the bearing, not realizing there was something more promising. A circle can also be seen as a knot with no crossings. An unknot. This could be a variation of a closed curve. A knot. Knots were how the ancients of the Incas and Chinese collected data and kept records. But which knot is it exactly?
37 extends her hand. Intricate geometric shapes take form in the radiance of her arcane light.
The Jones polynomial of the trefoil knot is t plus t cubed minus t to the power of 4. The figure 8 knot is t to the power of -2 minus t to the power of -1.
Yeah, you have completely lost me. Yep.
Minus t plus t squared.
One.
While the
And the moment they
knot,
put letters in math is when it was all over. Ain't no way.
Minus t to the power of 5 plus t to the power of 6 minus t to the power of 7.
37, please. Have mercy.
I could go on all day. There are 165 different knots with 10 crossings.
37 is crushing my brains with math, yeah.
988 knots with 13 crossings. But which knot is the code referring to?
Just, you know...
+1, -1, +2, -3, +3, -3, +2.
She's just saying numbers now.
+1.
Oh no. Come on. Come on, man. She stops.
Of course. Of course I would hear these digits instead of anything else. The scroll transcribes the truth into a format I can understand. So it must be based on a mathematical system I already know. I have all the knowledge needed to break the code. Just need to follow my instincts and pick a system.
37, stop.
And the Jones polynomial is the first thing I could think of.
What is that? Struck by an idea, she drops to her knees and starts calculating again on the floor.
Right. The second 3 I heard sounded different from the other 3s. That 3 must be the constant term of the polynomial. Then if we use this 3 as the origin, like a number axis, the left side is the coefficient for the negative exponents, and the right side is the coefficients for the positive exponents. Eureka! This string of coefficients is the shorthand of a Jones polynomial. If we assign the 8 coefficients to the 8 corresponding exponents in a Jones polynomial, we get its true form. T to the
Don't
power
read
of
it.
-4
Fuck.
minus t to the power of -3 plus 2t to the power of -2 minus 3 times t to the power of -1 plus 3 minus 3t plus 2t squared.
Who in Blue Pog did this? I want to know that too, man.
To the power of 4.
Oh my
a
god.
knot with 8 crossings.
Who thought this was a good idea? She looks up, her bright aquamarine eyes shine with delight. A golden knot projects from her fingertips.
See, Vertin, Apiron did give us the answer.
Okay.
The key we've been
Okay.
looking for, the most
All
profound
right.
secret, the language of the divine.
No. No more.
No
Just
sound
storm
or
us.
text
Just
is
storm
needed,
us.
just
Please.
pure structure, the very form of the essence itself. It is a beautiful
Yeah, this
shape,
render is
a
crazy.
simple knot.
Oh dear.
Great. Now there is only one step left. The verification.
You know she could have all just done that in her head.
Did you
She
hear
didn't
that,
have to
Lucy?
tell us.
Can you help us verify the authenticity of this knot?
After an unsettling silence, Miss Radio finally remembers that she has turned down the volume. When she turns it back on, Lucy's voice comes through clearly over the channel.
Of course. I have paid close attention to the discussion. This polynomial produces a single unique knot.
Thank you for
We
the
can now
pretzel.
tie a knot to test it.
It is a pretzel, yes. Call goes silent again. The cave is silent too, as if any noise would alter the outcome. Even Regulus has turned off her personal speakers. In the quiet hush, Miss Radio cranks up her volume once more, but all they hear is a sharp hiss of static and a soft, strange rustling. 20 minutes have passed.
Madam Lucy?
The only sound is a constant static, accompanied by a faint, scratchy reverberation.
Is the signal dropping?
What's going on?
Madam Lucy, can you hear us?
Storm hasn't happened yet. We're fine. We have a couple more hours.
I can.
The robot utters with effort. The knot slips from her grip and falls. Pause. Why is it going so fast? Slips from her grip and falls. It has completed its great mission. Then the robot starts to fall apart and melt. Before the curse could get to her core, the fire thief flashes a smile. Work. Curse could get to her core, the fire thief. How? She's falling apart and melting. How did it work? Oh wait, no. It's just the same thing, but with a different with the other. Yeah, she tested it, that's right. I thought they figured out how to make it so that you could do it without dying, but no, this was just the same thing in a different language. Thank you, everyone. The ritual core is complete. We have successfully overcome all the challenges we faced, and all that remains is assembly and mass production. Our research on the storm has come to a successful conclusion. We are also collecting names for the ritual core. If you are interested, please feel free to submit your suggestion. Below are examples of the suggestion we have collected. 37 Lucy Knot. I'm not reading that. Absolute Universal R powered storm immunity device. Who? Is this X? Uncool. 1914 9 knot. Not wrong time. Not. It has such a nice ring to it. Cutting edge technology. Mirrors and curtains. Begin. 4 more chapters after this, right? 30 chapters total. Storm arrives in 4 hours.
I never thought it would be the Timekeeper and the Aperon Arcanus who'd solve the problem. But now even humans can cast this ritual.
Just gotta tie the knot, man. Laplace is now in a rare state of tranquility, for the researchers have done all they can. There's nothing left for them to do. With only 4 hours to go, this is the final calm for the storm.
Indeed. The knot is the physical form of the ritual we were looking for. Surprisingly, the numerical code yielded practical results. I thought it was necessary to report this to the Timekeeper's organization. It was her contribution.
I hope someone is crazy enough to analyze the math behind the knot. Yeah, there probably will be. There always are.
But it did not go well.
Why? Is the Foundation being a dick again? Yeah, they are.
Forgive the interruption. What's a knot?
I will be glad to answer your question.
Huh?
Knot theory is a branch of algebraic topology. In mathematics, a knot refers to a connected closed curve in three-dimensional Euclidean space that does not intersect itself. They can also be described as shapes in three-dimensional space that are homeomorphic to circles.
Was she really the best person to send for this?
Knot theory focuses on the entanglement and configurations of closed curves in three-dimensional space, rather than the curves themselves. Since all closed curves are homeomorphic to circles, they can all be topologically categorized as circles. A knot equivalent to a two-dimensional circle is called an unknot, and
I don't mean to question Laplace's expertise, but this approach may not be the best solution for widespread implementation.
Why?
The concepts are complex even for us, let alone others. We can't expect to give an advanced math lesson to every individual under these circumstances. Doing math before the storm. Nobody's got time for that.
Have you met a Pharaon? That's all they did before the storm.
As it turned out, presenting a technical report was much too premature. We should have a complete and official report once the immunity gear is produced.
Maybe you can change your approach the next time you report to the Foundation.
The robot shakes her head, disappointed by the failure of her report and the listener's math level.
I simply gave them honest answers.
She turns her head and looks thoughtfully out the window.
But this solution is deserving of widespread implementation. All we need is a piece of rope and tie it end to end. And spend 3 to 5 minutes to make this knot. This can be done anywhere, at any time, by anyone using any type of cordage. The oldest, fastest, and most basic ritual, the key to braving the storm, is a knot.
Why didn't you tell the House of Intercartus? I'm sure they would have funded us generously.
I will make sure to put it in my interdepartmental report.
That easy, we just tie a piece of string and that's it. A rare hint of frustration flickers across her face, but she quickly moves on to a subject that deserves her attention.
But at this point in time, the knot only functions like an incantation. It is not suitable for widespread use until the research on the side effects and the converter are complete.
In any case, I've completed all the tasks you assigned me. My last plea is, please never put Ulrich and I on the same team again.
The researcher lets out a deep yawn, feeling as if he hasn't slept in ages. Same, bro. Maybe you can catch a quick nap before the final battle begins.
I'm surprised that you're not in the
Oh
lab.
my god, 8 hours,
Something
you know?
bothering you?
We still got 4 more chapters, man. We still have 4 more chapters, fuck. I'm surprised that you're not in the lab. Something bothering you.
Wait, don't tell me you're charging here.
The robot turns to him, an approving smile on her face.
Excellent job, Researcher Adler. You have proven that you are keeping the locations of public outlets in Laplace in mind, which is a positive sign
Good
for
luck.
your resocialization.
Yeah, thanks. Resocialization.
But I am powering up to reach my optimal condition, preparing for what is to come. The Scroll of Apeiron, the final piece of the puzzle, the key to minimizing any negative effects caused by the incantation.
Wow! The designers on artificial somnambulism could use some of this inspiration. Look at the clouds, painted with a syndrome of colors and interrupted by a glorious streak of rainbow. It's truly a masterpiece.
The red blur streaks forward at lightning speed, but Elitiaos are still in hot pursuit. Their skins are becoming increasingly vibrant due to the storm syndrome.
Funny. They're flying towards the headquarters out of instinct. Maybe they can sense immunity zones. These little beasts would make for a good study. But I'm not in the mood to take any prisoners.
Are we fighting? We fight. Lily speeds up again, trying to lose the pursuers that are swarming behind her like a dark vortex. In front of her, under the clouds, the gray building and the Foundation are now clearly visible. Fuel and ammunition
are running out.
Her altitude is low enough. She can almost see the hallway outside the committee room.
Maybe I should storm the Vice President's office with them. But other people might get hurt there. Never mind.
Inconsiderate? That's crazy. She makes an abrupt turn, her mind racing with ideas.
Dive into the lake? but the splash might wet the scroll.
Might.
Wait, isn't that?
Oh no, sprouts from the forest that look like a signal to land.
Miss Lilia, this way.
Oh shit, it's Druvis. We haven't seen her in ages.
Ha! Good timing.
Bren's presence has given her a clear sense of direction. Without a second thought, she charges into the new forest with the huge herd in hot pursuit. Just before crashing into the trees, Red 38 changes course and rockets upward in a perfectly straight line. But the creatures behind her have no such finesse. One by one, they slam into the mesh woven by the dense tangle of trees and vines. Oh my god, Druvis screen time.
Ally landed successfully.
Yeah. Yeah, Druvis showed up. First time in like 3 chapters. 4 chapters. The druid closes her eyes, savoring the fresh air.
The winds of triumph sweep through the woods. An excellent flight, Miss Lilia.
Thank you, Lilia.
We will take it from here. Come, everyone. We shall vanquish our foes with the aid of the woods.
Alright. Alright. This probably works, right? Yeah.
Who ate beans?
Oh, these should probably die though, because they'll kill 37.
It could be newly made. Another jar? Oh, there's a bubble. Got you. Enjoy. Oh, there they are.
Nice. Yeah.
Given that it could be found. Given that. Intersect and divide. Aha.
Nice.
The final demonstration.
Actually, no. Do it this way.
Relax. The final given that. Welcome to the world of numbers. Time to check my calculation. Go away. It's newly made. Another jar? It could be found. Got you. You don't want to miss it.
Your first-hand experience is our best advertisement.
This special operations squad is ready to go.
Oh, we're back at Vienna. Nice. If we think about this metaphorically, a knot secures a ship to a port so it doesn't get swept away in the storm, but cannot fully ensure the ship will always be safe in a that makes sense, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. Plus, knots just have a whole lot of symbology, right? I mean, you have like Celtic knots, and those red Japanese knots, you know.
Dr. Kakanya, are you really going to stay here?
Storm arrives in 4 hours. Oh, Kakani's given up. Oh no. She shakes her head, her fingers tight on Marcus's communicator. For more than 10 hours, she has been waiting for Laplace to respond. Oh, Marcus. Marcus lowers her eyes, burying her face in her scarf to hide the tears. The doctor quickly notices it. Her voice softens and changes to a lighter tone.
Don't worry about me, young missy. This won't be goodbye forever. Besides, I have already provided all the help I can, right? I made Isolde show us the ritual and kept her under control, and now you've figured out how the ritual works. To test its results, You will need a couple of volunteers.
Oh. Can't wait for y'all to play the next patch. Oh god, what is the next patch?
The possibility of surviving
Oh,
the
is it
ritual is nearly
even
zero
worse?
without the converter and the scroll and...
Nearly, they said. But not surely.
Anya, what are you doing? The doctor interjects briskly.
Plus, where else can I go?
It's a lot more lighthearted for your therapy. Okay,
This
okay,
is where I
okay.
came from. Where I lived.
I thought it would
where I
just like we
belong.
just keep going down, you know.
This is my whole world.
It's a super huge gut punch. All right. Well, you know what? It wouldn't be
the maggots
reversed
under its golden
without it,
surface,
so I'll take
and
it.
fought for the justice and fairness in our society. But I also cherish every detail of this city, from the intricate carvings on the theater columns to the dirt trodden by dock workers.
Oh, she's trying to get stormed.
All of these things made me me. My family, my friends, my people, and my operas and culture are all here.
Basically taking Chekhov's gun and turning it into Chekhov's firing squad. For the rest of the story,
I
okay.
never thought about destroying it either.
I like it, yeah. Yeah. Oh boy. She looks up and sighs sentimentally.
Being washed away with it would be a just punishment for all my sins.
Yet her eyes are free of darkness and despair. Marcus can clearly see her determination.
I wish I could be as brave as you are. See you, Miss Clara.
See you, Miss Clara. She gently reaches out to her. Not far away, the Special Operations Squad is ready to go. That's the line I was waiting for. Yep. Inside the cabin, Isolde sits between two racer operatives, her wrist bound in cuffs.
Hurry, ladies, before any of us
This
turns
fucking
into one
guy
of those
again.
exquisite paintings. Sorry, but the
Man
headquarters
needs to get
is
a
too
bigger
far from
shirt,
the
my lord.
teleportation disc from here. You'll have to bear with us smelly old grunts for a little longer.
It's time to part ways.
Goodbye, Miss
He
Marcus.
says it with a smile, yeah.
Sharing this era with you has been an honor.
Hey, Razor. Their warm hands clasp in a powerful handshake. With a wave to the teary-eyed girl, Kakania turns around and heads towards the City of Madness.
Is your birthday approaching, Doctor?
Oh, Isolde. She twirls sharply around at the entranced voice. Oh, Isolde. Isolde reaches out into the air, still in a dream she's unwilling to wake up from. There, the world is unchanged, and each day is filled with bliss. Oh, she mind broke her, goddamn. For a prisoner in the Foundation's facility, perhaps dreams will provide the solace she needs.
I made this for you.
She holds out her brooch. A piece so exquisite that it too seems to be an intangible figment of a wistful dream. It just happens to be the knot, isn't it? The golden setting nestles upon sparkling
Turquoise and
place.
topaz. Just like you in your eyes.
Gift undoubtedly made with great affection.
Please accept my blessings, Doctor. May your life be filled with joy and contentment. And may your courage guide you through all that comes your way.
Fucking way, man. One more random, vague foreshadowing I'm giving is that the next story is going to be the main setup for everything later. Revisiting after currency and management, you have like 10 aha. Oh, okay. Going through it again. Yeah, this thing is definitely a knot, man.
You are worthy
Isolde
of
did like
all
one
the
thing
beauty
right,
and
that's
goodness
crazy.
This world has to offer. And I will hold you in my heart and in my prayers. Forever.
It just looks like the knot. You know, today isn't Kakania's birthday, nor can she see her reflection in Isolde's lustreless eyes. The Star of Vienna holds up the brooch, yearning at the emptiness before her. If one were to die today, what would she say to her longtime friend?
Süße Träume, Frau Dittersdorf.
Sweet dream, Miss Dittersdorf. Just wanted to say I love your videos, and as lore enjoyer, I want to check you out live, especially as CN player. It's a funny reaction. Thank you. And I'm glad you are deriving some pleasure from this. It has been a ride, man. This whole chapter. She takes the brooch and pins it to her jacket. The communicator at her waist crackles. A ray of hope shines through the static.
Madame Lucy, any progress on the research?
Oh boy. Okay. Alright. That's fake foreshadowing next to event patch is really important for lore. So they're just making everything like very relevant, I'm guessing. It seems like they're trying to tie in the events to the main story more, is what I'm getting from that. Hymnus ad Bacchum. 3 more chapters, let's go. 3 more chapters, let's do it. So I will rejoice, dance freely, and savor my wine. They stay for the next few episodes.
6 is awake?
The charity and legitimate respected who comes in next special and somehow gains a whole arc. Just an NPC. Say with next few patches are all involved now. We go directly into I see. That's pretty cool. It's like a non-stopping like non-stopping lore machine. Oh yeah, so you can't see. Well, I mean, I wasn't skipping it at the beginning, so it's fine, except for 1.3. But we got back to it. 6 is awake. 6 is awake. Yay! He's not dead. Blind woman nods, smiling. 37 scrambles up from the floor, her eyes sparkling with joy.
Fabulous! Now everything is perfect, like the number 10.
Thought 6 was a perfect number.
He will be happy to hear that I've cracked the code.
She skips across the room, the paper with the knot on it still in her hand.
I did it, Burton!
Good job, 37. Please don't talk about math anymore.
The truth still shines. With some time, communication, and a flash of inspiration, we can bring it down from the unattainable skies
no, shit.
and let its radiance illuminate
You reached.
all.
What have I reached?
And I've
no.
also proven that the truth is not out of reach or too distant to grasp.
What is gonna happen?
Once Sophia knows about this, she'll come back to us, right?
No, probably not. She opens her eyes wide, eager for the affirmation she yearns to hear.
I'm sure she'll be happy with what you've accomplished, 37.
37 nods with satisfaction and quickly dives back into her work, further perfecting the solution. The leaps in progress and the news of 6's return have filled the lab with smiles and lively conversations. Yet the most active members of the past are not here for the celebration.
Did 210 and 888 go to get 6?
Just watch, yeah. Just watch. Hi, 6, you're alive.
You don't seem that happy.
Really? Really? The leader stops, looking at the speaker coming down the steps.
The Star of Hermes deciphered the code of Aperon. She found a way to cross the emanation. We should all feel happy for her.
The leader does not answer, having mastered the art of silence over the years. The rhetorician doesn't care. He can effortlessly engage in dialogue and is at ease in any conversation, even with a rock. And just likes to hear himself speak.
So indifferent. It is because you, too, know that what has happened will not change, regardless of whether she figures it out or not.
We're just storming to the past at this
to
point.
save people from the emanation is nothing compared to the disruption of the law above. It also cannot change the fact that our faith is dead. We're talking about how the island has sunk, and we're now sailing in a tsunami. A tiny miracle, a spark of inspiration, won't save the ship from the wrath of the tides.
His tone is sarcastic, but the mockery is missing in his eyes.
To be honest, I was surprised that she asked such a practical question. I guess the trivialities of the phenomenal world did eventually affect her. It's a shame that many others lack her determined will to see beyond the void of our broken reality.
What's your point?
What's your point? Mr. Paranoid, you're
Can't
gonna
you
regret
see?
your username. Oh
I'm
boy.
getting a rise out of you.
Oh, let's do it. Let's see. He beams a huge grin.
Who would have thought that our great, perfect, honorable leader of the School of Apeiron has been a nihilist all along?
Really? I think we could have figured that out,
You never
honestly.
revealed the truth, did you? That's why you kept us in the dark for 4 years. You never respected our beliefs for a second in your life.
The man down the steps shakes his head.
The people who seek the truth are more important than the truth itself. I may not understand that ever-shifting number, but I do understand and respect the people here.
He's continuing the conversation, a rarity to behold. Ever since becoming 6, he's rarely had a chance to unleash his sarcastic wit.
So you know the secret. What now? Now that you know the truth could lead to a nihilistic void, I wonder if you would abandon our doctrines, our wisdom, and our inheritance, and step into the darkness in a fit of rage. When truth fails, sophistry prevails. Correct?
Ha! We cannot deny that fate, the unspeakable, holds wisdom beyond our understanding. Perhaps it does take a resolute skeptic, an impartial nihilist, to steady this ship and remain detached enough to look on from the sidelines.
Yeah, we break up, yeah. Okay. Q10 looks up at the distant grape-colored
It's a
sky.
pity. This was supposed to be the best time of year to make wine.
He leaves without looking back. The silent leader continues on the familiar path. Short distance away, 37 slides gracefully down the sand and runs towards him.
6! You're here!
You're here.
888 said they're holding a celebration before the arrival of the emanation, in honor of the living and the dead. Will you join us, 6?
37. Do you remember the story of Socrates?
Socrates.
The one you told me in the cave? The trial is over. Why mention it? You should answer my question first.
Oh boy. Her words trail off as her eyes suddenly widen in fear, but she's completely fixated on what's in the distance. What? She knows the feast is underway and she's recalculated the safe zone for them to hold it in. But now people are laying out food and wine on the ruined beach among the rubble and wreckage, right next to the remains of the battlefield.
Wait, are they holding the ceremony outside the immunity zone?
Oh.
I told them to go to the meadow near the top of the mountain where they will be completely safe. I've checked my calculations over and over, leaving no room for error.
Oh, they're pulling a 77. Shit.
I've made a mistake. I need to warn them.
Nope, it's not a mistake. It's not a fucking mistake. Blonde hair droops over 6's eyes. 37 looks back in confusion at the leader's
37.
expression.
Either be wise, uninvolved, and look on, or be practical, involved, and suffer.
Oh.
Which one will you end up choosing?
Fuck.
You mean all we need is a piece of hope?
All we need is a piece of road. The voice on the phone sounds unsure.
Yes. In recognition of your extraordinary contributions, Laplace is honored to present you with the fruits of our labor. This knot is the result of our research. The knot has been validated as a working ritual on both humans and arcanists. With the help of other arcanists, we found methods to avoid side effects and conducted small-scale experiments with success.
So are you saying we can...
First jump scare me every time, yeah.
However,
Why did the robot have... Why did you give the robot
early stages,
milkers, dude? What the hell?
It involves a variety of materials and complicated rituals that are not yet possible for transmission. Nor can we deliver you any experimental equipment, as the storm is about to make landfall.
4 hours.
The knot acts as an equivalent to the incantation, but it does not guarantee that we will meet the casting requirements or avoid the likely side effects.
This is devastating news for anyone in need of rescue in the midst of a disaster. The robot pauses briefly, searching its database for kinder phrasings.
I apologize, Miss Kakanya. Perhaps the result of our work will not really help your situation.
And just rub it in, it's
You
fine.
said the knot works on both humans and arcanists, right?
Surprisingly, there's no despair in her voice.
Yes.
That is more than enough. This is the best news I've heard so far. There's a chance for everyone.
The robot did not understand her mumbling, but she found something in her database that might help.
I have 2 more pieces of good news. First, the curse is not inevitable. Our experiments showed a 0.49% likelihood of no side effects occurring at all.
All right. Nothing could go wrong. Yeah.
The closer the storm gets, the more pneuma fills the air,
Nothing
leading to a greater
could go
success
wrong.
rate of the ritual. Yet, even with these factors combined, the rate of success is still extremely low.
If the storm happens, and they do the ritual, and it fails, and all of this has been for nothing, I'm gonna cause harm to something.
It's all right. With millions of people trying, there's hope that at least one person will succeed against the odds. Thank you for sharing this with me, madam. I will do everything I can to spread this knot in Vienna. To the Arcanists, humans, Magyars, and Germans, they are all my people, regardless of their social status, profession, or race. They all deserve the right to survive.
Lucy ends the call and turns around. There stands a Foundation employee sent here to inquire about the experiment with a stern expression after overhearing the conversation.
Madam,
She is really wanting to die here, yeah.
I can only assume you acted impulsively and overlooked the proper application process.
Throw this guy out into the storm, we don't need you right now.
The knot is new and not ready for
Honey, it's not
widespread
racist.
testing. Distributing it in Vienna could lead to more casualties or even fall into the hands of our enemies. I must remind you that this is a clear violation of the regulations set by Pax Security Council, the St. Pavlov Foundation, and the Laplace.
Ah, yes. How careless of me.
The robot nods.
But I did tell her I would share the results of the research. And this is what you call a promise. And the database says, a promise made is a promise kept.
The storm is imminent. Final moment has arrived. Yeah.
My brothers and sisters, put down your cups for a moment and lend ear to me. We were born extraordinary, yet estranged from the world around us. Throughout the ages, we wandered the world like a ship lost at sea.
The only way I know on how so much it gets later and fucked up next patch, I feel weirdly optimistic, okay.
And together, we sought after the truth
Oh.
that would illuminate us all. Through introspection and contemplation, we cleansed ourselves of hatred, madness, and delusion, and embraced the value of beauty and harmony.
Yet now, our shattered faith mingles with the rubble of this phenomenal world, as specks in an unjust timeline, as remnants of a tide long receded. The dream of the transcendental world is broken, and the order of the transcendental law.
Color incident? What?
Our sanctuary has crumbled, exposing us to
She has
live
such a good
in
design,
world
yeah.
filled with
She's not going to be
conflict and
playable, is she?
turmoil,
She's getting reversed right now. Oh.
where we will be trapped in the wheel of birth, doomed to repeat the mistakes of history for eternity.
Wait.
But do not despair, for there is another way to the truth. It is a path fueled by unbridled passion, one that was stifled by moderation and restraint, a path that transcends the individual, breaks all boundaries and limitations, and leads us back to the essence in a fiery blaze of glory.
This path is the emanation which we stride into for the ultimate truth of our journey.
God damn it.
Doctor?
Oh, it's the kid. The boy eases his pace as he sees Akania rushing his way.
Finally, someone I know.
She cradles a thick stack of pamphlets in her arms, a little out of breath.
Ilich,
Random
gather
NPC
everyone
from
you
chapter
can and have
5.5
them
will
read
be
out
relevant
these
for a little,
steps in
maybe
the
that's
plaza
too
for all
much.
to hear. If possible, go to the telegraph office or use a printing machine to copy flyers. Distribute as many copies as you can. I'll go to Leopoldstadt and find the Gracchus brothers. They know where to find abandoned military hot air balloons.
What are you talking about, Doctor? People are too busy trying to escape. I want nothing to do with those crazies. This? A guide for tying knots? Don't you know the world is about to end? So many warnings. Who'd want to read this?
Oh, just give her the book.
The people who want to survive will read it. I can't guarantee anything. It's a gamble for our lives. But people have a right to try before doomsday arrives.
Another show to watch. Enjoy.
Trust me one more time.
This boy and
Please.
Akania have the same actor. Really? What the fuck? Ilich. The boy recognizes the plea in her voice.
Fine, Dr. Clara.
Okay.
If this works,
Joking,
your copy
alright.
for the rest of your life is on
I would
me.
have not. Yeah, no. No. That's a hell of a range, man.
Why?
Clutching at her own hair, she lets out a heart-wrenching wail.
Why? Why are you still leaving? I found the truth. I completed the test. I deciphered the code of Apiron.
She struggles trying to break free from the arm holding her back, her eyes fixed on the beach before her.
Why aren't you stopping them, Six?
A friendly figure comes up to them.
Hello.
Well, hi, Marta. Not a good
You're
time.
joining them, Miss Marta.
She smiles and shakes her head, turning her face towards the leader.
I find myself uncertain of which way to go. Would you kindly give me some guidance?
Sure thing, Marta.
The guidance I can offer you is limited, Miss Marta. I think fate knows its own fate better than anyone.
Thank you for your advice. I
Is that
think
advice?
I
Did that count?
understand.
She steps into the path of no return. What? What's with the soundtrack? Whoa. So Marta is not best merit then, yes? Oh, we are so fucked. Oh, it's so over. I'm gonna assume Kakani is the 0.549% chance of success. And it's the, yeah, okay. Sorry, 37. Goodbye, everybody. That statement will bite you in the back. Which statement? Which fucking statement? Holy shit. Oh, it's so over. She is the 0.49. Look at that. The jewel was the knot. She had 2 knots on her. I don't know. I don't fucking know. The one about Marta? She's reversed. How is she best merit, man? It's not possible anymore. Unless we pick her up in another era. I don't know anymore, man. I don't fucking know anymore. What is happening? It's so over. Oh, there's no other island piece.
Child, look at you. You're exhausted.
I am exhausted, yes.
I couldn't be of help then.
So you'll see.
It's okay. The party is over now. At least let me brush your hair, darling. Or your hair will get all knotted. And it will hurt you when you try to untangle them.
Indeed, it has happened more than once.
I'm not surprised. An old friend of ours, not. Often, we learn our knots before we even know how to read and write. A knot could be an obstacle that breaks the consistency of a flow. And also a reminder of forgotten things. You can use just about anything on hand to make a knot. Leaves of grass, the fur of an animal, even fallen hair. But the sturdiest knots are tied with rope. Knots are often found in many
now
stories.
is not the time for this. Come on.
Signify promises, counting and measuring, an instrument of salvation, and one of execution.
What else can these knots really do? You are my special. Yeah, okay.
Oh, I could go on all day. The influence and power of knots can't be overstated. It is said that it was in the cutting of the Gordian knot that Alexander became the Great. Just touching the meters-long rope provides blessings to the faithful in Bellum. And tiny knots on strings can carry the history of an entire people. The ancient Inca called it quipu. The intricate variations of hundreds of fabrics, colors, and lengths of strings were used to record their stories through the ages. And to think, Shakespeare only had 26 letters to create his masterpieces.
And there's something a bit more practical. Every time the thumbnail gets, oh my god, it's kind of cute.
Just look around you.
What?
Don't sailors use knots to mark depths in men's sails? Or coachmen tying knots to rein their horses? And any respectable lady or gentleman knows the knots they must tie about their necks to stay in fashion. Or consider the knot-like helix structure of DNA, and the changes in states of matter. Invisible to the naked eye, these knots carry some hint at a universal law. That there might be a string, like the quipu, an endless rope that records in its knots everything in the world, one that can't be seen, yet there it is, everywhere, all at once. Maybe you can tie this knot yourself. Use your hair, then form a loop, pass the end through it, and tighten it up. There you go.
Asking again, is it a spoiler to name the NPC if they're already in, I mean, they're already in global, so probably not, right? I mean, unless you tell me exactly what they do later on. But I mean, they've already shown up, so not really a spoiler, right?
I hope you keep this knot as a record of the words we shared here.
Knots. The two numbers. Two numbers, each representing a pure essence of its own. Alright. Bathroom break. 2 minutes. Christ in heaven. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Paulina, I'm not going to deal with. I don't remember Paulina, I'm going to be honest with you. Now I know good-looking characters, if not playable, will die or betray. Yeah, that seems to be the pattern. I'm hurt, truly hurt, yeah. Yeah. Let's do it. 2 numbers, each representing a pure essence of its own. 2 numbers. Oh, are they the only 2 left? I'm assuming. That's what this means? There's only 2 of them left.
I don't understand. I should be giving them my blessings. They're brave enough to return to the essence. But instead,
I think my chat timed out.
Sadness washes over me.
I don't know how YouTube works, man.
Now that she knows her soul number. Yet, I am filled with sorrow.
I'm not really sure how to fix that, I'm gonna be honest with you. You mean timed out as in, like, the chat itself isn't working, or, like, the stream is being fucking weird? I don't actually know. I don't actually know. The beach is quiet, clean, and perfect again. The storm has washed away everything that's happened, the war, the crowds, and the clinking cups, all gone. Paulina is going to be relevant, okay? I don't really recall Paulina, I'm going to be honest with you. She might have been mentioned in passing or something. It restores the likeness of a better time with no remnants left behind. Wait a minute. If all of the Apeiron people have been reversed, shouldn't they just be on the island again? Just not what am I saying right now? If Apeiron has been reversed, then the time frame that we reverse to should still have them, right? They've existed for 2,000 years. They should be on the island still, just they don't remember shit.
Why did you all leave? Is it because I wasn't fast enough? Is it because I didn't do well enough?
We don't know when it has been reversed to. Who's on her way and her hand remains in a case, the foundation. Oh! Wait, okay. I know someone had their, like, almost made it into the safe zone and then they got stormed away, but their, like, limbs remain. I remember that part. So that, her name is Paulina. Okay. Now I know what you're talking about. The petite frame sways in the breeze until finally she crumples to the sand. Wait, spoiler. Actually. Which spoiler? The Paulina thing? No, that's happened. That happened in chapter 5.5. Oh boy, 37. Rivulets of tears stream down her cheeks, mixing with the mud on the ground. Her face, hair, and gilded robe are marred with stains. But she shows no concern as she bawls her eyes out, her grief tearing at the core of her being. Like the first cries of a newborn entering the phenomenal world. Thus the leader knows that a question is answered. Rather than looking on, she has chosen to be practical, involved, and suffer. 37, please calm down. Now the moment of parting has come.
37. Leave the island to the world outside. Ms. Vertin, you're clearing a path out of the mires of the phenomenal world. I sincerely hope you will steer it away from the horrors of war.
It's our duty to do so.
6 nods approvingly. The importance of the scroll needs no further proclamation.
Also, the person you were looking for, I am not familiar with a biographer named Erd.
Biographer named... Oh, Erd was
However,
mentioned.
In my recollections from the previous 6,
He was on Utu.
there was a lady with a soul
mentioned.
number just as unique as yours.
Well, then it's not unique.
Are you saying?
Sadly, these vague scraps of information were all that I inherited. I hope they will be useful to you.
He turns around. Without another look at the empty beach, he starts walking back. Some believers trail after him without hesitation. Oh, so there still are some appearing people. Seeing this, the girl wipes off her tears and scrambles to her feet.
No.
6, what are you doing?
6, where are you going?
Bro.
Everyone is gone. Sophia, 210, 888, and now you too?
Martha throws so many wrenches into this mystery.
I'm returning to the cave, 37. There are still people who refuse to be caught in the cycle of hatred, or give in to unrestrained passion. The entrance to the sacred place may be destroyed, but the people's faith is yet to be extinguished. We will persist in studying the scrolls, copying the scriptures, and restoring our halls. We will worship the Ancient One in penance and work to rekindle the flame of our broken beliefs. The island is a manifestation of our choices, a haven removed from the phenomenal world, a place of order and harmony, and it is our determination that will sustain its tranquil existence.
I will go with you.
No, your choice has already been made, 37. You should not go back. The sorrows and doubts you have can only be alleviated by experiencing the outside world.
Give me back my 210. 37's face turns completely pale. 6 shakes his head, looking towards the setting sun.
Thousands of years ago, the first faithful ones fled from the Roman Empire and journeyed to this island, where they founded the School of Epeiron.
Thousands of years.
500 years ago, refugees from Arabia found shelter here. They
I mean,
filled the
Runic Cup
cabin's
was depressing
shelves
because
with copies
Diggers
of
was
their
in it,
writings
right?
and texts. Half a century ago,
And it wasn't very well written
scholars
to
who
begin
had their
with.
research exploited for warfare came and expanded our knowledge on modern mathematics. There were many 37s and 6s among them. Yet, are we any different from them in essence? Even if we are no longer here, the numbers 37 and 6 will still exist. Even if the island sank, these numbers would reappear elsewhere. The integer
Nice, yeah.
sequence is
This is a
infinite,
very nice scene.
37.
There were so many nice scenes,
Rather
like
than
CGs,
clinging to a
in this
set
chapter.
of
Like,
specific
there were so many
numbers,
that could just be
you should
wallpapers.
go and work out your own calculations and conclusions.
So now you're choosing to be wise and look on. But I don't understand. How could one be wise by being uninvolved and looking on from the sidelines?
6 lets out a sound, almost a chuckle.
You overestimate wisdom, Ms. Verton. It can't
Yeah,
do
it's
everything.
blowing my ab.
Wisdom can free people from ignorance, but it can also lead them to a nihilistic void.
Yep. That's his
Yet,
whole thing.
Someone will always seek this wisdom, even if nihilistic, to briefly rise above their worldly troubles and find some relief. And someone will have to stay here and provide a neutral haven for the drifters of the phenomenal world. And give the lost
It felt
souls
depressed for
a
months,
harbor
damn.
to return to.
It's the souls of Harvard. Oh, so 6 is choosing to stay for everyone who can't make up their goddamn minds. She rubs her face with her palms and pulls up her robe, running down the beach. She stumbles over a pebble and falls, but she pushes through the pain and rises to her feet, still running as fast as she can.
Wait, 6!
Oh. The man stops. He had not expected to hear that name. Numbers are the essence of one's soul, and names are but echoes of the phenomenal world. He was born into his number long before he was given the name Atticus. 37 never once called him by that name, for she had always valued the essence above all else. Now here she stands, hair tangled with mud, knees bleeding, all battered and bruised. Yet her gaze remains resolute.
Will you leave a door open for me in your cave, like when we were kids? I know the transcendental law is in disorder, but that doesn't mean the truth is gone. I will carve a new path through the chaos, calculate better solutions than ever before, and delve into the phenomenal world to discover all it has to offer. By then, if I run into problems that I can't solve, can we talk about them together? Like we used to?
3 maxims were carved on the pillars of the Temple of Apollo. Know thyself, nothing in excess, and give a pledge and trouble is at hand. What can you say? Alleviating doubts is a leader's duty.
Yes, a door will be left open for you, 37. Both you and your friends can come in.
It's a promise. 6.
The fact that 37 can still find a bright spot is yeah. Everything that happens and she still manages to find some silver lining. Damn, that's what I wanted. Yeah. That was a really heavy exchange just now. It's still a goodbye, but it's no longer as devastating. The last of the Piron followers have left, leaving only the Timekeeper's team on the beach. You see the new 37, she's still optimistic, trying not to spoil you. I have not seen the new 37.
Let's go, 37.
I didn't even know she showed up again, honestly.
Would love to meet you.
The girl's shoulders are trembling. So sad, yeah.
Afraid of the unknown.
It is, I mean, it is her character, right? Always, there's always something to be gained.
But I will get used to it.
No matter how bad. She lets out her breath, clearing the tangle of emotions from her mind. Oh, the skin, yes. I have seen the skin.
Because the nature
I kind of like her current, well, not current, but her, like, you know, the green skin. I like that one a lot more, I think. 2 shows, that's in like 4 to 7, yeah. It's gonna be a while, man. Okay. So, I mean, the people from Apiron should have just been stormed back, assuming, like, we should be in the 90s now, right, after this storm? I believe that was mentioned in the live stream, I think, or something. So, the people from Apiron should exist. I think there is, like, an exception to that, where since Apiron is a storm-safe zone and for the last couple thousand years just technically hasn't existed on the map, right? It can't exist because it is a storm-safe zone. When things are safe from the storm, they're pulled out of the timeline, from what we can interpret, right? So they just don't have, they haven't existed. Going back, they're not in the timeline. They are not in the fucking timeline. So they're gone. Shit. Alright. Fine. Fuck. Okay. The umbrella and the knot. It may not be important to remember an era, but it is important to remember the people.
We are prisoners within these cavern walls. Our gaze is held captive by the shadow's thrall. Until our hands clasped and our chains rattled, we united to break free from our shackles. The sightless joined forces with the soundless, and the voiceless uplifted the helpless. Together, we assembled a sliver of truth, a piece of the world hidden since youth.
Didn't think of that before, and now it hurts. Yeah. it kind of makes sense. Every time you crack something about the next update, I start cheering. Alright. So I guess I was on the money there, huh? Oh look, it's Mesmer. I was not expecting her to show up here.
Have you got something for me, Mesmer?
Mesmer Jr. looks worn and tired, but her demeanor is still somewhat friendly. Dark circles are clearly visible under Mesmer Jr.'s eyes, just like every Laplace member encountered today. Where was she during this whole thing, man? What were you
They
doing?
asked me to give this to you.
An umbrella.
The culmination of our research, the crystallization of man and all its wisdom, the protective gear against the storm.
So,
an umbrella.
It's a fucking umbrella.
Something you personally don't really need.
You said 99 is, I was like, yes, yeah. I mean, I believe that was mentioned in the
It's called the Equilibrium Umbrella. This is the first model,
live stream.
consisting of a converter, a harmonizer, and a ritual core. The converter generates a balancing field that can cast
an umbrella.
rituals in the storm, taking account of the wielder's capabilities.
Yeah.
The harmonizer's markings are inspired by the scroll of Apeiron. Madame Lucy tested it against 162 known side effects and found it to be highly effective.
Highly effective. Does that not mean
The
completely
original scroll
effective?
has been returned to the island. This is only a simplified and duplicated rendition.
Make good use of the umbrella, yeah. Buy our merch.
162 curses aren't all of them, right?
I want fucking A-Knight's, like, robe
There
thing.
may
That
be
thing looks
other
cool as
unknown
hell.
side effects, so
It's
the
like 70
umbrella
bucks,
is only
though.
a prototype in the testing phase. And the ritual core. At first
Cursor
it
has
was
that-
called
does it
the
have that
37 Lucy knot in honor of the two main contributors.
Oh. Right. Make good use of the umbrella. And there's it's called the 37 Lucy knot in honor of the two main contributors.
However, both of them turned it down.
Oh, okay. They didn't want the name.
Yes. I still remember what 37 said at the time. She would rather
Matilda
name it
plushie.
after the
Oh, yeah.
mathematical properties
The
of the North,
plushies.
even if it's too much of a mouthful.
The plushies all look really nice.
No, no. 37 is not a name, and the truth should not be dressed up with anyone's name. I only found it. I didn't invent it. I don't need something named after me to prove my sense of existence. But I'm not on the island anymore. I can understand that the imaginary numbers need to honor the discovery. You may use another contributor's name for it. I'm willing to accept that.
Madame Lucy showed no interest in the naming rights, so it was transferred to the third major contributor, Adler Hoffman. Sadly, researcher Adler also rejected the offer. At first, we nearly ended up using the date of that day as the name. But he changed his mind after confirming he could use his family name instead.
The Hoffman knot?
Not.
You named it after Madame Hoffman?
Just let her believe that. Don't correct her. Just let her believe
Yes.
it.
Researcher
Yes,
Adler
good job.
Hoffman
Got it.
wanted to make sure that Greta Hoffman would never be forgotten for her selfless
Alright.
sacrifice.
That works.
Level 4 Investigator Marcus, please accept this umbrella. It is rightfully yours.
She receives an equilibrium umbrella. Its pearly sheen creates an illusion of pure whiteness in front of her. Oh, Marcus.
Given the incredible contributions you have made, you are welcome to apply for a well-deserved and extended vacation.
Hoffman will always be protecting Marcus.
I
Yeah?
will request for permission to go out. My era is gone. But with this umbrella in hand, I will venture into the new world and marvel at what's to come.
Marcus is pretty resilient, isn't she? Marcus looks up at the
Will
sky.
the sucker tort taste the same?
With the umbrella in her arm, she bows to the Foundation staff member. Then she turns and walks towards the light.
And lastly, the asymmetrical nuclide R in the handle of the umbrella is supposed to protect against the storm syndrome, but this still needs to be confirmed through testing.
It's okay. This is the one thing we need the most.
If you have no further questions about its usage, I'm heading back to the rehab center. The afflicted researchers there are in dire need of my magnet therapy.
Okay, that's where she was this entire time.
Don't you think 1 is not enough for my needs? I think 5. No, 15 might be more helpful.
Alright, I don't know. The next unexpected question. Mesmer Jr. stops with a surprised look on her face.
My suitcase can't protect humans from the storm. They'll need the umbrella to survive.
15 though.
In the future missions, I may encounter lots of...
Oh. Mesmer Jr. interrupts.
Just a reminder, Timekeeper. This is only a prototype.
Wait, you're fully blind on the new updates, right? Not even characters. I have seen the characters. Yes, I have seen the characters. There's the one lady with the tail, and then Sonetto with guns, and an old dude and a bottle. I've seen that much.
The application forms for the
'Cause I go on the
are
Reddit,
available in
man.
the
I
Foundation
see the
lobby.
shit.
Feel free to apply for as many as you need.
She turns and leaves, not staying for another second.
Thank you, Mesmer.
The amount of sunlight is just right. The umbrella pops open, rotating with a touch of grace. Against the white fabric, the golden knot gleams with
37
brilliance.
was right. It is a beautiful shape indeed.
Even 2.1. I think I've seen... I remember one character from 2.1 and the dude from 2.0. And that's about it, I think. Foundation Square has been restored to its former glory. A recognizable figure stands there, having waited for a long time.
Hey,
Gunson and Tail
Did
are
you get
cool,
it
yeah.
done?
Yeah.
Yes, it went smoothly. I was expecting something more complicated.
I like Gunson
So, to get the
design
umbrella,
actually quite a
you
bit.
only need to fill out forms.
It's very spry. Very energetic. Expensive and more complicated, so to get the umbrella you only need to fill out forms.
Huh?
I think you'll like him.
That's not what I was talking about.
Oh right, Barbara from the 1.9 live stream as well.
I'm talking about the brave and glorious sacrifice of my Apple II. Don't you think the Foundation should compensate me with a shiny new ship?
Oh.
Oh? What do you mean, oh? Are you saying you totally forgot about it?
Yeah, lady has grown on me so much. I don't know anything about her. I know a lot of people got mad. I know that.
Easy, Regulus.
But
those people are likely buried in paperwork.
that's all
right
I
now.
know.
Just be patient and wait.
She twirls a golden medal between her fingers.
Lilia, how was your commendation ceremony?
They rewarded me for escorting the important item during the storm. How is delivering a scroll worthy of a reward? I'll say someone should be grateful I didn't crash into the committee building.
She tosses the medal to Regulus. What the fuck is Regulus gonna do with this?
Take it. Might be useful for your alchemy.
Oh, right. Alchemy.
Oh, let me see.
Let me see. Regulus brings the medal to her mouth and
Thanks, mate. It's made of pure gold.
I heard the noise, and I thought I was just hearing things until she actually bites it. Alright.
On behalf of the pirate community, I thank you for your remarkable contribution to alchemy.
I have one too.
What she did to sword. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about there. I'm gonna pretend I didn't see that. Like earlier, she was rewarded for helping to deliver the scroll.
Please forgive my lack of contribution, Timekeeper.
Hi, Druvis. She missed the island trip because of the forest they planted in the Foundation Square. Why? Fortunately, the square has been restored to its original condition. Oh, right, the forest.
It seems the awakened woods have embraced tranquility once more. Perhaps a sign of good things to come.
I'm glad to see you back on your feet, Miss Druvis.
Yes, Druvis.
In fact, there's a place I'd like to introduce you to. A flourishing island that survived both war and the storm. I think a talented druid like you would be of great help to them.
Sounds like a place to look forward to.
Chapter 4. The ring is cut short.
Nice job, Druvis. It's not as big as Lilia's, but it is made of a rare kind of metal.
Oh, everything is going so well.
This is a good start,
yeah, everything is going so well.
This
Nothing bad will
thinks
happen
we
anymore,
only
right?
need 300 more medals to afford a new ship.
You read my mind, Mr. Chief Mate. When will Xeno's ceremony be held?
I don't trust it.
This captain
Something
is
bad
not
is going to
a fan
happen.
of these ceremonies. So,
Something bad is going to happen.
Could they
I don't
just
trust it
mail
anymore.
me my medal?
The rockin' pirate coughs awkwardly, her eyes darting away behind the cover of her shades. Oh, hi, Sotheby. Holy shit. Where have you been?
Are we holding a medal exchanging party?
Party?
Sotheby!
Buy me a no boat. Regulus rejoices at the sight of the little lady, tears welling up in her eyes. She stretches out a hand, and Sotheby immediately gets the message.
But I don't have a medal. All I have is this big round golden...
A handful of weighty jewelry is placed in Regulus's hands.
Captain, I think we can buy a new ship with this.
She's gonna crash it again, dude. Regulus wraps her in a ginormous bear hug, moved to tears. Praise Sotheby, the most charitable woman in history, the revitalizer of the pirate community, the prime sponsor of the ingenious alchemists and the bank vault on legs.
Regulus! Regulus!
Sonetto runs over panting, waving a stack of stamped papers in her hand.
The timekeeper asked me to request a new ship for you, and we have the approval.
2 boats? She gets 2
The
boats?
Foundation will rebuild Apple II and pay for its maintenance. Huh?
Funny you say that, Sonetto.
Oh no. The trees sway in the breeze and the sunlight streams through the leaves. It is fine weather to set sail again.
Now we have 2 new ships.
Twice as many ships to crash, let's go. Maybe they can crash them into each other. Stop giving this girl boats, man. They're gonna keep going down. Notification on receiving the Equilibrium Umbrella. Special notice to all, the prototype of the first generation personal storm immunity device, commonly known as the Equilibrium Umbrella, has been completed and validated through Miss Lucy's testing. Thank you all for your contributions and sacrifices. Everything you have done today will be forever remembered in our history. In our history. Special thanks in alphabetical order. Abigail, Adler, Afra, Alice. Miss Lucy should be on the list, first on the list, but it's only in alphabetical order. It's in alphabetical order, it's only fair. Adler should got lucky with his name on this one. He deserves it. I'm off on vacation. Treat everyone later. Last chapter. Let's go. And now the curtain call. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing the 7.5 or whatever it is today. It's 11:30. It's almost going to be noon. She brushes off the raindrops from her shoulders and steps into the new world. Alright. Let's do it. Curtain call. The youth are sailing for a new world, while the old are saying goodbye to the world they knew.
"15 plugs. This should be enough to cover all socket types at our destination. Simone, pass me the experiment log, please."
And how many bodies does she have? Like, she was just burning through them. What the hell? She brushes the dust off the desk and takes a final inventory of the lab's equipment. She leaves the lights off, not needing them any longer. An urgent knock sounds from the door.
Come.
Before she finishes her protocol for human social customs, the door barges open.
Madame Lucy, is it true? Are you leaving La Place?
Yes. The inquiry is over. This is the decision of all parties involved.
You have got to be kidding me!
Enigma pounds the table, sending the dust from the experiments into the air.
After all the incredible contributions you've made, they're suspending you? This is absolutely ridiculous! Without you, there would be no umbrella, and everyone would have died from the side effects!
But many did perish because of me. I had underestimated the danger of the ritual, and it ended up spreading uncontrollably. Did you not once have the same opinion, researcher Adler Hoffman?
Yeah, but it worked out though. The robot gives him a friendly nod.
It is surprising to see you change your mind so quickly. But that is just what Laplace needs. The spirit of rationality and self-evolution.
Documents have been filed away. Simone walks up to Lucy and takes the heavy experimental apparatus from her hands. As the dust rises from their movements, Enigma lets out a cough.
I can imagine how they came to this decision. They must have considered the backgrounds of all the employees, including their social status and race. After 8 years, we finally created an umbrella to withstand the storm. However, our methods for achieving such progress and breakthroughs were too much for some to handle. People needed an outlet for their frustrations, so someone had to be held responsible for the accidents and casualties. Numerous complaints have been filed against me, accusing me of being a cold, heartless opponent of humanity.
Damn.
Within the Foundation, Zeno, and even here, some are starting to question the idea of having an awakened piston as a leader of Laplace.
They turned on her
They argued
instant.
about
Holy
my
shit.
arcane abilities, unsure if I had them under control or if they were becoming unstable and affecting my ability to make rational decisions.
The robot realizes an overlooked detail.
I did give the nod to Miss Kikanya in violation of the confidentiality agreement.
Oh, that's right. She was even confronted.
Ultimately, it helped people survive, and that is all that matters.
But Enigma does not pick up on this realization. He's already enraged, fist clenched in a ball.
So they're questioning your standing because you're an awakened? An arcanist? They're doubting the rationality of a machine that values technology and progress above all else? Could anything be more absurd? Even I, a human, was on the verge of giving up. It was you who convinced me to save our species.
My question is, why are you so upset? This does not affect you. In fact, you may be promoted. Laplace is setting up a new department, and you and Ulrich should have been invited to head it.
Weil das verdammt ungerecht ist!
Because this is damn unjust.
Diese Leute kennen dich nicht. Sie haben nicht mit dir gearbeitet oder dir zugehört. Und doch ernten sie freudig die Früchte deiner Arbeit, während sie dir keinen Respekt erweisen.
These people don't know you, they haven't worked with you or even listened to you, yet they happily reap the fruits of your labor while showing you no respect.
Der einzige Grund, warum du suspendiert wirst,
All victories
ist, weil
are
du,
not
ein
complete.
Erwachter,
We
nicht
always
wirklich
lose
sterben
in
kannst.
some way, yep.
Oder sie würden dir jetzt eine Ehrenmedaille
Yep,
auf
there's
deinem
never a
Grabstein
clean
verleihen.
win here, we just keep fucking losing. The only reason you're getting suspended is because you, an awakened, can't really die, or they'd be honoring you with a medal on your grave right now.
Maybe you should take up that offer. At least you will get a promotion as a just reward.
Just reward. Enigma opens his mouth, but no sound comes out. He wants to tell her she's wrong about him wanting the promotion, but he's too flustered and angry to speak. The robotic eye slit pulses, and she continues in her unemotional
By
tone.
the way, Ulrich ended up receiving a medal. But like you, he was not exactly thrilled either. He is outside the committee building, refusing to eat in protest but everyone knows how resilient the awakened can be. It is going poorly.
Do they even need to eat? They can, but do they need to? She shakes and sighs, deeply remorseful for her subordinate's behavior.
I will suggest that one of you take this position. No one knows this research better than the two of you.
Not a chance!
The research must progress, and you also need to ensure that the results will not be abused.
Someone pointed out that her voice started sounding more human throughout the chapter. Now she just sounds robotic again. Yes. I kind of noticed it when she was in the middle of the experiments. I thought the experiments were turning her more human, at least like mentally. But now, yeah, she actually just sounds like a robot again. A valid concern?
Scheiße.
Scheiße.
You're right.
Enigma is caught in a fierce battle between his principles and his duty. But the robot doesn't notice these unimportant details. She nonchalantly walks over to the chair and runs a final battery check.
The punishment does not bother me, Researcher Hoffman. Power exists only in your dictionary, not mine.
I mean, it's a pretty basic word. I
From
would
the
hope
moment
it does.
of my awakening, I have been unable to comprehend you creatures. And even now, that remains unchanged.
Maybe because she was opening up and now she's distressed but has no way to express it. Yeah, I think it's just when just extreme emotions in general, they'll just revert to this because, I mean, how else would you parse that as a robot? She states with no emotion added to embellish her delivery. Enigma's mouth falls open in shock. Meanwhile, the robot just keeps on talking.
We operate in different ways, just like how our fuels differ. But the bright side is our paths align. Whether we are creatures or machines, humans or arcanists, most of us strive for a better life. It is this primal desire that drives progress. That is why
has so much swearing, it's gonna be funny, yeah. Is it all censored or no?
My appearance and speech, all for the sake of better communication with you.
Is that why she gave herself tits?
Unfortunately, my efforts do not always pay off. Some say that the more human-like I appear, the more different I seem.
Yeah, Uncanny Valley. She shakes her head with regret.
But I am who I am, and my motivation is not to gain recognition from others. Our aligned path leads us to progress, and that is all there is to it. Thanks to the invention of the umbrella, Laplace can now resume its research unhindered. And if there is someone better qualified to lead, I am more than willing to remain a humble cog in their machine. Besides, Miss C introduced
9 hours
me
of
to a
this, holy,
beautiful
yep.
resort. The
9
lake
hours and a
there
half.
is rich with arcane power.
I am so
Perfect
tired.
for an awakened arcanist like me. Not only is it a resort, but also an independent team with a good amount of freedom. My only concern is if they have adequate power supply. Oh, rust might be a problem. Perhaps I should ask Researcher X about his titanium derust machine.
The robot is happily thinking about her vacation plans. I actually didn't realize I spent 10 hours of the story when I cleared. Yeah,
Time to go,
yeah.
Simone.
This is a long story. The wait was worth it. I went into this fully prepared. I was hyped, and it delivered. Stack of
This is a report you compiled during the storm countdown, detailing 126 side effects and how the scroll alleviates them. I have some questions about the data for Type 34.
34. Lucy flips it open and dutifully goes through the list one last time.
Yes, I can see a few errors in here. Unfortunately, I have to complete all of the handover procedures today. Perhaps you can ask Mr. Ulrich about it later.
She hands it back to Enigma, but he does not reach for it. He looks at her, grief-stricken.
The side effects left a mark on you, didn't they? There are 162 side effects, not 126. There was also an obvious typo in the data for Type 34. We noticed it long ago and corrected it.
Oh, so some lasting damage done.
Took only 5 seconds. You sacrificed so much for this report, yet you could not see such glaring mistakes. You called me Researcher Hoffman earlier, a name you haven't used since you took over Laplace 8 years ago. To avoid confusion with my sister, you and our colleagues started calling me Adler.
Oh, she's erased a lot of her memories. Moving closer, he asks grimly,
how much data did you lose to impair your research abilities like this? Is this why you have to leave Laplace now? The progress you've made has helped so many, but at what cost to your own well-being?
Oh, she lost memory. Why didn't she back her shit up? The robot does not answer, a rare occurrence. From her side, Simone gently takes the file for her.
We should go, Madame Lucy.
She forgot. She forgot it a lot.
Goodbye, Researcher Adler. Thank you for correcting my mistake.
That... excuse me. That's why she's so robotic. She's just reverted. She walks away with steely steps, not looking back.
Alright, fine.
She grips the door frame, ignoring the strange looks from the
I'll
hallway.
take up that role and do what you've been nagging me to do. I'll take care of those pesky committees. But just so you know, I'm not doing this for the higher-ups who look down on us, but for the people who look up to us from below.
The footsteps continue in rhythm. Her duty here is done. Then another voice calls out.
Madame Lucy!
Hello, Ulrich. Oh, there's a lot of people. Researchers, clerks, directors, and security. Every Laplace employee is in the corridors from bottom to top floor. The same voice shouts.
All attention! Salute!
A send-off. Paper litters the air like snowflakes. Everyone says goodbye in their own language, tossing files over the railings. Enigma will forever be an NPC, all I fear. I'm just gonna assume we never get a playable Hoffman, just for either of them. So that's done. he's done. They were created for the storm and have completed their mission, just as did the robot.
Simone,
She did it.
why are they throwing papers at me?
Oh, no.
Are they rejecting me and
Oh, no.
banishing me?
On the contrary, madam, they are showing their reverence.
Oh, I see.
The robot is without a face and emotion module today, so she turns away from the crowd. The sunlight dances on her metallic surface, enveloping her in a golden aura.
Let us go, Simone.
Go, Simone.
I missed the Laplace charges
Enigma
already.
cannot fight, I swear. Does the man look like he can fight? He looks like he looks like he hasn't eaten in a week. Come on. No, she cannot. She can't grasp it.
230-volt bath at the resort, right?
Just give Enigma a gun. Yeah, that solves the problem. Just give everyone a gun. It worked for Isolde, right? Every playable human playable has a gun. Oh, fuck. God damn. Alright. I want to talk about the chapter, but I'm so fried that I can't think of anything. You can experience the climactic final confrontation. Oh, this thing. Do I need to during the event spending activity while you're in fluid? No, wishing to experience. Why? For what? Oh, it rewards. Duh. Oh, get a little Skeleton, we need those. We need those. I don't know what the rewards are like, just overall. I mean, obviously, materials are worth it, right? But gun, almost 10 hours, 9:30. Yep, 9 hours and 36 minutes. I'm surprised you all stuck around this long. Holy shit. Okay, is there any points I want to make here? Nothing good happens in R99 especially when you give anyone a gun. Yeah, guns are typically bad things always happen. Always. Without exception. Man. Just give Adler a gun. Okay. We got some interesting things about the storm. I am now convinced that getting pulled out of this timeline when you're saved just fucks you over if you get stormed again. Because, I mean, all of the Appear Knights are fucking dead, aside from 2, right? Actually, I'm not sure about that. Is it only 6 and 37 left? Because it seems like he's mentioned others, so I'm guessing the others survived, they were just unnamed or something? Or is he talking about the ones that strayed off with Arcana because they were mad in the hopes that they might return again? I don't know. Yeah. My brain's fried. I cannot think. It's been too goddamn long. Alright. I'm gonna call it here because I need to go to sleep. It's almost noon. Some survived in the madness and some are in the... Okay, so it's not just the 2 of them left. Alright, makes sense. Yeah, I'm going to bed. I don't know. I'm still working on the storm video, part 2. And with new information now, so hey, that'll be fun. I can add to the notes. But for now, I'm gonna go. So, thank you for coming in. Thank you for sticking around. If you've stuck around, holy shit. Wow. Thanks. I will see you next time or on the next video or